In the dim and damp confines of a prison cell, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him was utterly unfamiliar. The walls were constructed from rough-hewn stones, and the solitary square window was barred with resilient steel rods, allowing only a slant of sunlight to filter through, bestowing upon Lin Yuan the scant warmth he could feel. "Where am I?" Rubbing his eyes, Lin Yuan glanced around and discovered he was lying on a tattered straw mat, while the gaunt figure of Jerry was laboriously tending to his feet. Not far away, a cluster of cockroaches congregated, seemingly preparing to feast upon him. The air was thick with a putrid stench, which made Lin Yuan feel uneasy, causing his stomach to churn. "Hey, what a stroke of luck I'm still alive." From the adjacent cell, a malicious voice echoed, sending a shiver down Lin Yuan's spine. "Who are you? Why am I here?" Instinctively, Lin Yuan inquired, attempting to rise, but sharp pain coursed through his body, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. In his mind, it felt as though waves of sound were crashing. A flood of memories surged forth, gradually illuminating Lin Yuan's bewildered understanding of his predicament. "I've actually crossed over?" After assimilating this influx of memories, Lin Yuan finally comprehended the reality of his situation. He had once been a valiant narcotics officer, undercover within a criminal organization for 2 decades. Just as he was poised to bring the operation to a close, he was unexpectedly discovered at the critical moment, leading to his honorable demise. In the final moments of consciousness, he had heard the familiar yet distant wail of police sirens, which granted him a sense of peace as he departed. Yet, he had awakened once more, and to his astonishment, found himself transported to another realm. However, this situation, Lin Yuan could not help but let out a bitter smile. His father was the demon lord of the Ming clan, one of the 9 great clans of the Abyssal Realm, universally known as the Ming Sovereign. He was the son of the Ming Sovereign. By all accounts, his status should be exceedingly noble. However, a twist of fate had rendered his situation quite the opposite. His mother was a noblewoman of the human race, abducted by the demons, making him a hybrid of human and demon blood and identity, deemed abominable within demon society. Thus, Lin Yuan was denied the right to inherit the surname of the Ming Sovereign and was compelled to bear his mother's name instead. For the past 18 years of his existence among the demons, he and his mother had endured relentless torment and humiliation, particularly from his half-brother, Ming Kuang, whose cruelty towards them had reached unfathomable extremes. The very reason Lin Yuan found himself imprisoned was due to the machinations of Ming Kuang. Their family's treasured Ming-fired demon crystal had mysteriously vanished, and Ming Kuang seized upon this incident to falsely accuse Lin Yuan of involvement, subsequently imprisoning him in the demon dungeon, where he was periodically subjected to care from the guards. Despite being the son of the Ming Sovereign, Lin Yuan's life held little value in the eyes of a demon clan that scarcely acknowledged familial bonds. Even though all were aware that a mere pawn like Lin Yuan could not possibly be linked to the missing Ming-fired demon crystal, Ming Kuang's desire for his demise was sufficient to seal his fate. Lin Yuan lifted his tattered garments, nearly fused to his flesh, revealing horrifying and ghastly scars. It was difficult to fathom the extent of the torment the original owner of this body had endured. He had been tortured to the brink of death. Ming Kuang. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, suppressing the excruciating pain, and managed to utter those 2 words through clenched jaws. Due to the fusion of the original host's memories, everything the original host experienced is akin to what Lin Yuan is currently undergoing. Lin Yuan paused for a moment in silence, then ventured, "System? I am here." The mechanical voice resonated within Lin Yuan's mind, bringing him immense joy. Indeed, having traversed realms, it is only natural that a system accompanies me. "System, do you have a beginner's gift pack?" "No." "Can you endow me with extraordinary insight, allowing me to master everything at a mere glance?" "Cannot." "Then, is it possible to gain luck that leads one to stumble upon treasures at every turn?" "No." Lin Yuan. "Damn, what use are you then?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but utter a curse. "Do not be anxious. Host, every field has its specialty. This system is known as the gluttonous devouring system, capable of consuming all and transforming it for personal use." "That sounds rather promising," Lin Yuan remarked, his eyes lighting up at the revelation. "The system has tentatively bound with the host, and can grant 3 free opportunities for consumption. What is this? Are there limitations on the number of uses? Lin Yuan expressed some dissatisfaction, wondering if he would need to spend money after exhausting the initial opportunities. Congratulations, host, on activating a permanent mission. Manifest before the world. Based on the degree of manifestation, additional consumption opportunities can be obtained. The system disregarded Lin Yuan's complaints and promptly issued the task. Though the script I received is not particularly favorable, I am fortunate to possess a system. Those who have traversed realms understand that a system is undoubtedly the most formidable of advantages. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, calming his slightly agitated heart due to his recent transmigration. His gaze shifted towards the neighbor, who had been harboring ill intentions since his awakening. According to his recollections, this room housed a deserter from the demon clan, one who had fled from the battlefield against humanity. Yet, it was unclear how much human blood stained his hands. Hey, you're still alive. Kid, you must have offended someone of significance. Rather than enduring this relentless torment, why not grant me the pleasure? I can offer you a swift end. How does that sound? From a small window, a grotesque and twisted face emerged, with eyes the size of soybeans fixating on Lin Yuan, revealing an insatiable greed. It had been quite some time since he had tasted flesh. Very well. Lin Yuan regarded him with indifference, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With that, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he began to approach step by step. Ha! Fear not. I will ensure your departure is devoid of suffering, trust me. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan actually approaching, the demon deserter trembled with excitement, drooling foul saliva from the corners of his mouth. Come closer, just a little closer. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at the small window. The demon deserter, without a moment's hesitation, opened his gaping maw and lunged at Lin Yuan's neck. Smack! Lin Yuan evaded the attack, swiftly seizing the creature's head and forcefully smashing it against the unforgiving wall. You seem rather delectable yourself. Lin Yuan smiled broadly. Under the fearful gaze of the fleeing demons, a pitch-black halo suddenly manifested behind him, from which a colossal beastly silhouette sprang forth, revealing its terrifying maw. Ancient, mysterious, and powerful. You, Tong Hao devours. Under the influence of this overwhelming force, the demon soldier was violently yanked through the small window, his foul blood streaming down the wall, mingling with the earth below. No! With a wretched scream, the demon soldier was ultimately consumed entirely. At this moment, Lin Yuan's aura surged dramatically, swiftly transcending the 9th level of the Qi absorption realm and ascending directly to the 3rd level of the spirit communication realm. In this world, realms are classified as Qi absorption, spirit communication, divine refinement, transcendence, saint entry, saint, saint king, saint venerable, and the most formidable, the emperor realm. Due to Lin Yuan's lowly status among the demons, he had been unable to acquire quality cultivation resources or potent techniques, thus stagnating at the 9th level of the Qi absorption realm for over 3 years. Now, he had finally broken through, and he had ascended directly to the 3rd level of the spirit communication realm. Huh! Lin Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, then approached the door of the cell. Grasping the somewhat rusted padlock with both hands, he unleashed the power of the spirit communication realm, instantly shattering it. Who goes there? The commotion drew the attention of the demon prison guards. A few guards, upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge from the cell, were momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place. With a fierce gaze, Lin Yuan fixed his eyes on the approaching guards, an intense hatred nearly overflowing from his chest. The torment I have endured in this pitch-black abyss is entirely the doing of these jailers. Now it is time for my vengeance. Chapter 2. Fierce Slaughter. Bloodstains the demon prison. How dare you escape? One of the guards, upon noticing Lin Yuan's actions, reacted with a face twisted in fury. Lin Yuan had been personally captured by Lord Mingquang, who had specifically ordered special treatment for him. If Lin Yuan were to truly flee, none of them would survive the consequences. Boom. Yet, before the guard could make a move, Lin Yuan charged forward with astonishing speed. His frail physique resembling that of a leopard, his eyes fierce and menacing. You seek death. The guard sneered, dark demonic energy surging forth as he concentrated his power. Striking directly at Lin Yuan's chest with a formidable punch. You wretched creature, once captured, you shall endure the utmost tortures of this world. The guard's icy glare fixed upon Lin Yuan's expressionless face, an inexplicable unease creeping into his heart. Buzz! As the punch hurtled toward him, Lin Yuan's body twisted with the agility of a serpent, narrowly evading the brutal blow that grazed his left cheek, causing a slight indentation from the force. With an unyielding gaze, Lin Yuan seized one of the guard's arms, twisting with immense strength. Crack! Accompanied by the guard's agonizing scream. Lin Yuan forcefully tore off the entire arm, hot demonic blood spraying forth and staining him. A black halo emerged behind Lin Yuan as the monstrous maw of a gluttonous beast opened wide, devouring the severed limb entirely. The horrifying sound of chewing echoed, sending chills down the spines of all the guards present. This individual seemed to have transformed from before. The taste is exquisite. Lin Yuan licked his lips and surged forward once more. He could not afford to squander this opportunity for devouring. The warden, having lost an arm, was no match for Lin Yuan, who swiftly tore off another arm, followed by both thighs, until he was entirely consumed. Having completely devoured a formidable opponent at the second level of the spiritual realm, Lin Yuan's cultivation surged dramatically, reaching the 5th level of the spiritual realm. Kill him! The other wardens felt a chill as they caught sight of Lin Yuan's ferocious gaze directed at them. The leading warden, Ming Heng, bellowed loudly and charged ahead. His cultivation was at the 5th level of the spiritual realm, making him the strongest among the wardens. He was typically regarded as their leader. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan's eyes turned icy and violent. It was him. He was the one who had viciously thrust his hands into Lin Yuan's chest, leaving him in a state of despair, unable to live or die. Die! Lin Yuan roared. And from his frail frame erupted an astonishing force as he rammed his right shoulder into Ming Heng's chest. The violent impact sent the leading warden into a daze, causing his hands, which reached for Lin Yuan, to veer off course and grasp at empty air. How could this guy's strength have grown even stronger than before? Could it be? Ming Heng's eyes bulged as he recalled the warden who had just been consumed by Lin Yuan through some bizarre means. Could it be that he had the ability to absorb others to enhance his own power? But if he possessed such a method, why had he not employed it sooner? Boom! Lin Yuan afforded Ming Heng no opportunity for contemplation. In the instant he collided with him, Lin Yuan's palms seized Ming Heng's head with a grip as unyielding as iron pincers. He then forcefully slammed downwards, met by the terrifying impact of his knee. Boom! 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 The resounding echoes of the explosive strikes reverberated throughout the infernal prison as Lin Yuan's knee struck Ming Heng's skull with relentless ferocity, akin to an unceasing machine. Blood sprayed profusely, causing the guards rushing in to be paralyzed with terror, turning tail and fleeing in panic. Observing this, Lin Yuan released Ming Heng, whose face had nearly caved in entirely, revealing jagged shards of shattered bone protruding grotesquely. You have been spared, Lin Yuan thought. As he crushed Ming Heng's skull beneath his foot, his gaze fixed ominously on the fleeing guards, his form darting forth like an arrow released from its bow. Due to the original host's lowly status within the demonic clan, his exposure to martial techniques was exceedingly limited and of inferior rank. Thus, Lin Yuan now relied on the resilience honed through years of endurance and the combat skills acquired from his past life in the military and the underworld. Though these guards possessed some level of cultivation, they had long been debased by indulgence, rendering them no match for Lin Yuan in his current state. No, spare me. It was all Ming Kuang's doing. We are not to blame, cried out a guard, terror-stricken as Lin Yuan pursued him. The brutality Lin Yuan had previously displayed had thoroughly instilled fear into their hearts. While the puppet masters may deserve scorn, the lackeys are far more deserving of contempt. Lin Yuan let out a furious roar, seizing the prison guard by the throat and lifting him high into the air, only to violently slam him down onto the ground. A fierce surge of demonic energy erupted, displacing his internal organs, leaving him to await his demise. No, please. I do not wish to die. Spare me. The brutality of Lin Yuan was beyond imagination. He would not grant a swift death, but rather subject his victims to an excruciatingly slow experience of death's embrace. Ha. Well done. Well done. Death to all. The prisoners within the demonic prison clapped in delight at Lin Yuan's rampage, their eyes gleaming with unrestrained pleasure as they beheld the lifeless bodies of the guards. These wretches had tormented them mercilessly in the past. Who dared to cause a commotion within the demonic prison? Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire facility, causing Lin Yuan to experience a violent dizziness, as if his temples were being struck by a hammer. A powerful presence. This was Lin Yuan's immediate thought. Warden, save me. The last of the guards, fleet of foot. felt a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes upon hearing that voice, and he dashed forward in a desperate bid for survival. If he could just hold out until the warden arrived, he would be safe. Die. Lin Yuan fought through the disorientation, picking up a bone from one of the guards, his body bending at a sharp angle as he summoned all his strength to hurl it at the guard. Thud. The bone pierced through the guard's throat, extinguishing the last flicker of his life. Such audacity. A roar of fury reverberated through the air, striking Lin Yuan like a hammer, causing his body to sway precariously. With unwavering determination, he seized the long blade that had fallen from the guard's grasp, planting its tip firmly into the ground to support his weary frame. A towering figure materialized before him, observing the scene, an absence of any intact corpses and Lin Yuan, drenched in the still warm blood of demons. The guard's heart swelled with anger. Yet a flicker of astonishment pierced through. He recognized Lin Yuan, the son of the demon lord from the esteemed Ming clan among the 9 great clans of the Abyss. However, due to his mixed heritage of human and demon, compounded by an alarming lack of talent, his status was lamentably low. Yet now, Lin Yuan stood before him, having achieved the formidable realm of the 5th level of spirit communication, exuding an aura and ferocity that starkly contrasted with his former self. The warden furrowed his brow. Had it been any other prisoner, he would have swiftly ended their life with a single strike. However, Lin Yuan was the son of the demon lord, and he had exhibited considerable combat prowess. Such a situation warranted caution in his handling. Why did you kill them? The warden demanded, his crimson gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan. With a frigid stare, Lin Yuan regarded the warden, then slowly lifted his outer garment, revealing a body marred by grotesque scars. It was difficult to fathom how a human could still be alive in the face of such horrific injuries. The warden fell silent, fully aware of the atrocities that Ming Kuang had commanded the guards to inflict. Yet, previously, Lin Yuan had only possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of qi absorption. And being a half-breed in the emotionally detached demon clan, such a waste would scarcely elicit a reaction from the demon lord if he were to perish. Thus, the warden had chosen to turn a blind eye. However, the cultivation talent displayed by Lin Yuan today is barely sufficient to be regarded as the son of a demon lord. This presents a dilemma for the warden, who finds himself somewhat troubled. Observing the silent warden, Lin Yuan could not help but let out a cold sneer. Recalling his memories, Lin Yuan was acutely aware of the true nature of the demon race and understood the warden's concerns. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yuan had resolutely slain those guards. In the demon realm, earning respect necessitates the demonstration of formidable strength and talent. As long as one possesses exceptional prowess, their words carry weight. I shall engage in a judgment duel with Ming Kuang at the trial duel arena. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's declaration, the warden's expression shifted to one of stern determination. The trial duel arena is the highest court of the demon race, utilized for resolving personal grievances or cases lacking sufficient evidence. In the trial duel arena, the victor is deemed correct. Everything is dictated by strength. The warden scrutinized Lin Yuan for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall not interfere further. The warden stepped aside. Lin Yuan did not linger. Disregarding the pain coursing through his body, he dashed out of the demon prison with his blood-soaked blade. Having been confined for several days, he was anxious about his mother's well-being. Given Ming Kuang's disposition, she surely could not be faring much better than he. Pray, he thought, Ming Kuang, you had better hope my mother is unharmed. Otherwise, I shall ensure you descend into the abyss of the 9 hells. In this frigid expanse of the abyss, his mother, Lin Xingwei, remained Lin Yuan's sole source of warmth. Consumed by rage, a purple light flickered ominously in Lin Yuan's left eye, rendering him exceedingly sinister. The pupils of normal demon kin exhibit a shade of purple. However, Lin Yuan, being of mixed human and demon blood, possesses eyes indistinguishable from those of ordinary humans. Appearing black, it is only under specific circumstances that his left eye reveals a hue of purple. Chapter 3. The Rainy Knight's Frenzied Blade. Severing the abyss in the city of Mingyuan, before the gates of the underworld, Lin Xingyuan knelt before the entrance of her residence, unable to rise. Adorned in tattered garments, her chest and the corner of her mouth were stained with blood. Her clothing, saturated and clinging, had begun to darken in patches. As she lifted her gaze, her disheveled hair cascaded down, unveiling a face marked by exhaustion yet still exuding an air of nobility. Indeed, it has been said that the lowly human race lacks the privilege to behold Lord Mingzuan, one of the celestial Ming guards, Ming Yuan, scoffed as he regarded the still-kneeling Lin Qingwei. Though your son carries the blood of Lord Mingzuan, he possesses no remarkable talent. His demise is of little consequence. Lord Mingzuan has over 100 offspring. The loss of one is trivial. Another celestial Ming guard, with a casual flick of his wrist, unleashed a surge of energy, inflicting yet another wound upon Lin Qingwei, fresh blood seeping forth and mingling with the dark, congealed remnants of her garments, instilling a sense of dread. The sudden impact caused Lin Qingwei's frail form to crash heavily against the ground, the damp scent of the earth and the sharp sting of pain reminding her of her continued existence. 3 days have passed, Yuan, she murmured. Her tears long since dried. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and blood trickled from her hair into her eyes. The celestial Ming guard inflicted yet another cut upon her. Ah, how remarkably tenacious, still clinging to life. That despicable being must surely be enduring torment in the depths of the abyss by now, ha ha ha. The numerous celestial abyss guards erupted into laughter upon witnessing Lin Qingyue's lingering breath. Humanity is indeed ignoble and foolish. It is patently impossible, yet they wager their very lives. Fools. Ming Yuan of the Celestial Abyss Guard approached Lin Qingwei, his expression steeped in derision. I implore you, allow me to see Songli. Lin Qingwei raised her head with great difficulty, clutching Ming Yuan's leg, her voice a raspy plea. The moment Ming Yuan beheld this, his countenance shifted dramatically. A surge of energy erupted from him, forcefully propelling Lin Qingwei away. In her already injured state, Lin Qingwei felt the world spin violently, her ears ringing with a deafening buzz, rendering her incapable of perceiving the agony coursing through her body. Damnable humans, do you wish to see me perish? Ming Yuan bellowed. As a woman favored by the Abyss Lord, even if she were merely a lowly human, they could take her life, yet they must not engage in any physical contact. Even when injuring Lin Qingwei previously, they had only utilized energy strikes. Were it not for that esteemed one's directive, they would have disregarded Lin Qingwei entirely. Ming Yuan glanced around in a flurry, and indeed, he discerned a shift in the gazes of some celestial abyss guards. In the demon realm, strength reigns supreme. To grow powerful, one must inevitably rely on resources, and status is the swiftest means to acquire them. They had long coveted Ming Yuan's position as the captain of this celestial abyss guard squad. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The abyssal source, overwhelmed by fury, exuded a formidable aura as it unleashed a powerful force towards Lin Qingwei. Yuan still needs me. I cannot perish yet. Lin Qingwei felt an unprecedented terror. Her own demise was inconsequential, but Yuan was still enduring torment in the demon prison. She attempted to move her body to evade this fatal strike, yet the numbing sensation coursing through her limbs rendered her immobile. Thunder rumbled ominously, and torrential rain fell in sheets. Lin Qingwei desperately shifted her body, utilizing the rain to slide aside, as the tremendous force grazed her back. Hiss! Blood immediately gushed from her back, mingling with the rainwater that splattered onto the ground, creating ripples. Mother! At that moment, Lin Yuan, who had just arrived, witnessed this heartbreaking scene. Grief, anguish, and rage surged within him. Accompanying these emotions was an overwhelming resolve. Lin Yuan's left eye, shimmering with a violet hue, grew increasingly sinister, emanating palpable malice. His call pierced through Lin Qingyue's pain and numbness, bringing forth a warm current that compelled her to turn her head. Indeed, she beheld Lin Yuan rushing towards her. Yuan. Overcome with joy and tears, Lin Qingwei spread her arms wide, embracing Lin Yuan tightly, as if fearing he would vanish in the next instant. Mother, we must leave now. Lin Yuan lifted Lin Qingwei onto his back, his eyes ablaze with fury fixed intently on the celestial abyssal guards. Though his heart brimmed with rage, Lin Qingyue's injuries left no room for delay. Where do you think you are going? The abyssal source and its companions obstructed Lin Yuan, casting peculiar glances in his direction. It was evidently unforeseen that Lin Yuan could emerge alive from the abyss of the demon prison. A spirit master of the 8th level, another of the 6th, and 2 of the 5th, Lin Yuan assessed their strengths in his mind while tearing off his clothes to temporarily place the unconscious Lin Qingwei, who had succumbed to her grievous injuries, upon his back. Lin Yuan understood that unless he dealt with these individuals before him, both he and his mother would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Swift and decisive action was imperative. With a thunderous roar that echoed like the wrath of the heavens, Lin Yuan surged forward like a bloodthirsty wolf, targeting Ming Yuan. It was he who had attacked his mother. Death was an absolute necessity, Lin Yuan bellowed, his grip tightening around the long blade as he swung it towards Ming Yuan's waist. Seeking death, Ming Yuan scoffed, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he summoned an overwhelming surge of dark energy, effortlessly blocking Lin Yuan's horizontal strike with just 2 fingers. Simultaneously, his other hand coiled into a fist, launching a fierce blow directly towards Lin Yuan's chest. Boom! The terrifying force erupted against Lin Yuan's torso, intertwining Ming Yuan's left arm deeply into his chest, twisting mercilessly. Puff. Lin Yuan's face contorted in agony as he relinquished his blade, grasping Ming Yuan's left arm with both hands. I've got you now, he grinned, his expression reminiscent of a demon. Ming Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, a chill creeping into his heart. What was this creature scheming? Tang Yuan devour. Lin Yuan roared. A pitch-black halo shimmered behind him, revealing the colossal maw of the gluttonous beast. The terrifying force of absorption erupted forth, swiftly consuming Ming Yuan's left arm entirely. The sudden turn of events caught Ming Yuan off guard. The agony of losing his arm elicited a horrific scream from him. Lin Yuan showed no mercy, pressing on relentlessly against Ming Yuan. In his mind, the image of Lin Qingyue's blood-soaked back persisted. Grasping the long blade once more, an overwhelming fury and malevolent energy erupted within him as he furiously slashed at Ming Yuan. With each piece of flesh he severed and consumed, Lin Yuan's strength intensified. This torturous execution elicited agonized cries from Ming Yuan, blood gushing like a fountain. The other celestial guards finally reacted, roaring as they charged forward. Alas, Lin Yuan gazed at Ming Yuan, whose body was already mutilated yet still clung to life, and sighed softly. If he could entirely devour Ming Yuan, he was confident in breaking through to the 8th layer of spiritual connection. However, this was sufficient for now. Moreover, such grievous injuries would render Ming Yuan's existence a living hell. At this moment, Lin Yuan stood as a formidable 7th layer of spiritual connection. He regarded the approaching celestial guards with an icy indifference. Each wound on Lin Qingyue's form was inflicted by these beasts. They all deserved to perish. Chapter 4. A severed blade. Unfathomable hatred. Kill, 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 kill. Boom. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbling. A chilling aura enveloped Lin Yuan. And with each swing of his long blade, a celestial guard's life was inevitably claimed. Having reached the 7th layer of spiritual connection, his strength and malevolence were incomparably more potent than before. Despite lacking training in formidable combat techniques, Lin Yuan wielded the experience of his previous life with an unburdened resolve, executing his strikes with ruthless decisiveness. Even the simplest combat skills transformed into lethal techniques in Lin Yuan's hands. From the depths of the underworld, celestial guards emerged ceaselessly, surprisingly, all possessing the cultivation of the spiritual connection realm. Lin Yuan comprehended something profound as the long blade in his grasp became stained with crimson. Yet he did not cease the harvest of the lives of these celestial guardians. Time became an indistinguishable blur until at last, with the last vestiges of his strength, he felt a celestial guardian of the 5th level. Only then did the unending tide of new guardians from the demon sovereign abode finally come to a halt. Leaning heavily on his long blade, he fought to keep his body from collapsing, casting a cold, piercing gaze towards the entrance of the mansion. More precisely, it was directed at a man approaching slowly from within. The man was adorned in resplendent robes of purple and gold. His tall frame and countenance bore a resemblance to Lin Yuan, with a pair of violet eyes that radiated nobility. Remarkably, he sported a pendant shaped like a tripod dangling from his left ear. Though he merely stood there, he emanated an aura that made him seem like the very epicenter of the universe, as imposing as a mountain. Accompanying him were 2 individuals. One was tall and exuded an iron-blooded aura, his resolute features displaying an air of dominance, scrutinizing Lin Yuan with a piercing gaze. The other was relatively youthful, bearing a slight resemblance to Zhang Li, his eyes never lingering on Lin Yuan, as if he were entirely oblivious to his presence. Impressive, the man remarked, his curiosity evident as he observed Lin Yuan, disregarding the multitude of fallen celestial guardians and the distant, faintly breathing Lin Qingyue. He was none other than Ming Zhongli, one of the 9 great demon sovereigns. Though I am unsure how you acquired such a voracious ability to consume flesh and blood to enhance your cultivation, it matters little now. You have inherited the illustrious surname of the Ming clan, and I can bestow upon you the opportunity to train within the infernal fire demon hall. From this day forth, you shall bear the name Ming Yuan. Kanglin, make the arrangements. Ming Zhongli spoke to himself, simultaneously gesturing to the imposing figures of the demon clan behind him, their gazes fixed on Lin Yuan as if they were admiring a rather intriguing plaything. Yes, Lord Ming. Ming Kanglin replied respectfully, a beaming smile adorning his face as he approached Lin Yuan. Congratulations. From this moment onward, you are officially a member of my Ming clan, and you have received the recognition of Lord Ming. Ming Kanglin remarked with a faint smile, gazing at Lin Yuan. I have slain over 100 Tianming guards. Lin Yuan replied coldly, his eyes devoid of warmth as he regarded Ming Kanglin. So your anger should have subsided, Wouldn't he? Ming Kanglin responded nonchalantly, as if merely discussing the demise of stray dogs. Tianming guards at the spirit communication level? There is an abundance of them. He chuckled softly. This is the demon clan, devoid of any sentiment, where strength reigns supreme. Could Ming Songli truly be so benevolent? It was merely akin to raising pets, observing which one could be of use. In the past, Lin Yuan didn't he even qualify to be a pet. Now, he barely met the criteria. What if I refuse? Will I die? Lin Yuan disregarded Kanglin, focusing instead on lifting Lin Qingwei, beginning to channel energy to her. As Lin Yuan's seemingly casual words fell, not only did Ming Kanglin pause in surprise, but even Ming Songli cast a sidelong glance, a hint of confusion etched on his features. As the son of the Ming Lord, you ought not to be so foolish. Ming Kanglin stated coldly. In the demon clan, the 9 great clans are the most esteemed existence, representing boundless wealth and an unparalleled lineage. No one can refuse the surname bestowed by the 9 great clans. The son of the Dark Lord? Haha. Lin Yuan seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world, and he began to laugh. His laughter was frenzied, mocking. What are you laughing at? Ming Kanglin frowned, a surge of demonic energy emanating from his being. This Lin Yuan truly lacked discernment. It is no wonder he possesses the blood of the human race flowing through his veins. Utterly foolish. Profoundly base. I laugh at your naivety and your sheer stupidity. I laugh at your pride in being a servant to others. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, each word a precious gem. You. Ming Kanglin seethed with rage. Had it not been for Lin Yuan being the son of Ming Songli and currently exhibiting remarkable talent, he would have long since struck him dead with a single blow. The son of the Dark Lord? What a ludicrous title. Indeed, as the son of the Dark Lord, I have endured the humiliation of petty scoundrels alongside my mother for 18 long years. For 18 years, I have been regarded as a disgrace by my younger siblings. For 18 years, I have seen you for the first time. Throughout these 18 years, have you ever cared for my mother or me? Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed intently upon Ming Songli. This was his first encounter with him. Previously, you were unworthy. To gain recognition among the demon race, one must exhibit strength and talent. Ming Songli said indifferently, you escaped from the demon prison and killed so many celestial guards. You have already demonstrated your talent to me. Thus, you are qualified to meet my true self and worthy of my guidance. Ming Songli looked down upon Lin Yuan, his tone as cold and indifferent as eternal ice. This is your glory, and it embodies the aspirations you have harbored for the past 18 years, is it not? As for the humiliation endured previously, without inherent talent and strength, one is fated to be subjugated. If you were akin to Ming Wutian, would anyone dare to defy you, even slightly? Ming Songli remarked indifferently, omitting any mention of Lin Qingwei, for in his eyes, she was merely a human, unworthy of note. The birth of their child was an unexpected turn of fate. Ming Wutian, however, was Songli's most esteemed son, standing resolutely beside Songli without casting a glance at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, do not disappoint Lord Ming's expectations of you. It is time for you to cease your antics. A slight smirk graced Ming Kanglin's lips as he regarded Lin Yuan with derision. To Kanglin, Lin Yuan's lengthy discourse was merely an attempt to draw Lord Ming's attention. Ha! Youthful folly indeed. Ha ha. Yes, how splendid is Ming Wutian. He is truly deserving of being your son. Am I lacking in talent? In these 18 years, have I ever received a modicum of resources from my family? It is solely because I am a half-breed of human and demon blood, inferior to Ming Wutian's pure lineage, a waste sustained by resources. And yet you laud him so highly. How utterly absurd. Lin Yuan laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with scorn. Is Lin Yuan truly lacking in talent? Due to his mixed heritage, he only awakened at the age of 14, yet within a mere 6 months, without any resources. He ascended to the 9th level of qi nourishment. Can such talent truly be deemed weak? However, Ming Songli had never paid attention to this. You bastard. What did you say? Ming Wutian, who had been ignoring Lin Yuan, finally cast a chilling glance in his direction. Shut your mouth. A wretched creature, raised on resources. How dare you speak to me? Lin Yuan glared at Ming Wutian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He was acutely aware that the reason Ming Kuang had been so difficult towards him and his mother was due to Ming Wutian's instigation. Seeking death, Ming Wutian was furious. As if his tail had been stepped on, his maternal lineage was the esteemed Yuan clan, the foremost among the 9 great clans. Thus, from the moment of his birth, he had enjoyed extraordinarily favorable resources. Although his talents were somewhat inferior compared to the unparalleled prodigies of other clans, he still stood at the pinnacle among his peers. Lin Yuan's words struck a painful chord with Ming Wutian. You have the audacity. Say it again. Boom. Terrifying demonic energy surged forth as Ming Wutian glared at Lin Yuan with a fearsome presence. You're getting desperate, just like a rabid dog. Is it time for you to bite? Let us hear you bark first. Lin Yuan mocked without restraint. Die. Ming Wutian completely lost his sanity and struck Lin Yuan's chest with a thunderous punch. Ming Songli and Ming Kanglin observed the scene with cold indifference. Lin Yuan desperately shielded Lin Qingwei, the horrifying sound of bones cracking echoing within him. What right do you have to dictate my actions? Lin Yuan looked at the unmoved Ming Songli, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and forced a bitter smile. Ming Songli was momentarily rendered speechless. In the eyes of Ming Songli, Lin Yuan was merely barely qualified to be his son, incomparable to Ming Wutian. Enough. It was you who spoke disrespectfully first. Had it not been for Ming Wutian's deliberate leniency, you would already be dead. Ming Songli thundered. Haraha. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan erupted into laughter. His gaze fixed on the leisurely retracting fist of Ming Wutian. His expression seemed to convey that sparing his life was a monumental favor. So, are you suggesting that I should thank him? He retorted, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood in fury. This time, Ming Songli fell silent. Yet, even with his composure, being openly scolded by his own son made his countenance darken. I, Lin Yuan, have no connection to you. For 18 years, there has been none. My surname is Lin. Lin Yuan declared resolutely, cradling Lin Qingwei as he turned to leave. You need to consider the consequences of your actions, Ming Songli warned, his voice chilling. Though he did not attempt to stop him. Ha! Lin Yuan scoffed, not breaking his stride. Rascal! Ming Songli fumed. His anger stemmed not from losing Lin Yuan as a son, but from the audacity of Lin Yuan to defy him. Yuan, my son, I am sorry. It is my inadequacy that has caused you suffering. Lin Qingwei, having awoken at some point, gazed at Lin Yuan's sunken chest and the horrific, ghastly wound. Feeling a pang of heartache, tears streaming silently. Mother, I am fine. I shall strive for breath again. They shall all pay a grievous price. Mother, let us return to the human realm. The torrential rain poured down, washing away the blood from Lin Yuan's body. Chapter 5. Slaughter, 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 slaughter. Thunder rumbled ominously as heavy dark clouds loomed in the sky, and large raindrops fell, striking Lin Yuan's emaciated frame. In an effort to shield Lin Qingwei from the rain, he leaned slightly forward, attempting to absorb all the downpour upon himself. Lin Qingwei gazed at Lin Yuan's resolute profile, feeling both heartache and a sense of reassurance. He had grown. Although she remained uncertain about the source of Lin Yuan's newfound strength, as long as he remained unharmed, that was the most favorable outcome. Mother, just hold on a little longer. We will soon be home, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Yet, the tremor in his voice betrayed his unease. Lin Qingwei's injuries were grave. Because Lin Yuan had entered the demon prison, Lin Qingwei had already knelt in the underworld for 3 days and nights, enduring relentless torment at the hands of those celestial demon guards led by Ming Yuan. Were it not for her prior cultivation, she might not have withstood the ordeal until now. From what Lin Yuan knew, Lin Qingwei had once possessed formidable strength and held a prestigious position among the human race. Otherwise, she would not have caught the attention of Ming Songli. Unfortunately, she had later been captured by Ming Songli, who severed her divine bridge and rendered her cultivation useless. Ming Songli, celestial demon guards. A tempest of hatred surged in Lin Yuan's eyes. Ming Yuan dared to mistreat his mother. This was undoubtedly linked to the leader of the celestial demon guards, Ming Kanglin, and Ming Songli. The events of today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Lin Yuan roared within his heart. Mother is unharmed, but it is I who have suffered during this time. Moreover, you have acted somewhat impulsively. Lin Qingwei paid no mind to her injuries. Instead, her concern shifted towards Lin Yuan. She was an exceptionally astute woman, acutely aware of the repercussions that Lin Yuan's actions today would entail. Mother, rest assured. From this day forth, I shall not allow anyone to humiliate us, mother and son. Lin Yuan smiled, fully recognizing that his behavior today was somewhat impulsive. Yet, some matters are simply intolerable. Had he not acted as he did in his past life, he would not have been discovered, ultimately leading to his demise. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Yuan remained steadfast in upholding his principles. But he is still your biological father, Lin Qingwei said after a brief silence, her voice growing hoarse. Some individuals do not deserve the title of father. Mother, I understand your deep-seated hatred for him. I share that sentiment, Lin Yuan replied, his tone icy, making his stance unmistakably clear. Lin Qingwei fell silent, gripping Lin Yuan's hand tighter. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully displaying divine prowess in public. Reward: 2 additional devouring opportunities. Lin Yuan paused momentarily, then inwardly scoffed. This system has quite a delay, doesn't it? Nevertheless, the acquisition of 2 devouring chances brought him immense joy. After utilizing 3 devour opportunities, Lin Yuan had developed a taste for the profound power of the system's abilities. However, he also discerned that this devouring power was not invincible. It could not consume entities far superior to himself, and if the target resisted too fiercely, success would be elusive. Otherwise, he would not have only managed to absorb half of the nether source at that time. Nevertheless, even so, the situation has become exceedingly bizarre. Moreover, the system's capabilities should extend beyond mere consumption. Lin Yuan was astonished to discover that his injuries were gradually healing, exhibiting an immensely powerful self-recovery ability. To manifest one's prowess before others? It seems that maintaining a low profile within the demon realm is simply not an option. Thus, he resolved to upheave the demon tribe, and subsequently seek an opportunity to escort his mother back to the human realm. For returning to the human realm was Lin Qingyue's greatest aspiration. Lin Yuan harbored a profound disdain for the demon tribe. However, being situated deep within the heart of the demon territory made it utterly fantastical for him to envision taking Lin Qingyue back to the human realm in his current state. He must continually enhance his own strength. Lin Yuan silently vowed to himself. Although both Lin Qingyue and he shared the blood of the human race, Lin Yuan was the son of the underworld sovereign. For the sake of the sovereign's so-called dignity, their residence was relatively decent, at least considered upper tier within the city of Mingyuan. It was inscribed with 9 high-level magic gathering arrays, with a concentration of demonic energy tenfold that of the outside world. Previously, Lin Yuan relied solely on these 9 arrays for cultivation, and within just half a year, without any other cultivation resources, he had reached the pinnacle of the Chi-Eater realm. Regrettably, due to the inferiority of the techniques he practiced, his cultivation remained stagnant at the 9th level of the Chi-Eater realm. Lin Qingyue possessed superior techniques, yet those were methods of the human race. In this realm suffused with demonic energy, forcing the practice of human techniques would only lead to catastrophic failure. Upon Lin Yuan's return to his residence, he discovered that the ancient door was ajar, and his keen senses detected the presence of others within. How curious, for I distinctly remember locking the door upon my departure. Lin Qingyue regarded the open door with a hint of perplexity. However, she seemed to grasp the situation quickly, casting a glance at Lin Yuan. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing treasure can lead to trouble. Residing in such a splendid abode within Mingyuan City without commensurate strength would naturally attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Yuaner, please set me down, Lin Qingyue gently implored. Lin Yuan nodded, carefully lowering her to the ground. After continuously channeling his energy to her, Lin Qingyue was now barely able to stand, though her complexion remained pale. Mother, I will go in to take a look, Lin Yuan declared, and upon receiving a nod of assent from Lin Qingyue, he stepped into the home where he had lived for 18 years. The craftsmanship of the demon race, while not as refined as that of the human race, was far from crude. From what Lin Yuan understood, the demon race had increasingly taken an interest in human creations over the past millennium. Otherwise, Demon Lord Songli would not have forcibly taken Lin Qingyue to bear Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan's residence was typically occupied by just himself and Lin Qingyue, it was nonetheless a dwelling with multiple entrances and exits. What a wretched existence, claiming to be the son of the demon sovereign, yet poorer than a beggar. One demon cursed bitterly. Boss, it seems someone has arrived, another demon observed, promptly alerting the others. Indeed, the towering demon, known as Ma Xing, glanced over upon hearing the words, and upon realizing it was merely a youthful lad, his gaze turned scornful. Who are you, and what brings you here? Ma Xing fixated on Lin Yuan, his formidable demonic aura surging forth, undeniably revealing his strength at the 6th level of the spirit connection realm. You dare enter my domain and inquire about my identity? Lin Yuan scoffed, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Ma Xing and his companions. Truly, trouble knows no bounds. Is this truly your domain? Ma Xing and his companions were taken aback. You are Lin Yuan. How did you escape from the demon prison? And what of that human woman? She is dead. Isn't she? One of the demons behind Ma Xing could not help but interject. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed instantaneously. It seemed these individuals were not merely there to pilfer. I never imagined you would escape from the demon prison alive. However, this place shall henceforth be under my dominion. So you may take your leave. After a moment of confusion, Ma Xing regained his composure, his gaze now indifferent as he regarded Lin Yuan. Just a worthless wretch tainted by human blood. Huh. When did wild dogs become so audacious? Lin Yuan replied with a cold chuckle. You seek death. Before Ma Xing could finish his retort, he witnessed Lin Yuan pounce upon him with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. The demonic energy emanating from Lin Yuan revealed his strength at the 7th level of the spirit connection realm. Boom. Lin Yuan's fist collided with Ma Xing's crossed arms. The terrifying impact sending Ma Xing hurtling backward. Those who insult my mother shall meet their end. Lin Yuan's voice, chilling as though it emanated from the depths of hell, sent shivers down the spine. The potent demonic energy surged like flames as Lin Yuan pursued relentlessly, his heavy and forceful fists raining down upon the body of Mo Sheng like a torrential downpour. Each strike caused the demonic aura enveloping Mo Sheng to dissipate continuously, until his flesh and blood became indistinct. Hiss, spare me. Lin Yuan grasped Mo Sheng's neck, lifting him as one would a mere chick. In that moment, Mo Sheng was bereft of his earlier arrogance, his gaze towards Lin Yuan filled with a desperate plea. The demonic beings that accompanied Mo Sheng were now rendered silent, paralyzed by fear in the presence of Lin Yuan, who resembled a god of demons. Too intimidated to strike or flee. Creak. Ignoring Mo Sheng's implorations for mercy, Lin Yuan slowly tightened his grip, distorting Mo Sheng's neck without causing immediate death. The suffocating sensation caused Mo Sheng's terror to surge to its zenith. Spare me. It was Shi Mengli's command. It is not my doing. Mo Sheng struggled desperately, cursing Shi Mengli in his heart 1,000 times. Wasn't it said that Lin Yuan was merely a waste at the 9th level of the Qi absorption realm? This was not right. Shi Mengli. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with brilliance. Shi Mengli, a direct descendant of the Shi clan, one of the 9 great clans of the Abyss. It was once agreed upon by the Nether Sovereign, Ming Songli, and the Corpse Sovereign to betroth Shi Mengli to the next child of Songli. Who would be the 81st child? That child was none other than Lin Yuan himself. Thus, Shi Mengli was to be Lin Yuan's fiancée. Little did the Corpse Sovereign anticipate that Songli's next offspring would be a hybrid of human and demon, bearing the tainted bloodline of humanity. Upon learning of this matter, Shi Mengli naturally made things difficult for Lin Yuan, even resorting to humiliation. Over the past 18 years, she had sent numerous individuals to torment the mother and son. Who could fathom the origins of this situation and survive? Lin Yuan cast his gaze upon the other demons and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. I am aware. My lord, I know everything. One demon, witnessing this, immediately fell to his knees and prostrated himself. Crack. Lin Yuan, observing the scene, swiftly snapped the neck of Mo Sheng and discarded him as if he were refuse. The strength of a 5th-tier spirit conduit was not worthy of him wasting a single opportunity to devour. This spectacle sent a chilling wave of dread coursing through the other demons, rising from their very feet to their heads. Speak. Lin Yuan's gaze fixed upon the demon, his voice calm yet commanding. A few days ago, Lord Shi Mengli approached the chief of Mo Sheng, stating that Lin Yuan, my lord, you are doomed to perish in the demon prison. The human woman has gone to the residence of the underworld lord. Because the chief of Mo Sheng had once inadvertently aided Lord Shi Mengli, she intended to reward him with this residence. Spare us, my lord. We truly had no part in this. The demon pleaded frantically, continuing to bow. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this and inquired, even if I were to die, my mother remains. Is she so certain that she will not return? This. The demon hesitated at the response. Speak. Lin Yuan thundered, his voice resonating like thunder. It is. It is Lord Shi Mengli who said that the human woman will certainly not return, the demon stammered, fear evident in his voice. Crack. The ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet fractured, his eyes glowing an ominous red. The terrifying demonic energy surged forth like a tempest, sweeping away all other demons present. Boom. Lin Yuan's fist struck with the ferocity of a dragon, leaving only the kneeling demon intact while the rest were reduced to mere pulp. Master, the demon trembled. Enveloped in despair, clearly shaken by Lin Yuan's formidable display, Lin Yuan paid him no heed. Instead, he tore a piece of fabric and began inscribing with the blood of the demon. I shall not break my promise. If I say you shall live, then you shall live. His tone had regained composure, yet anyone could discern the seething fury smoldering within him. Return and inform Shi Mengli that she is unworthy of being my fiancée. I shall reclaim this debt 1,000-fold. Lin Yuan cast a blood-written decree towards him. The two most prominent characters glaringly denoting divorce. The demon, quaking with fear, accepted it, daring not to defy in the slightest. Lin Yuan's ruthlessness was evident to him. Begone. Lin Yuan commanded coldly. Thank you, master. Thank you for your mercy. The demon exclaimed, feeling as if a great reprieve had been granted, hastily retreating. Once all was settled, Lin Yuan meticulously cleaned the courtyard before fetching Lin Qingwei. "Yuana, what transpired?" Lin Qingwei inquired, detecting the lingering scent of blood in the air. Lin Yuan hesitated briefly but ultimately recounted the events to her. Lin Qingwei was his closest confidant, and there was nothing he wished to conceal from her. Moreover, Lin Yuan was acutely aware, from memory, that Lin Qingwei was an exceptionally astute woman. Their survival in the demon realm for 18 years hinged entirely on her wisdom. However, the recent incident in the demon abyss proved to be utterly inscrutable. The theft of the Netherfire demon crystal was a burden too great to bear, even if no one truly believed it. After listening to the entire account, Lin Qingwei appeared somewhat troubled. The mere presence of the Nethermad was already a significant concern, and now the addition of Shimo Ling only exacerbated the situation. Furthermore, Shimo Ling wielded considerable influence. "Mother, there is no need for concern. I have grown stronger and will not allow anyone to bully us again," Lin Yuan declared with a smile, attempting to alleviate Lin Qingwei's worries. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwei gazed deeply at her son. The extent of Lin Yuan's transformation left her, as a mother, somewhat astonished. However, recognizing that there were matters Lin Yuan preferred to keep to himself, she refrained from pressing further. "My dear Yuan, while your strength has indeed advanced considerably, we are in the abyss of darkness, where formidable foes abound. This level of power is still rather insignificant." Songli is correct. Training in the Netherfire Demon Palace is the most prudent choice, as it will maximize your chances of safeguarding yourself, Lin Qingwei advised. Despite her intense hatred for Songli, her child's fate took precedence over her vendetta. "My mother, I am confident. I will not entangle myself with Songli ever again. Moreover, he shall inevitably pay the price for his actions," Lin Yuan asserted with unwavering resolve. The 9 great clans of the Abyssal Abyss each possess their own sanctuaries for nurturing the next generation of power. Among them lies the Hall of Infernal Flames, where the current heir, Ming Wutian, has already ascended to the realm of sanctity at such a tender age. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin Qingyue's brows knitted together in concern. "Oh, my child, why must you be so obstinate?" Suddenly, she was overtaken by a violent fit of coughing, her complexion paling as she spat forth a stream of dark, viscous blood. Her body swayed precariously. "Mother!" Lin Yuan exclaimed in alarm, his expression fraught with worry as he rushed to support Lin Qingwei. At that moment, her breath was faint, and she bore no trace of color upon her face. Lin Yuan could only continuously channel his energy into her, desperately striving to sustain her life. The demonic energy had invaded her body, and if not addressed promptly to purge the chaotic malevolence, even divine intervention would be futile. In a frenzy, Lin Yuan scoured his memory until he pinpointed a precious herb, the Star Spirit Flower. As the son of the Infernal Sovereign, although Lin Yuan faced numerous restrictions on resources, he found solace in the abundance of knowledge contained in books, which remained unbarred. Perhaps Ming Kuang and his ilk believed that mere knowledge, devoid of corresponding resources, was meaningless and would only serve to exacerbate Lin Yuan's plight. Thus, despite the lack of resources for cultivation, he amassed a wealth of insight, a notion originally proposed by Lin Qingwei. The Star Spirit Flower, a 6th-tier medicinal herb, possesses the remarkable ability to expel all impurities from the body, even repairing damaged organs. It is truly a sacred remedy for internal injuries. In this world, precious materials are classified from 1st to 9th tier, with the higher tiers being increasingly rare and invaluable. Beyond the 9th rank, the existence of sacred herbs prevails. A single sacred herb is sufficient to incite competition among the saints. Even 6th-grade medicinal materials can stir the hearts of extraordinary beings, far beyond the reach of Lin Yuan's current capabilities. Cough, cough. Mother is fine. You honor, since childhood. I have shared with you tales and vistas beyond the extreme abyss. That is the magnificent landscape belonging to the human race. In the future, you must return to the human realm on my behalf, all right? Lin Qingwei managed a weak smile. Lin Yuan fell into silence, memories surging like a tide. Though he had traversed into this world, these memories were indelibly etched in the depths of his mind, resonating with him as if they were his own. Mother, I assure you, I will not let anything happen to you. Lin Yuan forced back tears, offering a smile in return. He understood that this was Lin Qingyue's glimmer of hope, meant to prevent him from succumbing to despair after her passing. I know. Yuana is a strong child and will not disappoint me. Lin Qingyu nodded, yet her heart held no illusions. She was acutely aware of her own condition. However, seeing Lin Yuan grow stronger, she felt a profound sense of reassurance about her departure. Mother, I am stepping out for a moment. This is a communication stone. If anything arises, you must contact me without delay. Lin Yuan handed the communication stone, obtained from the prison guard Tian Mingwei, to Lin Qingwei. This stone could be likened to a mobile phone in this world, albeit with a rather singular function. It allowed communication solely between the two of them. Moreover, there exists a limitation of distance. The further one is, the longer the delay in receiving messages. This is an intermediate communication magic stone, beyond 100,000 miles. Messages can no longer be received. Mother is aware. Lin Qingwei put away the communication magic stone. You honor, act with careful consideration before proceeding, and deliberate before taking action. Lin Qingwei was uncertain of Lin Yuan's intentions, yet she still offered her counsel. I understand, mother. Lin Yuan cast one last glance at Lin Qingwei before resolutely stepping out of the courtyard. The 9 great clans of Jiyuan each possess exceptional cultivation grounds for nurturing their descendants' powers. In contrast, the other demon clans have collectively established a training facility known as the Hall of All Demons. Presently, the hall is presided over by Yang Ming. Though not one of the 9 great clans, his clan is still regarded as noble among the demon race. Furthermore, Yang Ming is an exceedingly capable hall master. And under his guidance, the fresh forces of the Hall of All Demons have come remarkably close to rivaling even the weakest among the 9 great clans. The Hall of Underworld Fire. Lin Yuan's destination for this journey is none other than the Hall of All Demons, situated in the city of Tianma. The hall is adjacent to the city of Mingyuan, a place rife with chaos. Notably, it is even more tumultuous than Mingyuan. It is said that this disorder is tacitly permitted by the master of the hall. Within Jiyuan, 10 colossal cities collectively form its core, with each of the 9 great clans governing one city, while the remaining demons control Tianma City. Each city stretches for thousands of miles, towering magnificently, and is divided into inner and outer cities. The cities are interconnected by teleportation arrays. Ahead lies the Hall of All Demons. Take another step forward, and death awaits. Before the Hall of Demons, several celestial demon guards cast malevolent glances at Lin Yuan, who approached with unwavering determination. Despite being merely a youth, the aura emanating from him was terrifying, suggesting a soul tempered by countless battles. I seek to meet Lord Yangming, Lin Yuan stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon the celestial demon guards, unambiguously revealing his intent. To meet the Lord of the Hall? The guards exchanged glances, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. I wondered who it was. Is that not Lin Yuan? The one flowing with the contemptible blood of the human race. Have you been expelled from the City of the Abyss? One of the celestial demon guards recognized Lin Yuan, his laughter dripping with derision and malice. How could one with such ignoble blood be the son of the Dark Sovereign? He is unworthy. He tarnishes the noble lineage of the Dark Sovereign. This malicious sentiment was instantly perceived by the ever-vigilant Lin Yuan. If you do not yield, then death awaits. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. As if an enormous beast roared behind him, he surged forward like a cannonball, aiming a fierce punch at the chest of the most loquacious celestial demon guard. The guard, unfazed, crossed his arms to block the strike, confident in his prowess as an 8th-level spirit connection practitioner. He believed that if he could withstand Lin Yuan's ferocious blow, it would soon be his turn to crush the youth. As this thought crossed his mind, the malice in his eyes intensified. Lin Yuan, observing the guard's actions, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. He retracted his fist, transforming it into claws, and seized the guard's crossed arms with both hands. Fool, you. The celestial demon guard, witnessing Lin Yuan's sudden shift in tactics, was about to unleash a tirade of mockery when, to his astonishment, a pitch-black halo inexplicably materialized behind Lin Yuan. Following the halo, a fearsome colossal beast gaped wide, unleashing an unfathomable suction that instantly ensnared and devoured him whole. The celestial demon guard emitted a harrowing scream, awakening the others who had intended to merely spectate. They could hardly fathom how a being of the 9th spiritual realm could falter against someone of the 7th spiritual realm. It was utterly inconceivable. Attack! Kill him! The multitude of celestial demon guards bellowed in unison, and at that moment, Lin Yuan erupted with an overwhelming force that hurled several formidable celestial demon guards away. Creak, creak. The air around Lin Yuan was thick with demonic energy, accompanied by a disconcerting sound of gnashing. A celestial demon guard of the 9th spiritual realm was effortlessly consumed. However, Lin Yuan realized that the 9th spiritual realm was indeed his limit. Any further advancement would surpass his capacity to endure. It was not the system that was weak, but rather his own inadequacy. Thus, I shall charge forth. Yang Ming, come to me. Lin Yuan's demonic energy surged forth, his aura unmistakably that of the 9th spiritual realm. Boom, boom, like a fierce tiger. Lin Yuan plunged into the demon hall, and not a single celestial demon guard could stand against him as he passed. Blood of demons drenched the ground with every 10 steps he took, until Lin Yuan found himself face to face with a strikingly handsome member of the demon race, who scrutinized him intently, causing alarm bells to ring within his heart. Powerful. Exceedingly powerful. Lin Yuan? I have heard that you have recently emerged from the abyss and caused quite a commotion at that esteemed residence. Why do you, not lingering in the city of the abyss, come to my hall of demons? The demon clan gazed at Lin Yuan with curiosity, disregarding the previously fallen celestial demon guards as mere insignificant beings lacking potential. Who are you to summon Yongming to meet me? Lin Yuan's body tensed as he fixed his gaze upon the demon before him. Yu Tianming, the handsome demon, smiled faintly. The Yu clan, while not one of the 9 major clans of the abyss, is nonetheless a lineage of considerable nobility within the demon realm, second only to those esteemed clans. To seek an audience with the Hall Master, you lack the requisite qualifications, unless you can withstand a single strike from me. Chapter 8. Devouring the moon and plucking the stars, masters of the Hall of Demons, a single strike. As Yu Tianming's words resonated, an unmistakable aura emanated from him, distinctly altering the atmosphere. There was no overwhelming surge of power, rather, it was an eerie calmness. Yet beneath this tranquility lay an energy that caused Lin Yuan's skin to prickle painfully. Refinement of the spirit? No, it is transcendence. This Yu Tianming undoubtedly possesses the prowess of the transcendent realm, though the demise of a few inconsequential individuals should not concern me. Remaining idle would tarnish the reputation of my Hall of Demons. This strike, you must endure. Should you perish, it would be a consequence of your own recklessness and lack of strength. Yu Tianming regarded Lin Yuan with indifference, then clasped his hands together. A mesmerizing, purplish full moon materialized between his palms, exuding a chilling and perilous aura. Supreme divine transformation, celestial demon moon. The voice of Yu Tianming resonated in Lin Yuan's ears. And then with a gentle push of both palms, the purple full moon advanced steadily towards him, having already locked onto him. There was no escape. It was indeed a divine-level combat technique. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened immediately. The technique of Yuling Yenshin, a manifestation of unparalleled destiny, represents the classification of combat skills in this realm. Each level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Lin Yuan had previously only practiced a few techniques at the Yuling level, the power of which was exceedingly limited. However, the divine-level combat technique was entirely different. It was only at this level that a cultivator's true strength could be revealed. The upper-grade divine technique wielded by the extraordinary Yu Tianming was formidable beyond measure, far beyond what Lin Yuan could withstand at present. Only one last opportunity to devour remained. As the purple full moon drew near, a manic glint flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. The voracious devouring could encompass far more than mere living beings. In heaven and on earth, nothing was beyond its grasp. A roar echoed through the silent expanse, reminiscent of a primordial beast bellow. Behind Lin Yuan, a pitch-black halo materialized, and the colossal silhouette of a beast surged forth from the void, its gaping maw filling the entire circle, casting shadows upon the light of the world. Devour! Lin Yuan roared, and a tremendous pull erupted forth. The terrifyingly potent purple full moon was instantly drawn in and swallowed whole by the beast. Boom! Lin Yuan immediately felt as if something within him had exploded violently. His entire body swelled like a balloon, and rivulets of blood oozed from every pore, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson within moments. Such formidable power! Lin Yuan let out a pained roar, as the force threatened to shatter him. If he could not withstand it, this fleeting journey might come to an abrupt end. Be still. Lin Yuan's will was indomitable. In his previous life as an undercover police officer, he had endured torment that was no less severe than the agony he faced now. A roar erupted from the depths of his being, as if sensing Lin Yuan's ironclad resolve. The originally ferocious force was forcibly subdued and ultimately sealed within his dantian through Lin Yuan's relentless efforts. The dantian is the foundation of cultivation. That was close. Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. He had narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, he possessed extraordinary abilities. Yu Tianming gazed in astonishment at Lin Yuan, who, despite being covered in blood, maintained a remarkably steady aura. The disdain he once harbored began to dissipate. A moment ago, when the world had darkened, he had failed to comprehend how Lin Yuan had achieved this feat. However, that was of little consequence. As long as Lin Yuan proved his prowess and talent, it sufficed. It seemed he had misjudged him. Should I call you Brother Lin? Yu Tianming chuckled, his demeanor having undergone a significant transformation. So, may I meet Yongming now? Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Yu Tianming. This fellow had nearly taken his life. You lack the qualifications. Yu Tianming smiled amiably at Lin Yuan, who remained silent, his eyes locked onto Yu Tianming like a predatory beast. What a truly uninteresting fellow you are. Your qualifications are indeed insufficient, yet mine are ample. Follow me. After a brief moment, Yu Tianming, noticing Lin Yuan's composed demeanor rather than an outburst of rage, appeared somewhat disappointed but nonetheless turned to venture deeper into the Hall of Demons. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to follow. The architectural style of the Hall of Demons was exceedingly peculiar, with a haphazard arrangement of various bizarre structures and statues that lacked any semblance of cohesion. Anyone with obsessive tendencies would likely find it unbearable to remain even for a second. However, this randomness also revealed the diverse and chaotic nature of the hall, where practitioners were selected from among the myriad clans of the Jiuan lineage. This stood in stark contrast to the singularity of the 9 major clans of Jiuan. Naturally, the competition was far more brutal and merciless. It seemed that this individual held a position of considerable stature within the Hall of Demons. As they proceeded, Lin Yuan observed that the formidable demonic beings they encountered regarded Yu Tianming with great respect, even fear, including several individuals who exuded an aura of unfathomable power. His previous estimations had been misguided. This individual was no ordinary transcendent. It was impossible for him to be at the saint level, for otherwise I would not have been able to withstand that attack. He must be at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm. Lin Yuan's perception of the danger posed by Yu Tianming escalated dramatically. They arrived. The hall master is within. Suddenly, Yu Tianming halted, his expression turning grave. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze and, in stark contrast to the grandeur of the residence of Ming Congli in the city of Mingyuan, the abode of the hall master was remarkably simple, even rudimentary. It was nothing more than a modest stone dwelling, inferior to Lin Yuan's current lodgings. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and glanced at Yu Tianming. "Follow me," he commanded. Satisfied with Lin Yuan's expression, Yu Tianming promptly led the way into the stone house, with Lin Yuan trailing closely behind. Upon entering the stone house, the space before them suddenly fractured, revealing a dazzling spectacle. Lin Yuan was astonished to discover that he was amidst a vast sea of stars, where countless celestial bodies flickered, vanished, and were reborn. Above this astral expanse loomed a towering, obsidian edifice, a colossal tower with 13 levels, connected at its pinnacle to a star that shone with the brilliance of a sun. The astonishing energy emanating from it stirred something deep within Lin Yuan. He pondered the potential of consuming that star. The thought of his cultivation soaring to unimaginable heights was tantalizing. Yet, considering his current physique, he worried that even if he succeeded in swallowing it, his body might not withstand the strain. "Lord, this is Lin Yuan, who wishes to meet you," Yu Tianming announced, gently placing a hand on his shoulder as he bowed towards the tower. "I understand. Let him come forth," a gentle voice resonated, echoing in the ears of Lin Yuan and Yu Tianming, just as Yu Tianming prepared to nod in agreement. He was taken aback to see Lin Yuan already making his way toward the star tower. This fellow Yu Tianming was momentarily speechless, then chuckled softly before departing the scene. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for showcasing the power of the system's devouring capabilities before the Hall of Demons. Reward: 3 opportunities for devouring." As Lin Yuan stepped into the star tower, the mechanical voice of the system echoed simultaneously. "Such a high delay," Lin Yuan mused, shaking his head. However, as the system had only recently activated, he found it somewhat understandable. "Ding! Gratitude to the host for understanding. This system will undoubtedly achieve 0 latency henceforth." Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The system exhibited quite a degree of humanity. Oddly enough, despite his perception indicating that he had just entered the star tower, he found himself at the pinnacle in the blink of an eye. At the summit of the star tower, the light of countless stars shimmered down upon him. Amidst this celestial brilliance stood a refined figure draped in a robe of purple and gold, the elegant demon known as Yang Ming. "You have finally arrived," Yang Ming remarked warmly, his gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. Chapter 9. The Divine and Demon Forbidden Classics, Shocking the Legion of Demons. At the zenith of the stars, Yang Ming regarded Lin Yuan with a gentle demeanor. His eyes, glimmering like starlight, seemed to harbor boundless wisdom, capable of perceiving the essence of all that exists. Did he anticipate my arrival? Lin Yuan pondered, regarding the amiable Yang Ming before him. Although he sensed no malice emanating from this figure, an instinctive tremor within him indicated that he was confronted with a remarkably formidable entity. Even in the absence of the formidable Ming Congli, the disparity in power was likely negligible. "Your cultivation is exceedingly tenuous. If you do not promptly solidify it, the path to sanctity will remain elusive," Yang Ming observed, his gaze penetrating Lin Yuan's very essence, instantly discerning the crux of his current predicament. Most of Lin Yuan's current prowess stemmed from the act of devouring, rendering any stability in his realm quite remarkable. Moreover, he had recently absorbed a high-grade divine technique from Yu Tianming, causing a slight overflow of energy. No matter. Lin Yuan replied with a subtle shrug. He then discreetly activated his innate devouring power to begin consolidating his realm. Unstable cultivation? With my ability, I need not fear this. Yang Ming's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. He was indeed a reckless youth, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. As someone who had traversed the path before him, he was acutely aware of the terrifying repercussions of an unstable realm. Such instability was sufficient to halt even the most extraordinary prodigies before they could attain the sacred realm. Do you comprehend the grave consequences of an unsteady state? In those bygone days, observing Lin Yuan, whose realm had gradually solidified like a rock, Yang Ming found his intended words abruptly stifled. Even with his extensive experience, it was his first encounter with such a hasty stabilization of a realm. Was it truly this effortless? Yang Ming's gaze towards Lin Yuan shifted, realizing that the secrets possessed by this young man were indeed extraordinary. Yet, that was of little consequence. In the demon tribe, as long as one possessed formidable talent and strength, all else paled in comparison. I understand your desires, but you must provide me, the lord of this domain. With a compelling reason, Yang Ming maintained an impassive expression as he scrutinized Lin Yuan. Although the star spirit flower was not an exceptionally rare item. Why should I bestow it upon you to save that human woman? Yang Ming turned, his gaze drifting towards the boundless sea of stars, awaiting Lin Yuan's response. I can lead the younger generation of the demon halls and crush the 9 great clans of the extreme abyss. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his voice brimming with confidence. This confidence stemmed from the system. In the face of such audacious claims, Yang Ming merely smiled indifferently. Do you possess the qualifications for such aspirations? I have heard that the patriarch of the Yang clan is omniscient and capable of glimpsing into the future. If I am incapable, would you allow me to stand here? Lin Yuan responded with a steadfast demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming finally regarded Lin Yuan with a serious expression. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. Yang Ming chuckled softly. The celestial spirit flower can be bestowed upon you, provided you agree to 2 conditions set forth by this lord. What are the conditions? Lin Yuan inquired, his demeanor cautious as he refrained from immediately acquiescing to Yang Ming. The first condition is that you must slay Ming Kuang, Yang Ming stated with an air of indifference. Only by eliminating Ming Kuang can Lin Yuan sever ties with the Ming sovereign, allowing Yang Ming to smoothly welcome Lin Yuan into the realm of demons. Furthermore, this serves as a test for Lin Yuan, should he fall to Ming Kuang. It would merely indicate that he is unworthy of Yang Ming's personal guidance into the demon domain. Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan assented. For Ming Kuang was indeed a target he sought to eliminate. If this lord's judgment is not mistaken, you are likely practicing the most fundamental technique of the demon clan. The Qi demon art, correct? Yang Ming observed Lin Yuan with unwavering certainty. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. His resources had been firmly restricted by Ming Kuang and others. And within the depths of the extreme abyss, he was limited to training in the demon's arts, thus he had no choice but to practice this rudimentary Qi demon art, a technique of inferior spiritual rank. This lord has collected over 10,000 techniques from the extreme abyss, among which are not lacking those of unparalleled caliber. The second condition is that you must successfully cultivate a technique of unparalleled rank. Otherwise, you shall not have the qualifications to enter my demon realm. Yang Ming regarded Lin Yuan with an expression devoid of emotion. Among the young scions of the 9 great clans, who is not an extraordinary talent, a prodigy of unmatched prowess? They all cultivate the most formidable unparalleled techniques, and should Lin Yuan be unable to master one, he would lack the standing to challenge them. Is it truly that simple? Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Are these conditions? This feels more like a gift. Had it not been for his belief in Lin Qingwei, Lin Yuan might have suspected that his mother had been unfaithful to him, and that Yang Ming was his true father. Simple? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's audacious remarks, even Yang Ming, with his cultivated demeanor, could not suppress a laugh tinged with anger. How many among the exceptional talents of the extreme abyss could truly master unparalleled techniques? Among the younger generation of the entire demon palace, only 2 had succeeded in their cultivation. Let me witness for myself what you deem simple. With a sweeping gesture, Yang Ming unleashed a divine-like force, casting Lin Yuan into the 9th level of the Star Tower. When Lin Yuan regained his senses, he found himself amidst a dazzling sea of stars. He reached out to grasp a star, only to encounter a slight resistance that caused him to frown. Gathering his strength, a jade slip materialized in his hand. It was a lower-grade divine refinement technique, the Battle Demon Classic. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted as he realized that each star represented a unique technique or combat skill. How enlightening. His eyes lifted toward the horizon, where 7 stars radiated with a resplendent glow. These 7 stars floated like suns, while the surrounding stars merely served as a backdrop, scattered with flickering lights. If Lin Yuan's intuition was correct, the true essence of unparalleled techniques resided within those 7 stars. Abandoning the technique in his grasp, Lin Yuan's determination solidified as he navigated through the sea of stars, making his way toward the 7 luminous orbs. Destiny. What do you think that lad can achieve in terms of mastering unparalleled techniques? Yang Ming inquired, observing the tardy Yu Tianming. Do you believe that boy can cultivate to the level of unparalleled techniques? Yu Tianming felt a surge of astonishment upon hearing this. That young man was indeed extraordinary. Even the Lord of the Hall could not see through him. Yang Ming smiled slightly, revealing a contemplative expression. It was remarkable that someone of the Lord's supreme caliber could be so mystified. Yu Tianming's heart trembled with intensity. It is well known that Yang Ming is hailed as the foremost intellect of the demon clan. Apart from the demon lords of the 9 great clans and that one who slumbers deep within the abyss, no other demon could possess secrets in Yang Ming's presence. If I recall correctly, you are cultivating the unparalleled low-grade moon-will sacred demon art, are you not? Yang Ming remarked with a gentle smile. Yu Tianming nodded in acknowledgement. Mastering such an extraordinary technique had always been his greatest asset and pride. Ah, what a formidable resistance! Lin Yuan lay upon a colossal star, his hands embedded within it. At this juncture, Lin Yuan had come to an understanding. This star served as a gauge of potential. To cultivate the unparalleled technique, one must shatter the star. Without sufficient potential, it would be utterly impossible to break it. Shatter for me, Lin Yuan bellowed, as terrifying demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into his hands before he unleashed a tremendous force. Boom! The star shattered, and a torrent of immense information flooded into Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness. Unparalleled low-grade. Great demon of heaven. Successful cultivation would allow the refinement of great demon energy, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. As Lin Yuan absorbed the information within his soul's ocean, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Since he had arrived, he sought nothing but the best. Subsequently, Lin Yuan's gaze settled upon the most resplendent star, and with a flicker of movement, he ascended to the largest and brightest star. An astonishing force of repulsion emanated from within. What could it be? Just as Lin Yuan was about to plunge his hands into the stars, his gaze suddenly shifted, fixating on a pitch-black demonic pillar that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the surrounding stars were orbiting this colossal pillar, including the 7 stars that harbored unparalleled techniques. Divine, demonic, forbidden, classic. Lin Yuan stared at the pillar, as if witnessing an epic battle between ancient titans and primordial deities. The celestial order shattered, all laws extinguished. What level of technique was this? Abandoning the stars beneath him, Lin Yuan's focus remained locked on the demonic pillar. Yet, apart from the 4 characters of the Forbidden Divine Classic, he could glean nothing else. If comprehension eluded him, then he would consume it. Lin Yuan understood that the Forbidden Divine Classic was undoubtedly an unprecedentedly powerful technique, at least of unparalleled upper-tier caliber. Since he had glimpsed it, how could he allow it to slip away? Roaring with fury, a thunderous bellow erupted, and a dark halo materialized behind Lin Yuan, revealing the phantom of a gluttonous beast, exuding an aura of ancient savagery. Devour it! Lin Yuan bellowed, unleashing a terrifying force of consumption that tugged at the formidable pillar. The heavens and stars shimmered as if gripped by fear, with many stars shattering explosively, inadvertently consumed by Lin Yuan. Finally, the pillar, which seemed to uphold the cosmos, was drawn closer to Lin Yuan, beginning to be devoured piece by piece. A torrent of immense information surged violently into Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness, revealing vivid images of ancient titans clashing with primordial deities. The celestial order has been obliterated. The mighty deities have fallen, and the ancient demons have perished, presenting a scene reminiscent of world annihilation. Yet, this demonic pillar remarkably endured through the cataclysmic battle, witnessing the entirety of the event. The forbidden scriptures of gods and demons. The great summary demonic pillar. In Lin Yuan's mind, the ancient echoes of demonic resonance reverberated like the tolling of a mighty bell. Boom! As the great summary demonic pillar was completely consumed by Lin Yuan, a colossal wave of demonic energy surged forth from his being, erupting towards the celestial tower, even piercing through this segment of the cosmic sea. What is happening? Yang Ming, sensing the profound aura of this demonic essence, was taken aback. Within the cosmic sea, stars flickered into oblivion and were reborn, an endless cycle repeating. while terrifying spatial rifts appeared in certain areas. This heralds imminent collapse. Let us depart. Yang Ming seized the flustered Tianming and activated the celestial tower, swiftly extricating themselves from this cosmic sea. Boom, boom, boom. The cosmic sea fell into complete silence. Visions of ancient struggles between gods and demons materialized above the heavenly demon city. Ancient, potent, mysterious. Such an ancient aura. What could it be? Has the primordial demon manifested in the mortal realm? Within the abyss of extremes, formidable entities turned their gaze towards the unfolding events. The blood moon of the burial ground seeped crimson tears, and the river of reincarnation at the end of the yellow springs surged skyward. Ancient wills, long dormant in the depths of the abyss, unleashed terrified howls. This lad, could he have stirred that entity? Yang Ming's expression grew grave as he fixated on the celestial tower. He could sense that on the 9th level of the tower, an astonishing demonic essence was awakening. Chapter 10, The Eye of Gods and Demons, The Power of the Soul. 9th level of the Starry Tower. Lin Yuan stood completely bare, his ebony hair swirling wildly. Ancient and powerful figures materialized around him, roaring titans and primordial gods who cleaved the fabric of existence. The collapse of the heavenly path manifested as intricate, chaotic diagrams of celestial laws interwoven in the air. A low growl, reminiscent of both man and beast, escaped Lin Yuan's lips as he was enveloped in a swirling aura of demonic light. His presence became increasingly frenzied and audacious. He had begun to cultivate the 1st level of the demon and god canon, the chaotic demon of madness. Upon mastering this initial stage, the demonic energy within him surged into a turbulent frenzy, yet maintained a remarkable equilibrium. In combat, the unleashed power was extraordinarily wild, capable of achieving 3 times the normal output. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan's left eye shimmered with a violet hue, while his right glowed a radiant gold. One eye embodied the essence of demonhood, the other that of divinity. Such a formidable technique, likely surpassing the unparalleled tier, stirred profound astonishment within Lin Yuan. After absorbing the great Sumera demon pillar, he had fully comprehended the demon and god canon, understanding its overwhelming nature. The canon comprises 9 levels, each breakthrough signifying a qualitative transformation. Although Lin Yuan had the advantage of the system and had completely grasped the canon, his insufficient cultivation left him at the 1st tier. However, once his cultivation was adequate, advancement through the canon would occur naturally and effortlessly. Lin Yuan estimated that reaching the 2nd level would likely require a breakthrough into the extraordinary realm. Clenching his fist, he gathered the turbulent demonic energy at his fingertips, releasing an astonishing wave of power. With my current cultivation at the 9th layer of spirit communication, I need not harbor any fear even when confronted by a formidable being of the spirit refinement realm. Feeling the surge of power within me, Lin Yuan was immensely satisfied. Although my cultivation level remained unchanged, my strength had transformed drastically, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. This formidable enhancement was bestowed by the high-grade cultivation method. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the Eye of Demons and Gods, resonated the system's mechanical voice within Lin Yuan's mind. The Eye of Demons and Gods? Lin Yuan touched his eyes and was taken aback to discover that his perception had magnified exponentially compared to before. In a radius of 10 miles, no movement could escape his awareness. However, such an imposing name as the Eye of Demons and Gods surely implied more than mere heightened perception. System. What powers does the Eye of Demons and Gods possess? Lin Yuan inquired. The Eye of Demons and Gods harbors the ancient powers of both demons and true gods. Requiring the host to continuously develop it, the system responded. Lin Yuan understood that it was his insufficient cultivation that prevented him from unleashing the full potential of the eye. Nonetheless, he was still exceedingly pleased. Moreover, his gains were far from over. Within Lin Yuan's energy stood a towering pillar of demonic energy, radiating an astonishing aura. The great Susumi demon pillar. Yang Ming, what has transpired? Above the city of heavenly demons, dense clouds of darkness gathered, casting the entire world into shadow. Several towering and terrifying phantoms emerged, exuding an aura capable of collapsing the heavens and the earth. Yang Ming, the lord of the demon halls, first bowed slightly to the demon lords, then smiled faintly, saying, "There seems to be an issue with the Star Tower, and I must trouble you, esteemed demon lords, to make a personal visit." The Star Tower? Ming Songli furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The Star Tower is the most formidable sacred magic artifact of Yang Ming, originating from the ancient demon clan. If that exceedingly high level of aura emanates from the Star Tower, it would indeed make sense. So it is. Yang Ming, has something gone awry with the Star Tower? Do you require my assistance to examine it? The corpse sovereign, Shimo Tian, remarked with a sinister smile. The Star Tower, being an ancient sacred magic artifact, holds significant allure even for the demon sovereigns of the 9 great clans. However, Yang Ming's formidable strength, coupled with the mutual checks and balances among the 9 clans, has allowed the Star Tower to remain in his possession. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Motion. However, this minor issue does not necessitate your intervention, Yang Ming replied casually, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. What a pity, Shimo Tian responded indifferently. Since there is nothing amiss, we shall take our leave. Ming Sonli cast a detached glance at the Star Tower beneath Yang Ming, acutely sensing Lin Yuan's presence. Yet, he did not associate the recent anomaly with Lin Yuan. He is unworthy. Do not act foolishly, Ming Sonli remarked coolly, his projection dissipating into the cosmos. The other demon sovereigns exchanged curious glances at Yang Ming before departing in succession. Humph, Yang Ming snorted coldly. It seems that harmony among the demon sovereigns is a rarity. Lin Yuan emerged from the Star Tower, contemplating the situation. However, given the nature of the demon clan, it would indeed be strange if they were harmonious. Whoosh! Yang Ming's figure suddenly appeared before Lin Yuan, his gaze locked intently upon him. You have moved that pillar. Yang Ming was the first to speak. Since one intends to cultivate, one must naturally choose the best, mustn't one? Lin Yuan replied with neither humility nor arrogance. Are you implying that within that pillar lies a technique? Yang Ming felt a sense of wonder. That pillar had remained on the 9th level ever since he acquired the Star Tower. He had attempted to subdue it in the past, but to no avail. This realization made Yang Ming acutely aware of the pillar's extraordinary nature. Yet, he had not anticipated that it contained a technique. Lin Yuan did not withhold information. He activated the first level of the Divine Demon Forbidden Cannon, revealing it to Yang Ming. It was chaotic and turbulent, yet exceedingly balanced. Yang Ming's gaze trembled. Such a marvel could only signify a peerless technique. There was even a significant possibility that it was of the highest tier. Techniques of such caliber were exceedingly rare, even within the entire demon clan. In response to Yang Ming's inquiry, Lin Yuan held nothing back. In the demon clan, one must boldly exhibit their innate prowess to earn respect and recognition. It seems I have underestimated you, remarked the lord of this domain. Furthermore, your eyes appear to have become remarkably extraordinary. Yang Ming's gaze deepened. At that moment, Lin Yuan's pupils shimmered with gold and purple, starkly different from those of ordinary demons and humans. Although Yang Ming lacked knowledge of the divine demon eyes, his keen insight allowed him to perceive the uniqueness of Lin Yuan's gaze. Additionally, he was astonished to discover that Lin Yuan's soul power had significantly increased. In this world, there existed not only the path of martial cultivation but also practitioners of soul power. The practitioners of soul power possess abilities that are more mysterious and extraordinary than those of martial artists. They can summon winds and rain, command thunder and fire. And upon reaching profound mastery, they can even influence the elemental balance of an entire realm. However, compared to the training of martial arts, the cultivation of soul power is considerably more arduous, and the methods of practice are exceedingly rare. Consequently, soul power practitioners are exceptionally scarce, often existing as a singular lineage. Typically, an ordinary martial artist can attain a soul power level of 1 yuan, while those who reach the realm of saints can achieve a normal soul power level of 5 yuan. The combat prowess derived solely from soul power at this level is equivalent to that of extraordinary beings. Astonishingly, Lin Yuan's current soul power strength has reached an impressive level of 3 yuan. It can be asserted that Lin Yuan can now contend with average practitioners of the spirit refinement realm solely through his soul power. Should he cultivate his soul power to 9 yuan, his soul could undergo a transformation into his sacred soul, earning him the title of Saint of Soul Power, endowed with combat capabilities far surpassing those of typical saints. Indeed, he may possess the ability to determine the fate of saints with a mere glance. Lin Yuan reflected on his eye of demons and gods, speaking with a sense of nonchalance. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's audacious proclamation, even with Yang Ming's composed mindset, he paused momentarily. You truly lack any semblance of modesty. Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting caught in the wind? Yang Ming laughed heartily, showing no sign of disdain. In the demon race, if one possesses talent and strength, they have every right to be proud. Given your current power, a mere Ming Kuang is unworthy to be your opponent. Nevertheless, you still need to eliminate him. It is time for you to return. Yang Ming seemed to anticipate something, extending his hand to unleash a star that tore through the fabric of space, promptly sending Lin Yuan away without a word. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly became aware of something. The communication crystal in his hand emitted intense vibrations. Chapter 11. The Edict of the Underworld Sovereign. The judgment duel in the city of Mingyuan. Within the inner city, despicable human race. Were it not for you, I would have long surpassed Ming Wutian. In the small courtyard where Lin Yuan and his mother resided, the white-haired Ming Kuang gazed at the terrified Lin Qingwei with a sinister expression. At that moment, Lin Qingwei clutched the communication crystal tightly, which shimmered with an unusual glow. This scene did not escape Ming Kuang's notice. It appears your worthless son does not care much for you, he sneered, failing to detect Lin Yuan's presence, his anger mounting. The terrifying aura of his demonic power surged forth, pressing down on Lin Qingwei, further exacerbating her already frail state. He could never have imagined that the seemingly useless Lin Yuan had managed to escape from the abyss of demons and had even dared to stir trouble before his father's residence. Truly contemptible. Had it not been for the amusement of it all, I would have long since disposed of Lin Yuan. How about this? If you acknowledge that your son is a useless wretch, I shall spare you today. What say you? Ming Kuang fixed his gaze on Lin Qingwei, a cruel smile spreading across his face. My son is not a waste. Lin Qingwei gritted her teeth, her gaze icy as she stared defiantly at Ming Kuang. Upon hearing her words, Ming Kuang was instantly filled with rage, delivering a powerful slap across Lin Qingwei's face, leaving a vivid red imprint of his hand. Speak. Your son is a useless wretch. Speak. Speak or not speak. The voice of Ming Kuang echoed, wild and frenzied. Lin Qingwei clenched her teeth tightly, remaining utterly silent. Her son was no weakling. With a thunderous crash, the gate of the courtyard was flung open. Upon seeing Lin Qingwei, disheveled and marked with a vivid red handprint upon her face, Lin Yuan's eyes filled with a network of fine crimson veins. You honor. Lin Qingwei, who had not shed a single tear despite enduring a brutal beating, found herself unable to suppress her sobs. Ming Kuang, die. Lin Yuan roared, feeling as though a conflagration ignited within his chest. At last, you have returned. This is the consequence of your own actions. Kill him. Ming Kuang, elated by Lin Yuan's arrival, commanded the Tianming guards to attack. Boom. The power of the 9th level of spirit communication erupted violently, with a single punch. One of the Tianming guards was obliterated, and seizing a long blade, Lin Yuan ruthlessly cleaved another guard in half. The scorching demonic blood splattered, intensifying the murderous intent in Lin Yuan's heart. Kill, kill, kill. The long blade in Lin Yuan's grasp became a machine for harvesting lives. As one Tianming guard after another fell victim to his merciless slaughter, his strength had ascended to such heights. Ming Kuang narrowed his eyes at the sight, a surge of anger and jealousy overwhelming him. By what right does he possess such power? Ming Kuang, perish. Lin Yuan charged forward, blade raised, his entire being drenched in demonic blood, seeking death. Ming Kuang's lips curled into a cruel smile, an ominous aura rising ominously. His cultivation was unmistakably the 6th level of divine refinement. Confronted by the terrifying presence of the malevolent spirit, Lin Yuan exhibited no semblance of retreat. The chaotic and violent demonic energy surged forth, unleashing a power far exceeding that of the 9th realm of spirit connection, clashing fiercely with the malevolent spirit. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous force of their collision forced the malevolent spirit to withdraw rapidly, its arms marred by horrific wounds. The long knife in Lin Yuan's hand, rendered useless from the relentless hacking, was now dulled and bent. Damn it! How could this worthless wretch be so formidable? The malevolent spirit seethed with rage. As a cultivator of the 6th realm of divine refinement, he found himself being pushed back by a mere individual of the 9th realm of spirit connection. To make matters worse, this individual was Lin Yuan, whom he had always looked down upon. The disparity was maddening, nearly driving the malevolent spirit to insanity. With his 6th realm of divine refinement, he should have been able to easily devour Lin Yuan. Such a notion seemed far too lenient. Gasping for breath, Lin Yuan's eyes, imbued with a cruel and savage glint, reflected his wrath. The malevolent spirit's heinous acts had irrevocably crossed Lin Yuan's threshold. Merely consuming him felt excessively merciful. In his previous life, Lin Yuan was well acquainted with unspeakably cruel tortures. To deny the malevolent spirit a taste of such agony would be a tremendous waste. It took me nearly 3 days to ascend from the 9th realm of spirit devouring to the 9th realm of spirit connection. How long did it take you, brother? Lin Yuan's lips curled in a mocking smile. To traverse an entire realm in just 3 days, if he, Lin Yuan, were deemed a worthless being. Then what did that make you? Silence. You lack the right to call me brother. You, a despicable wretch. The malevolent spirit's forehead throbbed with veins. For he was a direct descendant of the dark sovereign bloodline. What, then, was Lin Yuan in comparison? With a derisive laugh, Lin Yuan remarked, how pitiful that a 6th-tier practitioner of the divine refinement realm is utterly powerless against me, a 9th-tier being of the spirit communication realm. Your only response is impotent fury. Brother, silence, silence, silence. The wrath of Ming Kuang surged, dark and formidable, culminating in a concentrated force upon his fist. It was evident that numerous concealed energies manifested around his striking hand, and with a single blow, an overwhelming force erupted. Inferior divine technique, demonic explosive fist. Upon witnessing the ferocious intent behind Ming Kuang's punch, Lin Yuan's expression turned grave. Prepare to meet your end. Ming Kuang bellowed, launching a devastating strike towards Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan remained unfazed, as the divine and demonic scriptures subtly activated within him. A torrent of chaotic demonic energy erupted forth, intent on vanquishing Ming Kuang completely. Boom. The powerful force unleashed was abruptly countered by an unexpected figure, prompting Lin Yuan to withdraw his power in silence. Ming Kanglin, it is you. Ming Kuang recognized the newcomer. The leader of the Tianming guards, Ming Kanglin. Calm yourself, Ming Kuang. As the son of the demon lord, do you not find yourself a touch too juvenile? Ming Kanglin observed Ming Kuang with a dispassionate gaze. Though Ming Kuang was of the legitimate bloodline, his lack of talent and temperament rendered him unlikely to achieve great heights. Step aside. You have no authority here. Ming Kuang seethed in anger. The demon lord has issued a command. Ming Kanglin disregarded Ming Kuang's fury, instead casting a peculiar glance at Lin Yuan. This fellow has indeed reached the 9th tier of spirit communication. It seems his potential exceeds our expectations. No wonder Ming Songli specifically requested my presence. You and Lin Yuan shall enter the judgment duel arena. Ming Kanglin spoke indifferently. The arena of judgment is where right and wrong are determined by strength. What? He is unworthy. Upon hearing this, Ming Kuang roared in fury, utterly refusing to accept such a verdict. Who determines worthiness is not for you to say. Or do you intend to defy the orders of the Ming Lord? Ming Kanglin cast a cold glance at Ming Kuang. Mentioning the Ming Lord, Ming Kuang quickly regained his composure. That was a mountain he would never surpass. Observing Ming Kuang's sudden restraint, Ming Kanglin nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Lin Yuan, who was channeling energy to Lin Qingwei. And you? Ming Kanglin's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Given Lin Yuan's strength, it was evident he was not yet a match for Ming Kuang, and he might hesitate to immediately step into the arena of judgment. Surprisingly, Lin Yuan agreed with remarkable promptness. However, I have one condition. If I win, Ming Kuang is to be handed over to me for resolution. His voice bore an unmistakable chill. That is only natural in the arena of judgment. The victor holds dominion over their opponent. Ming Kanglin smiled with intrigue, finding himself rather anticipating this battle. Lin Yuan was utterly audacious, more so than even the once formidable Ming Songli. How fascinating, how fascinating. Seeking death. Ming Kuang clenched his fists, questioning Lin Yuan's audacity. Ignoring Ming Kuang's impotent fury, Lin Yuan first escorted Lin Qingwei back to her chamber. Yuaner, do not go. Lin Qingwei grasped Lin Yuan's broad hand, unwilling to let go. Mother, do not worry, it is merely a trifling matter with the infernal madman. Trust your child. Lin Yuan assured Lin Qingwei with unwavering conviction. As Lin Qingwei gazed into Lin Yuan's eyes, she discerned that he was not merely putting on a brave face, which allowed her to relax her grip. Above all, one's safety must take precedence. You understand, without you, I could not endure. Lin Qingwei expressed her concerns. I understand, mother, Lin Yuan comforted her before stepping outside, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it upon Ming Kanglin. During this time, I implore you not to let anything happen to my mother. Rest assured. I can guarantee that. Ming Kanglin replied without hesitation. If Lin Yuan emerges victorious, all will be well. However, if he loses, none shall survive, nor escape. Let us proceed. With a swift motion of his hand, Ming Kanglin tore open the fabric of space, leading the infernal madman and Lin Yuan away from that place. Have you heard? The two sons of the infernal clan's esteemed lords are to ascend to the judgment duel arena. What? It is rare for direct descendants of the same clan to appear in the judgment duel arena. In the city of Mingyuan, some members of the demon clan became intrigued upon hearing this news. Ah, you know not what you speak. Lin Yuan is of mixed blood, tainted by the ignoble lineage of humanity. This judgment duel will undoubtedly cleanse the infernal clan of its blemishes. One demon remarked casually. Is that so? Such a grand event cannot be missed. Almost all of the demon populace in Mingyuan made their way to the judgment duel arena located on the outskirts of the city. In the depths of the abyss, nearly every colossal city housing 1 million demon kind would establish an arena of judgment, designated to resolve internal conflicts among the demons. Here, strength dictates everything, determining life and death. As the light reappeared before Lin Yuan, his gaze fell upon a vast circular combat stage. Upon the stage, Remnants of desiccated demon blood could be faintly discerned, while rudimentary spectator stands surrounded the area, filled with frenzied demons, bubbling with fervor. Slay him. Let the blood of the contemptible human race drench the entire arena. Kill, kill, kill. Countless demons erupted into a cacophony of madness upon sighting Lin Yuan and Ming Kuang. With unwavering support for Ming Kuang, Ming Kanglin observed Lin Yuan, whose demeanor remained unruffled amidst the onslaught of curses from the multitude, and felt a deeper respect for him. To maintain composure in such a tumultuous atmosphere was indeed no small feat. In contrast, Ming Kuang could no longer suppress the demonic energy swirling around him. The adulation of the masses made him forget the humiliation of ascending to the arena alongside Lin Yuan. All he desired now was to rend Lin Yuan apart on the stage, relishing the acclaim of the demons. If there are no objections, let us commence. On this stage, there exists but one rule: the victor may dictate all, by any means necessary. Ming Kanglin smiled, and with a rupture in the space behind him, he vanished into the void, only to reappear atop the spectator's stand. You wretched creature, to perish here would indeed be a privilege. Ming Kuang licked his lips, eyeing Lin Yuan as though he were prey. Chapter 12. To kill through the abyss, mad taunts of the demons. Boom. Amidst the howls of the myriad demons, the aura of madness surged around Ming Kuang, unleashing the full force of his sixth-tier cultivation in the realm of spirit refinement. From a distance, he appeared as if a tempest of dark clouds had erupted. You worthless being, today you shall witness the true power of the Ming clan. Ming Kuang bellowed with fervor, his body bending slightly before charging at Lin Yuan like an enraged hound. Kill, destroy him, tear him apart. Upon the viewing platform, the cacophony of demons reached a fever pitch, their roars echoing like thunder. Were it not for Lin Yuan's unwavering resolve, his spirit would have long been shattered. Succumbing to the overwhelming tide of demons, in the face of Ming Kuang's frenzied assault, Lin Yuan maintained a serene demeanor, channeling the forbidden arts of gods and demons as the tumultuous demonic energy coalesced around his fist, defiantly meeting Ming Kuang's onslaught head-on. Simultaneously, arcs of lightning danced within Lin Yuan's eyes, releasing tendrils of electric power that burst forth with remarkable force. Soul power. The thunderous roar resonated as Ming Kuang was forced to retreat repeatedly, his ironclad form marred by scorch marks, a sight of utter disarray. In stark contrast, Lin Yuan remained unmoved, a mocking expression plastered across his face as he regarded the contorted features of Ming Kuang. Is this all the strength you possess? Truly a disgrace to the Ming clan, Lin Yuan remarked coldly. Silence. 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 Ming Kuang's visage twisted in rage, his crimson eyes fixed upon Lin Yuan. He could not fathom how, even after Lin Yuan's ascension to the 9th tier of spiritual communication, he could possibly contend with a formidable opponent like himself, who was entrenched in the 6th tier of spirit refinement. It was inconceivable, it simply could not be. With a furious roar, Ming Kuang unleashed a superior divine technique and charged once more. Yet, predictably, he was once again repelled by Lin Yuan. Moreover, he sustained considerable injuries this time. In contrast, Lin Yuan gazed at him with a mocking expression, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Hush! The myriad demons in the viewing stands exchanged glances. Clearly taken aback by the sight of the noble heir of the underworld, Ming Kuang, being cornered to such an extent by a mere human demon. What a disgrace! He has truly brought shame upon the underworld. Some of the demons began to ridicule Ming Kuang, suggesting that he was unworthy of being the son of the underworld sovereign. Lin Yuan, you deserve to die? A profound sense of humiliation surged within Ming Kuang's chest, and simultaneously, the demonic energy within him became increasingly turbulent. His cultivation unexpectedly began to surge inexplicably. He resorted to a secret technique that sacrificed his own essence. In the stands, Yu Tianming appeared contemplative. This technique could consume one's innate talent, momentarily unleashing astonishing combat power. Yet, the drawbacks were painfully evident. Ming Kuang would henceforth be forever barred from the sacred realm. As the son of the underworld sovereign, failing to breach the sacred realm would eternally bind him to the pillar of disgrace. Ha! Lin Yuan, let us see how you meet your end. Ming Kuang laughed maniacally, his visage twisted in fury, as his aura surged dramatically, nearing the threshold of the extraordinary. Indeed, this is it. Kill him. The vile bloodline of humanity. Among the myriad demons in the stands, some scoffed while others were incited with fervor. To them, the only objective was to eliminate Lin Yuan, by any means necessary. After all, the price to be paid would not be theirs. Ha! Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh as he listened to the cheers of the myriad demons, reveling in the impending death that would befall him at the hands of Ming Kuang. In this abyss, apart from Lin Qingwei, he faced universal enmity. Thus, he would pierce through, obliterating the abyss. A hum reverberated as Lin Yuan's robe stirred without wind, and the divine and demonic scriptures surged wildly. The chaotic and tumultuous demonic energy soared into the sky, as if ancient chaotic demons were roaring behind him. I too possess divine-level combat skills. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. During the moment he consumed the Great Sumera Demon Pillar on the 9th level of the Star Tower, he had inadvertently absorbed several formidable combat techniques. With the voracious power of the gluttonous devourer, he had reached a state of consummation. From the pinnacle of divine manifestation, the 9/His Thunder Demon Blade emerged, a long sword shimmering with violent lightning, cutting through the air towards the seemingly deranged Ming Kuang. Boom! The blinding lightning exploded. Ha! Lin Yuan, is this all you can muster? Ming Kuang laughed maniacally, shattering the lightning blade with a single punch, his gaze filled with malice directed at Lin Yuan. Is that so? Lin Yuan's expression remained indifferent. Blade after blade of lightning materialized from the void, each more formidable than the last. The waves of destruction permeated the entire arena of judgment. Even Yu Tianming and Ming Kanglan, seated in the stands, were stirred by the display. To have cultivated a divine-level combat technique to a state of great perfection was indeed remarkable. Ming Kanglan's eyes widened in fear. With merely the cultivation of the 9th level of spiritual communion, Lin Yuan had refined a divine-level combat skill to such an extraordinary extent. Merely this level of comprehension was enough to deem him a top talent among the demon race. Why had no one ever discovered that Lin Yuan was a genius? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one possibly cultivate a battle technique of such caliber to this extent? Ming Kuang, upon witnessing this, shook his head in disbelief. He could not accept that Lin Yuan possessed such innate talent. A potent mix of rage and jealousy surged within him. As the son of the demon sovereign, Ming Kuang was supposed to bask in glory, yet his limited gifts relegated him to the fringes of the Ming clan. Even the coveted corpse Dreamly, which should have rightfully belonged to him, had been snatched away by Lin Yuan simply because Lin Yuan had been born earlier. Roaring in fury, Ming Kuang unleashed a tempest of demonic energy that surged skyward, directly confronting Lin Yuan's 8 thunder blades. He could not fathom that Lin Yuan could possibly refine a high-grade battle technique to such perfection. Boom, boom, boom. Each thunder blade was more formidable than the last. When the 7th blade struck Ming Kuang, it shattered his defenses, and the final blow left him grievously wounded. Onlookers were silent, a myriad of emotions playing across their faces, some astonished, others bewildered. How could the blood of the lowly human race cultivate demonic battle techniques to such heights? Lin Yuan paid no heed to the crowd, striding directly to Ming Kuang. At that moment, Ming Kuang was exceedingly weak, gazing at the approaching Lin Yuan with a mix of fear and disbelief. Boom. Lin Yuan's foot came crashing down upon Ming Kuang's mouth, reducing flesh to a gruesome mess, eliciting a low, anguished cry. Did I permit you to speak? Lin Yuan's gaze was merciless as he regarded Ming Kuang. Hiss. Ming Kuang could not articulate a response, only casting a venomous glare at Lin Yuan. Heh, all you can do is rage impotently, dear brother. Lin Yuan scoffed, the arcs of thunder dancing beneath his feet, igniting the nerves of the frenzied demons. His gaze then fell upon the myriad of demons in the stands. A rat has its skin, yet a demon lacks dignity. Without dignity, what purpose is there in immortality? Lin Yuan surveyed the throng of demons. A mocking expression etched upon his face. In the abyss, the bloodline of humanity is the original sin. Since one cannot remain low-key, let one be ostentatious to the end. Piercing through the entire abyss. As Lin Yuan's words echoed, the previously subdued horde of demons erupted once more. The despicable blood of humanity. How dare it insult us? Unforgivable. The multitude of demons roared, their gazes fixated on Lin Yuan, filled with a hunger to devour him whole. This fellow has truly offended them gravely. Yu Tianming savored the moment, realizing the insults were indeed vulgar. Glancing around, he noted the many demons whose faces flushed crimson, spewing vitriol. However, Lin Yuan's subsequent actions left Yu Tianming utterly dumbfounded. If you dare, come down and duel with me. Below the extraordinary, I am invincible. Lin Yuan gazed down upon the multitude of demons, speaking with an indifferent tone. Chapter 13. Devouring the Spectral Dragon, Communing with the Realm of Spirits. Below the extraordinary, I am invincible. Such audacious words from Lin Yuan undoubtedly provoked the ire of all present demons. Even the corners of Yu Tianming's eyes twitched violently. Had he not already ascended to the extraordinary realm, he too might have been unable to restrain himself from teaching Lin Yuan a lesson. Arrogant fool! With the despicable blood of humanity flowing through your veins, what right do you have to be so haughty? The demons seethed, their terrifying demonic energy soaring to the heavens. Aimed directly at Lin Yuan. Ming Kanglin narrowed his eyes, perplexed by Lin Yuan's intentions. First, he severed ties with the Ming Lord. And now he seems intent on establishing foes for himself. Is he truly courting death? A pack of barking dogs, yet none possess the courage to approach? Lin Yuan's gaze was condescending, his face adorned with mockery. That damn fellow. Many demons seethed with indignation, yet they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Their strength paled in comparison to Ming Kuang's. To confront him would merely be a path to demise. Let me, Yulong, measure your worth. With a low, thunderous roar, a demon enveloped in black mist leapt from the stands, landing heavily on the dueling stage. His blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Yuan, exuding a thirst for blood. It was Yulong of the Yu clan. Though the Yu clan was not one of the 9 great clans, they held considerable prestige in the abyss. Especially since Yulong had ventured into the realm of humanity, expanding territories for our demon kin. His prowess was far beyond that of a sheltered demon like Ming Kuang. Upon seeing Yulong, the myriad demons instantly recognized him. With Yulong's intervention, dealing with a mere Lin Yuan is more than sufficient, declared another member of the Yu clan with pride. This time, let us see how Lin Yuan can continue his arrogance. Numerous demons chuckled, their gazes at Lin Yuan filled with derision. In the abyss, one may be proud, but such arrogance must be matched by commensurate strength and talent. Otherwise, it is merely an invitation to self-inflicted demise. Lin Yuan also turned his attention to Yulong, his golden and purple demon eyes flickering slightly. The strength of the 8th level of the Divine Refinement Realm. After awakening the Eye of Divine Demons, Lin Yuan has been tirelessly attempting to harness the power of these eyes. Now, in addition to possessing formidable perception, he can see through illusions and perceive the truth. Merely a petty trickster? Do you consider yourself worthy to measure me? Lin Yuan scoffed coldly. Such a sharp-tongued brat. I hope that when I shatter every bone in your body, you will still retain your bravado. Yulong's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly stomped forward. Black mist surged, revealing Yulong's towering figure. Frenzied demon fist. Yulong bellowed, demonic energy roiling as he struck a powerful punch towards Lin Yuan. 9 slashing thunder demon blades. Lin Yuan's countenance remained impassive as he retreated, manifesting a series of devastating thunder blades radiating destructive waves, fiercely slashing towards Yulong from 9 different directions. Boom. Boom. The thunder erupted, tearing through Yulong's outer flesh, yet failing to inflict significant damage. Seizing this moment, Yulong advanced sharply, landing a solid blow on Lin Yuan. Die. Yulong grinned. But suddenly he felt an overwhelmingly tyrannical force emanating from Lin Yuan, not only nullifying the entirety of the frenzied demon fist power but also firmly restraining it. Humph. Yulong snorted, attempting to break free, yet he was astonished to discover that no matter how he exerted his demonic energy, he could not move an inch. Want to escape? Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on Yulong, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Even if you can find me, what can you do? With my mystical iron body, what can you possibly achieve against me? Yulong showed no signs of panic. Through years of relentless battle, he had forged a body of exquisite resilience, impervious to blades and bullets. Although Lin Yuan had temporarily confined him, with his profound cultivation, he would surely seize control once Lin Yuan's demonic energy was depleted. Would he not? Suddenly, Lin Yuan wore a mysterious smile as a pitch-black halo materialized behind him. The echoing roars from the ancient primordial chaos reverberated, instilling dread within the spectral dragon. The spectral dragon's gaze narrowed sharply, and it began to struggle violently. That peculiar black halo, for reasons unknown, filled him with overwhelming terror. With your prowess, you are indeed worthy of being devoured by me, Lin Yuan proclaimed cruelly. The gluttonous entity's insatiable hunger surged forth. With a deafening roar, a terrifying force of attraction erupted, swiftly engulfing the spectral dragon before it could emit a cry of despair. Instantly, Lin Yuan's aura surged dramatically, hinting at a breakthrough into the divine refinement realm. Yet, Lin Yuan's heart sank. He realized that he was not yet ready to transcend into the divine refinement realm. Beneath the holy domain, apart from the 9 levels, each realm harbors a concealed stage known as the extreme realm. Each successful breakthrough into the extreme realm signifies a profound transformation, enhancing one's potential and even presenting the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of physical sanctity. Previously, Lin Yuan had been unable to access resources to transcend into the spirit communication realm. Thus, he had only cultivated within the gastric realm, inadvertently reaching the extreme realm therein. With such a remarkable foundation established, Lin Yuan was resolute not to squander this opportunity. With a fierce roar, Lin Yuan channeled all the power gained from devouring the spectral dragon to assault the spirit communication extreme realm. Accompanied by a series of agonizing sounds, The barrier obstructing his ascent into the spirit communication extreme realm was finally shattered by Lin Yuan. The pure and overwhelming demonic energy surged into the sky, illuminating the entire arena of judgment and combat. Lin Yuan, having reached the pinnacle of two realms, had finally stepped into the ranks of the demonic race's unparalleled geniuses. The specter of the Dark Dragon had met its demise. What could this possibly signify? Had he consumed the Dark Dragon? Could he be practicing the legendary devouring demon technique? In the stands, the myriad demons stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. They struggled to comprehend how the formidable Dark Dragon, a being who had attained the 8th level of the spirit refinement realm through relentless battles, could so easily become a stepping stone for another. Was this truly the so-called waste, Lin Yuan, with blood of the lowly human race coursing through his veins? No. Look closely. The aura emanating from Lin Yuan was undeniably powerful. How could he still be in the spirit communication realm? Some demons sensed an anomaly. Could it be? Both Yu Tianming and Ming Kanglin rose simultaneously. This scenario could only suggest one possibility. Lin Yuan had broken through to the pinnacle of a realm. It is crucial to note that throughout the entire extreme abyss, there were scarcely any prodigies capable of such a breakthrough from the spirit communication realm. Even Yu Tianming had not achieved this, having only managed to reach the pinnacle of the spirit-feeding realm by sheer luck. Perhaps only the offspring of the major demon temples could accomplish such a feat. This is impossible. It cannot be. Ming Kuang, lying on the ground, also witnessed this moment. He understood all too well what this signified. Could it be that Lin Yuan had already attained potential rivaling that of Ming Wutian? He could not accept it. He absolutely could not believe it. Is this truly the pinnacle of the spirit communication realm? It feels remarkable. Lin Yuan felt a profound satisfaction with the changes in his physique. The enhancement of his abilities was secondary. What truly mattered was that he had laid a solid foundation for the future sanctified realm. Although possessing the system, Lin Yuan could easily rely on devouring to continuously break through realms. However, such forced evolution would result in him being the weakest saint, even if he achieved sanctification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for manifesting sanctification amidst the myriad demons. Reward: 5 devouring opportunities. Chapter 14. Return to the Demon Abyss. The revenge begins this time. The system did not delay. Upon hearing the melodious notification from the system, Lin Yuan felt quite pleased. In this encounter with the myriad demons, he had been mocked to the fullest, yet he directly obtained 5 devouring opportunities. Adding to the previous opportunities, Lin Yuan now possessed a total of 6 devouring chances, which could be considered quite plentiful. He no longer had to worry about insufficient devouring opportunities. It seemed that he would need to visit the judgment arena more frequently in the future. Observing the myriad demons fall into silence, Lin Yuan could not help but smirk internally. After this show of intimidation, he believed that there would be significantly fewer bothersome flies among the demon clan in the future. Congratulations. You have become the victor. Ming Kanglin descended from the stand, gazing kindly at Lin Yuan, never once casting a glance at Ming Kuang. In the demon clan, a failure had no reason to exist. According to the rules, I can deal with Ming Kuang as I please, correct? Lin Yuan, with a cold gaze, looked at Ming Kanglin and replied, "That is only natural. Feel free." Ming Kanglin responded nonchalantly, for after all, Ming Kuang was merely the disappointing son of the demon lord, who had over 100 offspring. Among the rulers of the 9 clans, this is rather rare. However, how do you intend to handle this, as you are, after all, brothers? If you choose to forgive him, perhaps Lord of the Underworld will regard you with a different perspective, absolving you of your prior disrespect. Ming Kanglin offered a suggestion to Lin Yuan. Alas, the once subdued Ming Kuang, now beneath Lin Yuan's foot, finally came to terms with the situation. Gazing at Lin Yuan with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Brothers? Lin Yuan regarded Ming Kanglin with a mocking gaze. Forgiveness? Haha, Lin Yuan laughed. His eyes filled with derision as he looked at the frowning Ming Kanglin. The so-called forgiveness is merely a justification sought by the weak for their inability to exact revenge. Furthermore, in the demon clan, what difference is there between a blood brother and a stranger? Lin Yuan stated coldly. Ming Kanglin was rendered speechless. Boom. Lin Yuan kicked Ming Kuang over, then calmly declared, "Take him to the demon prison. Oh, and remember to provide special care. Do not let him die." Lin Yuan spoke cruelly while observing Ming Kuang, whose eyes were filled with malice. The demon responsible for maintaining order in the arena nodded in acknowledgement and took the half-dead Ming Kuang away. Ming Kuang can no longer pose a threat to you. It is time for you to return to your clan, Ming Kanglin remarked, his gaze steady as he watched Lin Yuan complete his actions. Achieving the pinnacle in the spirit connection realm, if Lin Yuan were to cultivate an unparalleled technique, his innate talent, even if not surpassing Ming Wutian, would not be significantly lacking. He is already qualified for nurturing as a future high-ranking member of the Ming clan. I refuse. Lin Yuan exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Not only due to the indifference he endured from Ming Zhongli over the past 18 years, but also because of the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Lin Qingwei. He would never acknowledge this nominal father in his lifetime. Even in moments of anger, there must be limits. The Lord of the Underworld is supreme. Opposing him would only hinder your considerable talent. Or perhaps, you wish to rescue that human woman? Return to your clan, and all shall be well. Otherwise. Ming Kanglin smiled indifferently, leaving his words unspoken, yet suddenly felt a wave of astonishing murderous intent. Otherwise, what? A terrifying light flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Ming Kanglin. The latter frowned, sensing a pang of trepidation under Lin Yuan's scrutiny. It was evident that Lin Yuan was merely at the spirit communication realm. This made Ming Kanglin's previously threatening words stick in his throat. Take care. Ming Kanglin snorted coldly and turned to leave. Lin Yuan stared intently in the direction of Ming Kanglin's departure, his fist clenched tightly. He realized he was still too weak. He must grow stronger, and even stronger. To his surprise, Yu actually rejected the invitation from the 9 great clans. Yu Tianming appeared before Lin Yuan at an unknown moment, his tone rather peculiar. In the extreme abyss, the 9 great clans are regarded as the pinnacle of power. No demon clan can refuse to join them. Such an alliance signifies unparalleled authority and wealth. I have resolved matters with Ming Quan. What are the items I seek? Lin Yuan disregarded Yu Tianming's inquiry and began to demand the Star Spirit Flower. The longer Lin Qingyue's injuries are delayed, the more critical the situation becomes. Rest assured. The Lord of the Palace never goes back on his word. Yu Tianming, disregarding Lin Yuan's rudeness, curiously inquired. I am quite intrigued as to which cultivation technique you have mastered. Could it possibly be the ancient demon clan's devouring heaven technique? In ancient times, there was a formidable demon emperor known as the devouring heaven demon emperor, whose renowned technique was indeed the devouring heaven technique. However, Yu Tianming felt uncertain, as it was rumored that Lin Yuan had previously demonstrated such devouring abilities before entering the Celestial Tower. It was evident that Lin Yuan had practiced only the most fundamental Qi demon art. Lin Yuan cast a glance at Yu Tianming, offering no reply and departing without a word. What a discourteous fellow. Yu Tianming chuckled lightly. Yet it is only natural for a genius to harbor some arrogance. In Yu Tianming's heart, Lin Yuan possessed that very qualification. Nonetheless, this time he has thoroughly severed ties with the Underworld clan to obtain resources. He must now seek refuge in our demon palace. This will certainly become interesting. Yu Tianming mused to himself, a hint of anticipation flickering within him, despite Lin Yuan's denial. He undeniably bears the bloodline of the Underworld sovereign. Should Lin Yuan grow stronger in the future and emerge as a pillar among the younger generation of the Demon Palace, one can only wonder how the Underworld sovereign would feel. Do not disappoint me, Yu Tianming said with a smile. After leaving the judgment arena, Lin Yuan wasted no time and directly approached the Demon Palace to request the Star Spirit Flower. It seemed that Yang Ming was already aware of Lin Yuan's arrival, having prepared the Star Spirit Flower in advance, allowing Lin Yuan to acquire it with ease. It would take approximately 5 hours. Lin Yuan cradled the Star Spirit Flower, calculating the passage of time. At this moment, the flower remained closed, only to bloom under the radiant stars of the night, marking the optimal moment for consumption. It was time to conclude matters with that so-called younger brother. A flicker of cruelty crossed Lin Yuan's gaze as he made his way to the abyssal prison. Upon returning, the atmosphere felt drastically different. Previously, Lin Yuan had been shackled and subjected to inhumane torment. Now, he was determined to reclaim everything that had been taken from him. Stroke by stroke, Lord Lin, the newly appointed jailer, greeted Lin Yuan with utmost respect. How could he forget how he had come by this position? The former jailers had all met their end at the hands of this reaper. How well have you cared for him? Lin Yuan asked, casting a dispassionate glance at the jailer. Rest assured, my lord, everything has been executed according to your commands. We have taken excellent care of that madman, the jailer replied with a sinister smirk gracing his lips. Lead the way, Lin Yuan instructed, clearly satisfied by the response. The abyssal prison consisted of 18 levels, constructed at the depths of the abyss. With each descending level, the strength of the imprisoned grew, and so too did the ferocity of the guards and the imposition of restraints. It was rumored that on the 18th level, a being comparable to a saint resided. Given Lin Yuan and Ming Kuang's current prowess, they were only deemed worthy of the first level. As the jailer guided him, Lin Yuan observed that the abyssal prison had undergone changes, Some demons had been added while others had mysteriously vanished, most likely having met their demise. Some demons, recognizing Lin Yuan, regarded him with curious eyes, intrigued by the jailer's deference towards him. This individual. In just a few short days, he has achieved this. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at a filthy, dilapidated cell. The cell was entirely enclosed, containing only a simple straw mat, upon which lay a blood-soaked figure, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Boom. A guard brutally kicked the figure in the face, forcibly rousing him from his stupor. Someone has come to see you. The guard sneered. No, please don't hit me. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the demon sovereign. My father will not abandon me. He will come to rescue me. The figure, now awake, screamed in a state of panic, akin to a rabid dog cornered in madness. Hee. Losing in the judgment arena is futile, even with the demon emperor's arrival. The guard spat disdainfully. For the demon race, particularly for the 9 great clans of demon lords, having a son who lost in the judgment arena was an exceedingly disgraceful matter. Such a child would typically be cast out from the clan, left to fend for himself. For in the eyes of the demon lords, a child deemed worthless did not deserve to be called their son, nor to belong to the esteemed 9 great clans of the abyss. The cold words of the guard pierced through the madness enveloping the figure, who instinctively turned his gaze toward Lin Yuan, his face twisted in mockery. Lin Yuan, I will kill you. Chapter 15. 18 Punishments, Thoughts Realized Roar. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the figure erupted into a frenzy, struggling to propel his broken body toward him. Yet, this was nothing more than impotent rage. Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh, reminiscing about the torment he had endured over the past 18 years, as well as the scene of Ming Kuang assaulting his mother. Upon witnessing Ming Kuang's current miserable state, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. Some individuals, who may appear pitiable, are indeed unworthy of sympathy. You wish to kill me? I stand here unmoving. Do you have the capability to accomplish that? Lin Yuan taunted. To kill you. Upon hearing those words, Ming Kuang descended into utter madness, the demonic energy surging around him, only to tear open his wounds and inflict upon him a searing pain that elicited a series of agonized roars. Boom. Lin Yuan forcefully stomped down on Ming Kuang, rendering him immobile. How noisy you are. Perhaps if you plead with me, I might grant you a more merciful death, Lin Yuan declared with mock benevolence. His foot pressed into Ming Kuang's wound, twisting back and forth. Ming Kuang cried out in anguish, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to escape Lin Yuan's grip. However, it was evident that Lin Yuan would not easily relent. Bring forth your 18 instruments of torture. Lin Yuan commanded the jailer beside him. The jailer paused momentarily, then shuddered at the terrifying gaze of Lin Yuan, ultimately complying with the order. The 18 instruments of torture are the most fearsome methods of torment within the demonic prison, originally devised by a demon lord. These instruments directly affect the soul, far more terrifying than physical torment. They induce a sensation of being torn apart, crushed, and reassembled, only to be shattered once more. No entity can withstand the 18 instruments of torture. The original owner of Lin Yuan's body perished at the hands of these instruments, his soul subjected to unimaginable suffering. Now, Lin Yuan was determined to make Ming Kuang experience the same fate. The 18 tortures. Upon hearing this term, Ming Kuang's body trembled involuntarily. Though he had never experienced them firsthand, he was acutely aware of the horror they entailed. Lin Yuan, worthless creature, if you dare, kill me, Ming Kuang bellowed. Want to die? Perhaps I could grant your wish, Lin Yuan replied, a smile adorning his face, his eyes cold and cruel. Impossible. You, a mere human mongrel. Do not even think of making me plead. Ming Kuang glared at Lin Yuan with fiery resentment. Let us hope that is the case. If you beg too soon, it would cease to be entertaining, Lin Yuan said, his lips curling into a smirk. At that moment, the jailer brought forth the 18 tortures. A uniquely designed chair surrounded by various transparent instruments of torment, each capable of directly inflicting suffering upon the soul. Let us begin, Lin Yuan remarked, observing the terror-stricken Ming Kuang with a sense of satisfaction. The jailer nodded in response, forcefully securing the struggling Ming Kuang onto the chair. I am the son of the Ming Emperor, the illustrious scion of the Ming clan. Lin Yuan, you base individual, you cannot treat me this way. With a roar, as Lin Yuan activated one of the instruments, Ming Kuang convulsed violently, his eyes turning blood red. The excruciating pain caused his blood to rupture the retina and flow backwards. The foul stench of demonic blood sprayed forth, yet Lin Yuan, who loathed the blood of the demon race, felt an unexpected exhilaration. The excruciating agony obliterated Ming Kuang's vocal cords, leaving him capable only of emitting a sound akin to a deflated bellows. Do you plead for me? Lin Yuan's voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, echoed in Ming Kuang's ear, even providing him with a breath of life to mend his shattered vocal cords. I beg you. In my existence. Ming Kuang trembled as he spoke, consumed by an overwhelming desire for death. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Lin Yuan responded, his tone dripping with delight. At this, the jailer cast a furtive glance at Lin Yuan, his body quaking in fear. The singular thought that pervaded the jailer's mind was a resolute determination to avoid provoking this man at all costs. No, Lin Yuan. You shall not find peace in your demise. Ming Kuang howled in torment, his pleas for mercy escalating. Brother, I was wrong, I truly was. Spare me. Let me perish. Ming Kuang beseeched, at last grasping the true meaning of a fate worse than death. So now you acknowledge our brotherhood? Lin Yuan remarked, devoid of any sympathy. The suffering that Ming Kuang endured mirrored the torment Lin Yuan had once faced. Grant me my release. Ming Kuang bellowed in despair. Proceed. Lin Yuan commanded, his words cold and merciless in the face of Ming Kuang's desperate submission. All right. The jailer, terrified, dared not oppose. Unwilling to face a fate as wretched as Ming Kuang's. Ah, please, I implore you, brother, spare your sibling. The torment of his soul rendered Ming Kuang utterly broken, the most terrifying aspect being that while the body may succumb to numbness, the soul remained acutely aware of its suffering. The torment persisted for 3 full hours. Lord Lin, shall we continue? The jailer inquired cautiously. It was a dreadful sight. Even with his frequent experiences in the infernal prison, he had never witnessed such excruciating suffering. No need, Lin Yuan assessed the time, realizing that the optimal moment for the use of the Star Spirit Flower was approaching. Observing the vacant gaze of Ming Kuang, Lin Yuan felt a sudden clarity. A true man traversing the realms must repay enmity and gratitude alike. Anyone who has insulted, deceived, or wronged me shall face my wrath. Please, brother, in my life. Ming Kuang murmured unconsciously. You should be grateful for the Star Spirit Flower, for it has spared you some agony. Lin Yuan stated as he prepared to consume Ming Kuang. Stop. A sharp voice rang out suddenly, accompanied by a terrifying wave of demonic energy. Boom. Lin Yuan dodged swiftly, his expression darkening as he gazed at the newcomer. Her dark purple hair cascaded down to her waist, its tips entwined with ethereal blue flames, and her eyes, with their upward tilt, shimmered with the distinctive purple hue of her kind. The powerful demonic aura surged forth, revealing her profound cultivation, 9th level of the divine refinement realm. Lin Yuan, after all, he is your brother. This is sufficient. The demoness first cast a glance at the lifeless Ming Kuang, then turned her scrutinizing gaze toward Lin Yuan. To be honest, the extent of Lin Yuan's transformation caught her off guard. Who are you? I am Lord Shimingli. You have come. The jailer beside Lin Yuan exclaimed respectfully upon seeing the young lady. Shizhongli is a direct descendant of the Shizu, one of the 9 great clans. And her standing within the clan is far from inconsequential, marking her as a truly exceptional talent, second only to the heir of the Bone Demon Palace, Shixin. Upon hearing the name Shizhongli, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Although it was their first encounter, Shizhongli had previously sent numerous adversaries to trouble him and his mother, Lin Qingwei, all due to that so-called agreement. Noticing Lin Yuan's unwavering gaze upon her, Shizhongli's heart harbored a cold smirk, mingled with a trace of disdain. After all, he bore the blood of a despicable human race. Even if his talents were barely commendable, he remained fundamentally flawed. Enough? Who do you think you are to instruct me? In the face of the Shizu's top prodigy, Shizhongli, Lin Yuan felt no fear whatsoever. Perhaps today he could consume her entirely. Taken aback by Lin Yuan's audacious words, Shizhongli's expression gradually morphed into one of danger. What did you say? Chapter 16. Ancient Demon Saint Corpse, breaking through to refine the divine. Huh. Is the direct line of the Shizu truly lacking in perception? Perhaps it is to be expected. To bear the surname of a corpse and still be alive is a feat in itself. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on Shizhongli, taunting her. Meanwhile, he discreetly activated the divine demon prohibition, ready to engulf her at the first sign of aggression. You, seek death. Shizhongli trembled at his words, her dark purple hair swirling wildly as chilling azure flames coalesced around her, radiating in extreme coldness. Dare to insult the great surname of our clan? Perish. The specter of Shimingli, enraged and humiliated, commanded the ethereal blue flames to surge towards Lin Yuan. Before they reached him, Lin Yuan felt an abrupt chill enveloping his body. This was the unique cold fire of the Corpse Clan. Lin Yuan's gaze darkened, resonating with a thunderous sound that echoed through the void. Halt. Suddenly, an immensely terrifying force emerged, extinguishing both Shimingli's cold flames and Lin Yuan's thunder. Rascal! The warden stepped forth from the void, his face contorted with fury. Lord Warden. The guard promptly knelt upon the ground upon witnessing this. What a pity, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly, stepping upon the fallen Ming Kuang, his eyes coldly fixed on Shimingli. Elder Yuan Wuxian, it was that madman who first insulted our clan's surname. Silence. The warden's icy gaze fell upon Shimingli. With just that glance, Shimingli felt as though she had plunged into an abyss of relentless torment, enduring infinite punishments. Bam! Shimingli fell to one knee, her body trembling incessantly, drenched in sweat. In the arena of judgment, the victor holds dominion over all. You breached the rules first, Warden Yuan Wuxian stated indifferently, locking his eyes onto Shimingli. Were it not for the regard of the corpse sovereign, I would have executed you long ago. Depart. Shimingli gritted her silver teeth, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, release Ming Kuang, and I shall erase the humiliation of our broken engagement. I assure you, I will no longer trouble you. Shimingli began her final plea. Erase it? Lin Yuan scoffed derisively. Firstly, you, a mere servant, are unworthy to enter the Lin family. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's gaze gradually turned fierce. For the past 18 years, how have you tormented both my mother and me? Shall it all be erased with a stroke of the pen? Very well, kneel and speak. As Lin Yuan's voice resonated, even Yuanshi, the pride of the corpse clan, cast a slight glance. For the daughter of the corpse clan to kneel before him, truly, this youth is remarkably arrogant. Yet, he also possesses great patience. After enduring for 18 years, his eruption is as thunderous as a storm. Lin Yuan, you have severed ties with the underworld clan. Do you not fear offending my corpse clan, leaving you without a grave? Seemingly's expression contorted slightly. Throughout her life, when had she ever endured such humiliation? Do not overestimate yourself. You do not represent the corpse clan. You wish to take away Ming Kuang? Very well, I grant you this opportunity. Lin Yuan kicked Ming Kuang over. Do you wish to die, or do you want to leave with her? Lin Yuan spoke softly. Ming Kuang's eyes were vacant, his soul tortured to the point of losing its clarity. I wish to die. Ming Kuang stammered. Did you hear that? Lin Yuan smirked slightly, his expression a mixture of amusement and mockery as he regarded the visibly shaken Seemingly. Ming Kuang, you worthless fool. Seemingly was filled with unwillingness. She understood that today, no matter what, she could not take Ming Kuang away. You can leave. An eyesore. Seemingly seethed with rage. Forcefully suppressing the urge to attack Lin Yuan, her body slithering away like a serpent from the demon prison. Lin Yuan, the shame of today shall be repaid 100-fold. In the abyss of the infernal prison, the venomous voice of Corpse Dream Lizzie reverberated. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. After Corpse Dream Lizzie departed, Lin Yuan respectfully clasped his hands towards the warden, Yuan Wuxing. You, too, can display such politeness? Yuan Wuxing, who was preparing to take his leave, expressed mild astonishment. I can discern the good from the bad, even as a junior. Lin Yuan smiled gently. Regardless of Yuan Wuxing's motivations, he had indeed rendered assistance, a fact beyond dispute. It is merely a matter of adhering to protocol. There is no need for gratitude. You should rather concern yourself. Yuan Wuxing cautioned. You have severed ties with the underworld clan and have made a formidable enemy in Corpse Dream Lizzie. Without a significant backing, it is likely that your corpse will soon grace the infernal prison. Thank you for the warning, esteemed elder. I comprehend, Lin Yuan acknowledged with a nod. I can no longer remain in Mingyuan City. Lin Yuan had resolved that after healing Lin Xingyue's injuries, he would take her to reside in Tianma City. Given his current display of talent, he was confident that Yang Ming would provide him with ample protection. Yuan Wuxing nodded in agreement and subsequently departed. Having endured for 18 years before unleashing his potential, Lin Yuan was assuredly not a fool. The prison guard, witnessing Yuan Wuxing's departure, felt as though a weight had been lifted, and under Lin Yuan's gesture, he too swiftly exited. As Lin Yuan bid farewell to Yuan Wuxing and the guard, his gaze finally settled upon Ming Kuang. It seems you harbor some secrets, Lin Yuan remarked, scrutinizing Ming Kuang and gently patting his blood-stained visage. Currently, the enigmatic Ming Kuang is merely a prisoner in the depths of the demon prison, even if he were to be rescued. Given his defeat to Lin Yuan in the arena of judgment, the Ming clan would not grant him sanctuary. Yet, with the identity of Shimingli, he appears to be deeply concerned about Ming Kuang. There must be significant intrigue at play. By devouring him, all secrets shall be unveiled. Lin Yuan's gaze darkened. The power of the glutton, capable of consuming all aspects of a being, including memories, comes with its perils. Without a robust soul force to support it, one risks losing oneself and descending into madness. Therefore, in previous instances of consumption, Lin Yuan had deliberately extracted the memories of others. Now, With my soul force reaching the triad level, I should possess sufficient strength to absorb Ming Kuang's memories without losing my essence. Lin Yuan pondered, arriving at a resolution. Devour. With a low growl, the roar of the glutton reverberated through the heavens, its devouring power swirling like a tornado, drawing Ming Kuang into its maw. At last, he can perish. Observing Ming Kuang's body being consumed, rather than displaying any semblance of fear, he erupted into hearty laughter. Whoosh! As Ming Kuang was completely engulfed, Lin Yuan's aura surged, rapidly transcending the confines of the spirit connection realm, ascending to the divine refinement realm. Roar! A deep, resonant roar filled with demonic might escaped Lin Yuan's lips, causing all within the demon prison, both prisoners and guards, to kneel in submission, their bodies trembling in fear. Simultaneously, Ming Kuang's memories flooded into Lin Yuan's sea of souls like a tidal wave. It turned out that Ming Kuang had long desired to unite with Shimingli. Truly, a loyal hound. Lin Yuan discovered that a significant portion of Ming Kuang's memories revolved around the enigmatic figure known as Corpse Dreamly. No wonder there was such animosity directed toward him. What could that entity be? As Lin Yuan delved deeper into Ming Kuang's recollections, a vivid image suddenly manifested. It depicted a demon, a colossal one. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a demonic corpse. A corpse of an ancient demon possessing the cultivation of the holy realm. Chapter 17. The Ancient Demon Mountain. Infernal fire demon crystal. Within Ming Kuang's memories lay a mountain entirely cloaked in darkness. It resembled a shattered sword, cleaved by divine retribution, thrust into the earth at an angle. The surface of the mountain was adorned with countless compact, scale-like black crystals, each reflecting a distorted, ghostly purple light. At the base, streams of crimson molten fire coursed through the ground. A dense, tangible mist of demonic energy swirled around the mountain, revealing, albeit faintly, 72 immense bronze nails that pierced through its core, each nail encrusted with desiccated, dark golden demon blood, still emitting a resonant hum reminiscent of living agony. There, the gigantic demonic corpse was impaled. Its head hung low, and its vertebrae formed a continuous spine that extended along the slope of the mountain. Most horrifying of all was the vast hollow cavity in its chest and abdomen, the edges marred by jagged bite marks, as though some entity had gnawed its way out from within this divine body. Just as Lin Yuan sought to investigate further, the enormous demonic corpse seemed to cast a glance in his direction. Boom! Lin Yuan's mind was instantly engulfed in blankness, his soul's ocean boiling violently. What was the origin of this demonic corpse, that it could inspire such terror? Struggling to stabilize his thoughts, Lin Yuan found himself drenched in sweat. The corpse, long deceased for countless years, reveals a terrifying backlash merely through the glimpses of memory. This is likely beyond the reach of the sacred realm, at least the domain of the sacred venerable. It appears that Shiming Li's unwavering intent to take away Ming Kuang is intrinsically linked to this nameless demonic corpse. Lin Yuan mused. Among the 9 illustrious clans of Jiyuan, the Corpse clan excels in the art of crafting battle corpses. On the battlefield against the human race, the contributions of the Corpse clan are unparalleled, for what is most abundant in war is the presence of corpses. Should Shiming Li acquire this demonic corpse and refine it into her battle corpse, her power would undoubtedly witness an astonishing surge. However, a glint of insight flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. What magnitude of strength would he possess should he consume that demonic corpse? According to Ming Kuang's memories, this demonic corpse resides within the ancient demon mountain. As per Lin Yuan's knowledge, the ancient demon mountain is situated in the 10,000 demon heaven of Jiyuan, a considerable distance from the sacred demon heaven where the 10 great demon cities are located. Jiyuan is immensely vast, divided into 9 heavens, with the sacred demon heaven being the second and the 10,000 demon heaven the fifth. To reach it, Lin Yuan would need to utilize a teleportation array of heavenly domain caliber. Otherwise, it would be a fool's errand. Moreover, the ancient demon mountain is fraught with peril, inhabited by numerous ancient demon species that revel in feasting on demons. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yuan ultimately decided to temporarily set this matter aside. After all, the ancient demon mountain is extraordinarily expansive. Even Ming Kuang had stumbled upon this demonic corpse by mere chance. In the short term, it would be implausible for Shiming Li to locate this demonic corpse. Lin Yuan cast his gaze downward, noticing the remnants of Ming Kuang's blood still lingering on the damp, cold ground. Moreover, the ominous figure of Ming Kuang has completely vanished from this world. The long-standing enmity between him and Ming Kuang has thus reached a definitive conclusion. Following the consumption of Ming Kuang, his cultivation has successfully ascended to the second level of the divine refinement realm, with his spiritual power now surpassing the threshold of 4 elements, equivalent to the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm. What lies ahead? Or sure dreamly, Ming Wutian, and Ming Songli. Lin Yuan did not linger for long, as the time for the star spirit flower to fully bloom was drawing near, and Lin Qingyue's injuries could no longer be postponed. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to depart from the demon prison, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a particular cell. Within it, he unexpectedly beheld a familiar face, Ming Yuan. Observing the disheveled and incomplete form of Ming Yuan within the confines of the cell, Lin Yuan felt no trace of pity in his heart. It was this very Ming Yuan who had nearly caused Lin Qingyue's demise before the depths of the underworld. Such a person is unworthy of sympathy. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes as demonic energy surged, enveloping Ming Yuan's body. It is you. What do you intend to do? Tremendous fear appeared in Ming Yuan's previously vacant eyes. I shall accompany you on your journey, Lin Yuan replied with a faint smile. Before unceremoniously casting him into a cell that housed a captured demon deserter. Flesh. It is flesh. How delightful. From within the cell, chilling sounds of gnawing and Ming Yuan's anguished screams echoed. In the underworld, 9 ghastly flames surged to a height of 3 zhang, illuminating the dark embroidery of Ming Songli's golden magic robe as though it were a living entity. Did the spiritual connection realm truly slay Ming Kuang and reach the ultimate state of spiritual connection? The voice of Ming Songli reverberated with the echoes of the abyss, while the soul-binding chains descending from the dome trembled in response. Indeed, the true essence had underestimated this pawn. Ming Kanglin glanced at Songli and noticed that the esteemed lord of the underworld appeared somewhat moved. Such talent, indeed, already possessed half the stature of Ming Wutian. These 18 years had been a disservice to him. Kanglin, have a word with him. Acknowledge the clan, and he may return to the Hall of Fiery Demons. Granted the title of Honorable Demon's Son, enjoying the premier resources of the hall. Ultimately, Ming Songli resolved this matter. To reach the pinnacle within the spirit communication realm was already a qualification for such distinction. Upon hearing this, Ming Kanglin hesitated for a moment, recalling Lin Yuan's rebellious demeanor, and then spoke. Esteemed Lord of the Underworld, it would be prudent for you to address this matter personally. Humph. Ming Songli scoffed, casting a dispassionate glance at Ming Kanglin. Do you imply that I should admit fault? Upon hearing this, Ming Kanglin immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, I dare not. With a flick of his sleeve, Ming Songli departed. For he was the supreme lord of the underworld. His word was law, and there could be no error in it. Once Ming Songli had left, Ming Kanglin rose. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his complexion exceedingly pallid. After regaining his composure, a headache began to throb. Having dealt with Lin Yuan on several occasions, he knew that such privileges alone would likely not entice Lin Yuan to return. Truly a vexing individual. Ming Kanglin rubbed his temples, laden with exasperation. Mother. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan was horrified to discover that Lin Qingyue's face was unusually pale, devoid of any trace of color. A profusion of bright red blood oozed from her chest. Yuaner, you have returned. Lin Qingyue managed to force a faint smile. She was aware that her mother had learned about the trial arena, and she knew that Yuana would not disappoint her. Observing the tragically wounded Lin Qingyue, Lin Yuan felt a surge of panic within him, prompting him to hastily retrieve the star spirit flower. At that moment, the star spirit flower had fully bloomed. Surrounded by glimmers of starlight, a truly wondrous sight. Mother, this is the star spirit flower. Consume it, and you will soon recover. Lin Qingyue looked up, with her knowledge. She recognized the precious flower immediately. Without uttering a word about its rarity or suggesting that Lin Yuan should keep it for himself, she willingly ingested the entire star spirit flower. It became evident that the starlight enveloped Lin Qingyue, gradually mending her grievous wounds. Her previously pallid complexion began to exhibit a hint of color, and her breathing steadily returned to a more stable rhythm. Yuana truly possesses remarkable abilities, Lin Qingyue thought. Filled with joy, her son had finally managed to secure a temporary foothold within the demon realm, though they could not escape the oppressive darkness of the abyss. At the very least, they would no longer be in constant peril. Seeing that Lin Qingyue was no longer in grave danger brought a sigh of relief to Lin Yuan's heart, as if a colossal weight had been lifted. This crisis had finally been resolved. Since his arrival in this world, Lin Yuan's nerves had remained taut, but now, he could finally afford a moment of respite. After exchanging a few more words with Lin Qingyue, he resolved to return to his chamber for a well-deserved slumber. To wash away the fatigue of this trying period and to rest a little longer. Lin Qingyue smiled. Additionally, your performance will undoubtedly provoke a reaction from Ming Songli. Mother. I understand. Lin Yuan interrupted Lin Qingyue. I could never acknowledge him as my father. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyue fell silent for a moment before nodding. From a survival standpoint, it would be most prudent to align closely with the 9 great clans. Yet, since Lin Yuan was unwilling. She would not impose her will upon him. Above all, she would not permit Lin Yuan to perish before her eyes. After departing from Lin Xingyue's chamber, Lin Yuan returned to his own room, weary and fatigued. In comparison to his peers in the extreme abyss, he had just managed to catch up in terms of cultivation, mastering both soul power and martial arts. His next objective was to establish a foothold within the Hall of Demons, ideally earning the title of Demon Prince as swiftly as possible. This way, even if the 9 great clans sought to target him, they would have to exercise some degree of restraint, at least refraining from bullying the weak. As Lin Yuan contemplated these matters, he made his way toward the bed. Suddenly, he was struck by a wave of intense palpitations. His gaze became fixed and rigid upon his bed, where he beheld a crimson crystal, roughly the size of an infant's head, lying quietly. It emanated an exceedingly searing aura, resembling the heart of a demon, with its surface intricately veined like molten lava. Each pulsation filled Lin Yuan with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Ming, fire, demon, crystal. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, his limbs growing cold. Chapter 18. The destructive demonic energy, the rabid dog in the way gazing at the pulsating Ming fire demon crystal resting on his bed. Lin Yuan's wariness and shock surged to an apex. Why is the nether fire crystal found in this place? Who has placed the nether fire crystal in their own chamber? Who has stolen the nether fire crystal? Who possesses the extraordinary ability to surreptitiously extract the nether fire crystal from the netherworld? A flurry of questions surged within Lin Yuan's mind. Meanwhile, he activated the full extent of his demon eye perception to sense any subtle movements or traces in the vicinity. Yet, there was no yield. Indeed, anyone capable of stealthily absconding with the nether fire crystal from the netherworld would undoubtedly be beyond my current capabilities to detect. Lin Yuan shook his head, his gaze then settling upon the nether fire crystal itself. The nether fire crystal is one of the most significant sacred artifacts of the netherworld, containing the very essence of nether fire, which aids in the cultivation of nether fire magic. Simultaneously, it is an immensely powerful sacred instrument, boasting formidable combat prowess. The loss of such a treasured relic would undoubtedly cause great distress, even to Ming Songli. Furthermore, it held considerable allure for Lin Yuan. However, he was not naive enough to believe that fortune would simply fall from the sky, especially in this frigid abyss. Was there an intent to frame him with the nether fire crystal? Lin Yuan pondered this notion, only to shake his head again. To possess the power to traverse the netherworld at will, eliminating him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. There would be no need for such convoluted schemes. Moreover, Lin Yuan had a clear understanding of his own worth. He was hardly significant enough to warrant the use of a top-tier sacred artifact like the nether fire crystal to implicate him. After pondering for an extended period without arriving at a definitive answer, Lin Yuan ultimately relinquished his thoughts. Given that the opportunity had presented itself, it would be illogical to let it slip away. The reflection of the nether fire demon crystal shimmered in Lin Yuan's eyes. Such a sacred artifact must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Thus, he resolved to consume it directly. Suddenly, a pitch-black halo materialized behind Lin Yuan, heralding the emergence of the ancient devourer, which opened its colossal maw and swallowed the nether fire demon crystal whole. With a resounding thud, the moment the crystal was devoured, a heartbeat akin to that of a demonic god echoed within Lin Yuan's being. Astonishingly, the nether fire demon crystal fused directly with his heart. Lin Yuan's visage contorted in evident agony as dark red, searing magical runes manifested across his chest, spreading relentlessly over his skin and tearing through flesh. Lin Yuan's demonic energy began to undergo a profound transformation, imbued with the supreme rule of incineration. Such terrifying power coursed through him. He feared his mortal form might not withstand it. A twinge of regret flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. Although the system could devour all, it required that his body be capable of withstanding the strain. Given Lin Yuan's current foundation, he was ill-equipped to endure the might of the nether fire demon crystal. Just as despair began to overwhelm him, a resounding roar akin to that of an ancient demon reverberated within him, momentarily suppressing the power of the nether fire demon crystal. Within Lin Yuan's energy sea, a demonic pillar radiating an astonishing aura of menace erupted, unleashing an incredibly formidable will. Under the influence of that will, the previously volatile energy of the nether fire demon crystal was instantaneously subdued, ultimately coiling itself within Lin Yuan's heart. How perilous! Lin Yuan gasped for breath. Had it not been for the timely assistance of the great Shumi demon pillar, which subdued the infernal fire demon crystal, he would likely have perished in an explosive demise. However, this outcome alleviated his concerns regarding the potential discovery of the infernal fire demon crystal. Moreover, after absorbing a fragment of its power, Lin Yuan had successfully cultivated the infernal fire demonic qi. This formidable energy could incinerate other forms of demonic energy, undoubtedly granting him a significant advantage in battle. Strangely, his infernal fire demonic qi bore unique characteristics. Lin Yuan raised his hand, condensing the demonic energy. The fusion of the source of infernal fire with the divine and demon prohibition cannon unleashed a chaotic fury imbued with the power to incinerate all, culminating in absolute annihilation. A smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. His demonic energy could now be deemed demonic qi of destruction. Additionally, Lin Yuan's soul power had also been infused with the essence of infernal fire, merging with the previously derived thunderous force, now transformed into lightning fire power. Thus, although his realm had not ascended, his combat prowess had significantly increased, with his current cultivation at the first level of god refinement. Along with 2 breakthroughs beyond the extreme limits and a soul power comparable to the pinnacle of god refinement, he harbored no fear even when facing ordinary newly ascended extraordinary beings. Ming Songli, I await the day of your regret. Reflecting on the humiliations endured alongside Lin Qingwei over the past 18 years ignited a fiery rage within him. After briefly calming his tumultuous emotions, Lin Yuan reclined on his bed, emptied his mind, and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Lin Qingwei inquired with concern, Yuan, are you saying you wish to move to the Demon Hall in Tianma City? It is said that on that day, the city of celestial demons was a gathering place for countless clans of the demon race, far more chaotic than the city of the Abyss. While it was still precarious in the city of the Abyss, what could be expected in the city of celestial demons? Mother, do not worry. With me here, I will ensure that you suffer not even a scratch. Lin Yuan discerned Lin Qingyue's concerns and assured her with a smile. Just moments ago, Lin Yuan had contacted Yang Ming through the communication stone. Yang Ming promised to provide a sanctuary for Lin Yuan and his mother. After all, the city of the Abyss was the domain of Ming Songli. Remaining here for too long would inevitably invite peril. Lin Yuan himself felt unafraid. His only concern was for Lin Qingwei. If only her divine bridge could be restored, he thought with a sigh. Before being captured by the demon race, Lin Qingwei had been a formidable presence in the sacred realm. If her powers were still intact, would she be facing such difficulties? The divine bridge connects to the vital sea, serving as the key to harnessing strength. When the bridge is severed, one may possess power but be rendered incapable of wielding it, no different from being disabled. I trust you, since this is your decision, Yuan. Let us depart, Lin Qingwei nodded. She believed that Lin Yuan would not make a decision without assurance. Very well, Lin Yuan replied, then assisted Lin Qingwei in packing their belongings as they left the home they had inhabited for 18 years. Before departing, Lin Yuan chose to set the place ablaze, thereby severing ties with the past once and for all, via the teleportation array between the cities. Lin Yuan and Lin Qingyue swiftly left the city of the Abyss and arrived at the city of celestial demons. Humans. It is indeed humans. Upon their arrival at the city of celestial demons, the presence of Lin Qingwei, a human, quickly attracted the attention of many demons. Moreover, the demon accompanying this human appeared to be a hybrid. The air around Lin Yuan was thick with demonic energy as he cast a cold, indifferent gaze at the restless demons surrounding him. How audacious! A demon, a half-breed, dared to show himself in the city of heavenly demons. When did this place transform into a sanctuary? As Lin Yuan had anticipated, it was only a matter of time before a demon succumbed to its impulses and sought confrontation. Before him stood a towering demon with a singular horn, blocking the path of Lin Yuan and Lin Qingwei, its eyes glinting with malevolence. Lin Yuan sighed in resignation. Why must there always be obstacles in his way? Chapter 19, The Reversal of the Seven Realms, the blood pool of 10,000 demons you seek your own demise. Upon hearing this, the imposing demon's eyes ignited with a blood-red flame, and the swirling black demonic energy around him coalesced into a tangible form. A colossal fist, akin to a falling star, hurtled toward Lin Yuan, the air piercing with a shriek as it approached, shattering the granite tiles within a Tinjiang radius. Seventh layer of spirit refinement. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes as he met the oncoming assault with his own fist, the seething, scorching demonic energy igniting around him. Boom. In the instant their fists collided, the void erupted in a tempest of purple-black lightning. This is impossible, with a bone-crushing sound. The demon's right arm shattered like fragile glass, and the force of the blow penetrated straight through its chest. The destructive demonic energy surged from the wound, rapidly engulfing the towering demon, transforming it into a mist of crimson. The torrid demon blood rained down like a crimson deluge, causing the eyes of the dozens of demons present to widen in shock. The half-demon had defied the odds and obliterated Lei Hong, Many of the demons who had initially come to observe the spectacle found themselves nearly slack-jawed at the sight. Lin Yuan, however, remained unconvinced. He could now contend with those at the pinnacle of the refinement of spirit stage solely through the power of his soul, let alone the mere 7th level of refinement. Quite intriguing. You must be the Lin Yuan who killed Ming Kuang, the discarded son of the Ming sovereign. Amidst the cacophony, a figure cloaked in dark robes emerged from the blood-soaked ground. His eyes resembled swirling abysses, and 7 bone blades floated ominously by his side, the runes on their surfaces causing the very air to crystallize with frost. Lin Yuan raised his gaze, feeling a stirring within his heart. This aura likely indicated a cultivation level that had reached the transcendent realm. For practitioners, the transition from the transcendent to the saintly realm signifies shedding the mortal coil and stepping into sanctity, allowing for a faint grasp of saintly power, a force far beyond that of the refinement of spirit stage. However, what of it? Yuan, do not act rashly. Lin Qingwei behind him tightened her grip on his sleeve, her knuckles turning white. Despite her own cultivation being entirely depleted, her discernment remained intact, fully aware that the demon before them was no ordinary foe. What happened to your earlier arrogance? The human race is as insignificant as ants. The demon's deep violet, night-like elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a mocking smile gracing his thin lips. The bone blades surrounding him glinted with a chilling sharpness. Today, I, Gu Hanyu, shall cleanse the door for the Ming sovereign. As he spoke, the bone blades erupted with astonishing brilliance, striking down towards Lin Yuan like a bolt of lightning. Each strike wielded power far surpassing the refinement of spirit stage, and there were a total of 7 such blades. Have you resigned yourself to fate? In the chilling atmosphere, Gu Hanyu observed Lin Yuan standing motionless, and her smile grew increasingly audacious. Suddenly, a blood-red moon emerged abruptly from the void, its radiant light cascading like a celestial waterfall, the sound of shattered bone resonating like a symphony of chimes. Who is it? Gu Hanyu's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze warily scanning the surroundings. To dare to touch someone favored by the Hall Master is quite audacious. Descending gracefully upon a moonlit wheel, Yu Tianming's presence was commanding. His dark cloak shimmering with the ethereal glow of countless moons, his icy gaze fixated on Gu Hanyu. You, Tianming, why do you assist a lowly half-blood? Gu Hanyu's body instinctively trembled upon seeing him. Assist? Yu Tianming chuckled at the remark. No, my dear, I am doing this for you. It would be rather unfortunate for someone with your talents to perish so easily in the depths of the demon hall. Are you mocking me? Gu Hanyu's voice was low and filled with indignation. Yu Tianming, dismissive of her words, turned his attention to Lin Yuan and Lin Qingwei. My apologies for the loose leash. It seems you have witnessed quite the spectacle. He smirked. As long as my mother remains unharmed, it matters not. Lin Yuan shrugged. Being a hybrid of both human and demon, he had long anticipated the trials he would face. As long as Lin Qingwei was safe, he was prepared to shatter all obstacles in his path. Ah, you must be Mrs. Lin. Your accommodations have been arranged. Please follow me. Yu Tianming displayed no prejudice towards Lin Qingwei's human heritage. Instead, he was exceedingly courteous. Thank you very much, Lin Qingwei replied, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected politeness from a member of the demon clan, as this was her first encounter with such courtesy. This time, consider yourself fortunate. Next time, I shall peel your flesh away, piece by piece. Gu Hanyu gazed at Lin Yuan, his tone chillingly cold. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, cast a detached glance at Gu Hanyu. You are not worthy. Crack. Gu Hanyu clenched his fists tightly, his teeth nearly shattering from the pressure. A half-demon wretch dares to be so arrogant. What would happen if I were to kill him? On the way, Lin Yuan turned to Yu Tianming and inquired. I knew it. Yu Tianming replied, somewhat exasperated. It wouldn't matter. Within the halls of demons, battles among peers are indifferent to life and death. The rules of the demon race are quite simple. As long as it is not a case of the old oppressing the young, everything is based on strength. However, you are aware of the circumstances in the halls of demons. Compared to the other 9 great demon halls, we are still considerably lacking. Therefore, for someone like Gu Hanyu, who holds some value, if possible, let him keep his life. Yu Tianming spoke earnestly. Having reached the pinnacle of the spirit communication realm, Lin Yuan was now qualified to converse with Yu Tianming as an equal. Lin Yuan remained silent. Yu Tianming did not press further for Gu Hanyu's plea. He understood that this was already sufficient. If Gu Hanyu continued to seek his own demise, then even if Lin Yuan refrained from acting, he would ensure Gu Hanyu's complete annihilation. Under Yu Tianming's guidance, no other short-sighted demons dared to trouble Lin Yuan and his mother. Moreover, Yu Tianming intentionally intimidated many demons, making it clear that Lin Yuan was not someone they could provoke. From now on, this will be your residence. Are you satisfied? Yu Tianming smiled. Lin Yuan looked up and beheld a grand palace before him. The obsidian gate shimmered with a dark purple glow under the moonlight, flanked by two imposing statues of black beasts. Not far away, a suspended corridor was cradled by the stars, each celestial body flowing with golden sands woven from magical runes. Lin Yuan acutely sensed the dense aura of magic permeating the air, making it an ideal place for cultivation. As he gazed at the ornate plaque inscribed with resplendent golden letters that read Qingyuan Palace, he silently recited the name. This palace was esteemed among the myriad of demon halls, equipped with dedicated training rooms and martial arenas, as well as enclosures for raising magical steeds. Furthermore, Yu Tianming glanced at Lin Qingwei, noting the presence of a special formation capable of shielding one from the overwhelming magical energy. You can cultivate solely within the training rooms, he remarked with a smile. Though the magical aura served as a foundation for the demon race, it was akin to poison for Lin Qingwei, a human. The excessive concentration would inevitably cause her discomfort, even without being absorbed into her body. Your consideration is much appreciated, Lin Yuan replied sincerely. It is what you deserve. Had you not exhibited sufficient talent, your experience here would scarcely differ from that in the abyss of the dead, Yu Tianming cautioned. Nevertheless, I shall remain grateful for your kindness, Lin Yuan responded calmly. Regardless of past or present, he was a man of retribution. He repaid grudges and kindness alike. Ah, I see. Yu Tianming paused, momentarily taken aback, before comprehending Lin Yuan's character. How intriguing. However, since you are new to the demon hall, I cannot grant you an elevated status just yet. Is my talent truly insufficient? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing that in order to prevent the Ming clan and the Corpse clan from dispatching their elders to confront him, he must establish a certain standing within the Hall of All Demons. His innate talent was undoubtedly sufficient, however, he lacked an opportunity to demonstrate it. Yu Tianming raised an eyebrow. In 3 days, the blood pool of all demons will be opened. Should you successfully forge the blood body of all demons, you will earn the title of a quasi-demon in our hall. At that time, none shall dare to underestimate your half-human, half-demon lineage. After Yu Tianming spoke, he departed. The blood pool of all demons, Lin Yuan murmured softly. Chapter 20. The Talisman, a willing embrace of death within the clear abyss palace. The ground was adorned with flowing magical runes resembling liquid mercury, and a crimson-light curtain descended from the dome, enveloping the entire palace in a purifying barrier. Lin Yuan's fingertips brushed against the amethyst vines clinging to the corridor pillars. As the demonic energy receded like a tide towards the training chamber, Mother is now free to move about. Lin Qingwei gazed in a daze at the blooming night-blooming cereus in the courtyard. These plants, commonly found in the human realms, now brought tears to her eyes. After 20 years, she was finally able to relax her taut nerves without the fear of demonic energy encroaching upon her, yet the absence of spiritual energy lingered like an invisible wound, throbbing faintly. Spiritual energy was the foundation of cultivation in the human realms. In the imperial capital she had previously resided in, the density of spiritual energy was not inferior to the rich demonic energy present in Tianma City at this moment. Lin Yuan noticed the fleeting nostalgia in Lin Qingwei's eyes and fell silent, clearly aware that she was reminiscing about the human realm. Mother, I shall begin my cultivation now, Lin Yuan declared. Indeed, the Hall of All Demons is filled with talent. Do not let your guard down. Lin Qingwei entrusted him with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. If one day Lin Yuan could reach the sacred realm, or even become a formidable being within it, perhaps he could truly leave the abyss and return to the human realm. He wondered how the human race was faring now. Did his father still think of him? Perhaps he had long since presumed him dead. Yes, I will, Lin Yuan nodded. Inside the training chamber, the bronze lamp cast a soft glow upon Lin Yuan's youthful visage. He first devoted a day to consolidating his cultivation and assessing his physical condition. The Hellfire Demon Crystal had stabilized completely, yet the Great Shumi Demon Pillar remained eerily silent. Lin Yuan frowned. At that moment, the Great Shumi Demon Pillar stood resolutely within his energy sea, akin to an anchor in turbulent waters. Despite Lin Yuan's calls, it remained unresponsive, a disconcerting sensation enveloping him. Who could tell when this entity might transform into a ticking time bomb, turning against him? System, why is this thing residing in my energy sea after I consumed it? Lin Yuan inquired. Given the host's current physique, it cannot absorb it yet. Thus it can only be temporarily stored within the host's energy sea. The system's mechanical voice resonated. Lin Yuan fell silent. The ability to command the Hellfire Demon Crystal, a sacred artifact of the underworld, indicated its extraordinary origin and power, making the system's explanation quite reasonable. After several more attempts, Lin Yuan decided to cease his efforts. It appeared that for the time being, there would be no immediate danger. Focusing on enhancing his strength was of paramount importance. At present, Lin Yuan's cultivation level stands at the second tier of the spirit refinement realm, a considerable distance from the prowess of his peers within the demonic lineage. However, in terms of innate talent and abilities, he is not lacking significantly. 3 days and nights have elapsed, marked by the ebb and flow of demonic energy. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, the aura surrounding him had solidified considerably. The steady and methodical approach to cultivation feels exceedingly slow. Lin Yuan shook his head. Having tasted the exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement through devouring, attempting to elevate his cultivation through traditional means left him with a profound sense of disparity. As the saying goes, it is easy to shift from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. He hoped that this time, the blood pool of 10,000 demons would not disappoint him. Leaving the cultivation chamber, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. He still had 4 opportunities for devouring left. And if utilized wisely, they should suffice to swiftly reach the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. Lin Yuan even aspired to attempt a breakthrough to the ultimate realm of spirit refinement. Achieving such a feat at this level would surpass even the likes of Ming Wutian. It is important to note that the closer one approaches the sacred realm, the more arduous the breakthrough to the ultimate realm becomes. Upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge from seclusion, Lin Qingwei felt no surprise. She had naturally remembered the words spoken during the day and Moon's decree. Yuan, Lin Qingwei said. Placing a silk handkerchief adorned with the pattern of a pure lotus into his palm, the thread sewn with a talisman salvaged from an old garment, your safety is paramount. With a hint of concern, Lin Qingwei then informed Lin Yuan about certain aspects of the blood pool of 10,000 demons. During these 3 days, she had not been idle. I understand, mother. I will be fine. After all, I still need to bring you back to the human realm. Lin Yuan carefully tucked away the handkerchief and clasped Lin Qingyue's icy hand, smiling reassuringly. After exchanging a few words with Lin Qingyue, Lin Yuan departed from Qingyuan Palace. You finally decided to come out, he remarked. Yu Tianming seemed to have been waiting for Lin Yuan, as he encountered him shortly after leaving the palace. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Lin Yuan expressed with a hint of regret. Regardless of the reason for Yu Tianming's concern for him, the outcome was what truly mattered. It was not long before they began their conversation. Are you aware of the situation regarding the blood pool of 10,000 demons? Yu Tianming inquired with a smile. I have some understanding, Lin Yuan replied. A demon dragon has sustained severe injuries and requires the sacrifice of the blood of 10,000 demons for relief. At that time, a significant amount of demon dragon blood crystals will emerge from its wounds, which will serve as the finest elixir for cultivators below the sacred realm. Lin Yuan recounted the relevant information he had gathered from Lin Qingwei. Indeed, if a sufficient quantity of demon dragon blood crystals is absorbed, one could forge the blood body of 10,000 demons. Your current physique is that of a mortal, correct? Yu Tianming assessed Lin Yuan, who nodded in affirmation. Just as I suspected, Yu Tianming mused, albeit with some confusion. Logically speaking, with Lin Yuan's mortal body, he should only be able to reach the pinnacle of the feeding qi realm at most. To attain the pinnacle in the spirit communication realm seemed utterly fanciful. Yet, he had accomplished it. Could it be that extraordinary comprehension played a role? Yu Tianming could only speculate. Especially since Lin Yuan had succeeded in cultivating techniques that were beyond his own capacity to grasp. Although the blood body of 10,000 demons may not surpass the sacred body, it is certainly a considerable improvement over your current mortal form. At the very least, your cultivation speed will increase, Yu Tianming stated. Is this all? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan instantly lost interest. No matter how swiftly one cultivates, it pales in comparison to the speed of devouring. Yu Tianming contemplated a rebuttal but, recalling Lin Yuan's terrifying devouring power, wisely chose to remain silent. Although the allure of enhanced cultivation speed was minimal for Lin Yuan, attending the grand event at the Hall of All Demons was still imperative. Earning the title of Quasi-Demon Prince would grant him access to abundant resources, a commendable option for his devouring endeavors. Moreover, the myriad demon blood body offered benefits beyond mere acceleration of cultivation speed. Soon, under Yu Tianming's guidance, the two arrived at the myriad demon blood pool. The myriad demon blood pool is situated atop the broken peak of the Hall of All Demons. The summit of the broken peak had been smoothed to a glistening mirror-like surface, with blood-colored sludge slowly surging within the hollow. Dark red mist crawled along the ground, entwining every rock saturated with blood. The pool's edge was encrusted with tar-like black crystals, from which countless skeletal remains protruded, frozen in their agonized postures from life. These were the sacrifices of the demon clan. For those of lesser power, their fate was thus sealed. At this moment, a considerable number of demons had gathered, evidently drawn by the allure of the demon dragon blood crystal. While Lin Yuan was indifferent to the myriad demon blood body, it held significant appeal for the other demons. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed a formidable hostility. His gaze shifted, and there stood Bon Hanyu. "Oh, I had foretold that our next encounter would see me peeling your flesh away piece by piece." Bon Hanyu sneered upon spotting Lin Yuan, his lips curling into a cruel smile. The other demons looked on with a sense of malicious glee directed at Lin Yuan. In the realm of the Demon Palace, Gu Hanyu stands out among the younger generation with considerable prowess. This half-demon hybrid has provoked Gu Hanyu, leaving him with no path but to face death. Observing the situation, Yu Tianming refrains from intervening this time. Some individuals are determined to court their own demise, and he is powerless to prevent it. "There is no need to spare me any regard," Yu Tianming remarks, his confidence in Lin Yuan's strength unwavering. Despite Gu Hanyu's extraordinary status, can dragons and insects truly be compared? Chapter 21. Blood Crystal of the Demon Dragon, innate sacred body. A roar resounds, just as the atmosphere grows tense. The firmament suddenly splits open, revealing a scarlet rift, as if an ancient behemoth is thrashing about in the void. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberates, causing the demonic clouds within a 100-mile radius to boil like water. The surface of the blood pool for 10,000 demons begins to fissure, and thousands of withered bones simultaneously disintegrate into dust. The boiling liquid surges forth, carrying dark crystals soaring into the heavens, where they coalesce into a fearsome dragon-headed apparition. The blood crystal of the demon dragon. Those obsidian crystals suspended in midair seem to have come to life, each reflecting intricate dark golden patterns. Within these blood crystals resides a wealth of blood essence and a trace of dragon energy. For cultivators beneath the sacred realm, they are an invaluable elixir. The blood pool of 10,000 demons has been unleashed. Many demons gaze fervently at the blood crystals, their eyes ablaze with desire. Even Lin Yuan feels a stir within his body, consumed by a profound yearning for the demon dragon blood crystals. The blood pool has opened. Why do you not hasten to enter? A towering figure descends, possessing 3 eyes, with a vertical pupil on his forehead radiating a haunting purple demonic light, solidifying the boiling blood pool into an eerie mirror. Those who enter the pool shall meet their fates as destined. The voice of the echoes like the clash of cold iron from the depths of the abyss, causing the young demons to bleed from their ears. He is one of the 5 great law kings, the Eye of Magic King. Upon his appearance, the multitude of demons displayed fervent expressions. It is known that each of the 5 law kings of the Demon Palace embodies a saintly king's prowess. Any single one of them, when unleashed, is a paragon of unparalleled might. If memory serves me correctly, the opening of the blood pool of 10,000 demons has traditionally been presided over by Yao Ming himself. Upon encountering the Eye of Magic King, Lin Yuan recalled the intel provided by Lin Qingwei, feeling a tinge of perplexity. Indeed, it had always been the palace master who took the helm in the past. As for this occasion, Yu Tianming cast a peculiar glance at Lin Yuan. The palace master's original realm has crumbled, leaving no time to attend to matters here. The intervention of a law king is sufficient to ensure your safety. Lin Yuan, taken aback by the revelation, instinctively touched his nose. The blood crystal of the demon dragon typically comes in 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Due to the presence of a trace of dragon aura, they possess a fundamental instinct for self-preservation, making them challenging to capture. To forge a blood body of 10,000 demons, one must absorb at least 3,000 upper-grade blood crystals of the demon dragon. There also exists a particularly rare type of blood crystal, capable of transforming into a blood beast, where one single piece can equate to 100 upper-grade blood crystals. Observing the multitude of demons plunging into the blood pool, Yu Tianming issued a warning. "I understand," Lin Yuan nodded. If forging the blood body of 10,000 demons were so effortless, the demon palace would not find itself at the bottom among the 10 great demon palaces. "Aren't you going?" Lin Yuan moved to enter the pool, noticing Yu Tianming's indifference, and inquired. "I do not require it." Yu Tianming, upon hearing this, responded with a proud smile, as if moonlight flowed over his form, emanating a mysterious aura of sanctity that enlightened Lin Yuan's understanding. A congenital sacred body. The progeny of a holy realm expert possesses an exceedingly minuscule probability of manifesting a congenital sacred body. Those endowed with such a body not only advance in cultivation at an accelerated pace, but also wield formidable physical prowess and combat strength. That Ming Wutian indeed possesses a congenital sacred body. However, Judging by Yu Tianming's demeanor, it appears that his congenital sacred body has undergone a form of sublimation, rendering it even more powerful than the ordinary variant. Of course, this does not imply that Yu Tianming's innate talent surpasses that of Ming Wutian, as Lin Yuan is aware. Ming Wutian, in addition to his congenital sacred body, also possesses the eyes of the Nether God, which grants him an extraordinarily strong spiritual force. It is highly probable that he could transcend into the holy realm through his spiritual prowess, becoming a saint of the spirit. It is noteworthy that a saint of the spirit is considerably more formidable and enigmatic than a martial arts saint. Boom. Lin Yuan landed in the blood pool, surveying his surroundings. Blood crystals from the demon dragon scattered and shot forth, with some superior blood crystals even transforming into blood beasts, exhibiting impressive combat capabilities. Lin Yuan extended his hand to grasp a beam of bloodlight. An irregular black crystal writhed in his palm. By slightly activating the divine demon prohibition cannon, a low-grade blood crystal was unexpectedly refined into crimson flowing fire. The searing sensation coursed through his meridians towards his dantian, consuming all the dragon essence and blood energy within. Lin Yuan meticulously assessed his physical condition and noted a slight enhancement in his corporeal strength. This was merely a low-grade demon dragon blood crystal. A splendid find. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he swiftly moved to contend for the demon dragon blood crystals. In the realm of divine transformation, Lin Yuan unleashed the blood-burst step, his figure darting and weaving with remarkable agility as he swiftly contended for the dragon blood crystals. During his time in the Star Tower, Lin Yuan had acquired a total of 4 combat techniques, 3 of the divine transformation level and 1 of the destiny level. Empowered by the blood-burst step, Lin Yuan left behind mere phantoms as the dragon blood crystals fell before him like ripened wheat bowing to the wind. Yet upon nearing his sleeve, they returned gently like fledglings to their nest. In no time, through his rapid efforts, Lin Yuan amassed a considerable quantity of dragon blood crystals. Though most were of the inferior grade, it is noteworthy that 100 inferior dragon blood crystals equated to a single superior one. This pace was far too sluggish for Lin Yuan's liking. His gaze shifted to a dragon blood crystal that had transformed into a blood beast. Albeit this creature was currently being hunted by the chilling bone-cold phantom. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to intervene, several attacks suddenly descended upon him. He swiftly retreated, his expression darkening as he regarded the figures that had appeared before him. Half-demon mongrels. I had anticipated your restlessness. Would it not be wiser to absorb some inferior dragon blood crystals? Those are not yours to covet. The leading demon glared at Lin Yuan with murderous intent. I have heard that you killed Ming Quan and Yu Long. Let us see just how capable you truly are. With the knowledge of Lin Yuan's formidable prowess, they dared not underestimate him. Several demons joined forces, determined to subdue Lin Yuan in the shortest time possible. Do not kill him. Brother Bone has instructed us to leave him intact for his enjoyment. One of the demons laughed heartily. A fierce and astonishing killing intent flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. As the 9/Slashes Thunder Demon Blade erupted, a pitch-black halo suddenly materialized behind him. If that is the case, then I shall upend this table. Devour. Lin Yuan bellowed. The terrifying force of devouring surged forth, instantly enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Countless demon dragon blood crystals were swiftly consumed by Lin Yuan, and his aura began to rise exponentially. 3rd level of the Divine Refinement Realm. 4th level of the Divine Refinement Realm. This is bad. This fellow is likely truly cultivating the sky-devouring demon technique. Run. The many demons present were instantly struck with fear, fleeing without a backward glance. Too late. Lin Yuan would naturally not let them escape. The power of the Thunder Demon Blade, now vastly enhanced, swiftly caught up, cutting them down one by one. This half-demon wretch, Bone Hanyu, witnessing Lin Yuan's overwhelming prowess, felt a chill run down his spine. It should be noted that the sky-devouring demon technique is an unparalleled art from the ancient era, possessed by the ancient demons. How did Lin Yuan acquire it? He must not be allowed to grow stronger. Bone Hanyu's heart tightened as 8 bone blades transformed into a sinister white dragon, lunging forward. The full force of the transcendent realm erupted. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The entire blood pool suddenly convulsed violently, akin to a colossal beast awakening. While a terrifying dragon roar resounded, its might overwhelming all present demons. Even the Demon Eye King, who had been meditating with closed eyes, abruptly opened them. Chapter 22. Sky-Devouring Demon Technique, Sovereign Zora. What is happening? The spine of Bone Hanyu emitted a series of unbearable cracks. His entire being curled upon the ground like a shrimp crushed beneath the weight of a mountain. To his utter horror, he discovered that the demonic energy within his dantian was likewise suppressed, rendering him unable to lift even a finger. The surrounding demons fared no better. Some of the weaker ones bled from their orifices, their bones producing explosive sounds akin to frying beans under the relentless pressure of the dragoness might. This was the formidable power of the dragon. It seemed that something was amiss with the ancient dragon. Trembling, some demons gazed into the depths of the blood pool, their pupils reflecting the boiling crimson waters. This blood pool of 10,000 demons was, in essence, a sanctuary for the dragoness healing. However, the dragon was an immensely powerful being of the Saint King level, and those maddening dragon blood crystals were merely remnants of the dragon's wounds scabbing and shedding. The blood pool had been opened once a year for a century without incident, so why now? Roar. Another dragon's roar surged forth, accompanied by a tangible wave of sound that instantly reduced the rocks at the edge of the blood pool to powder. The eyes of the demon eye law king, adorned with a vertical pupil, radiated thousands of streams of light, weaving a blood-red barrier in the air, yet dozens of demons were still struck down as if hammered, their bones shattered and bodies collapsing to the ground. Yet, there was one exception. Lin Yuan gazed with surprise at Bone Hanyu, who had suddenly collapsed before him. He too was astonished that amidst such terrifying dragon might, he felt absolutely nothing. No, to be precise, this dragon's might had deliberately avoided him. Impossible. Why are you unscathed? Bone Hanyu looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. At that moment, he was the only one standing amidst the entire blood pool of 10,000 demons. Perhaps the dragon of magic has taken a particular liking to me, mused Lin Yuan as he stroked his chin, then decisively placed his foot upon the head of Bone Hanyu. With a resounding crack echoing through the air, Bone Hanyu emitted a wretched scream of agony. Lin Yuan, what sort of skill is it to take advantage of someone in their moment of peril? If you possess any true courage, let us face off in the arena of judgment and decide our fates. Bone Hanyu roared, attempting to summon the dark energy within him, yet to no avail. How amusing, Lin Yuan retorted, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Do you not realize that only those who survive in this abyss are worthy of making demands? Moreover, with a surge of magical energy coalescing at his feet, Lin Yuan crushed Bone Hanyu's skull into a pulp, the crimson and white remnants cascading down the intricate patterns of his boots. Do you truly think yourself worthy to challenge me in the arena of judgment? Lin Yuan spoke coldly, simultaneously plucking a ring from Bone Hanyu's finger. This was the spatial ring belonging to Bone Hanyu, containing all his wealth. A cursory glance revealed a treasure trove that left Lin Yuan quite satisfied. Bone Hanyu's riches were indeed substantial. The commotion surrounding Lin Yuan did not go unnoticed by the other denizens of the demon race. While they pondered why Lin Yuan remained unaffected by the dragon's might, they also began to worry about the possibility of incurring his wrath, especially those in possession of dragon blood crystals, for wealth stirs the hearts of men. Even the King of Demon Eyes took note of Lin Yuan at that moment. This little fellow, the King of Demon Eyes, furrowed his brow, though he had no time to engage with Lin Yuan now. Jin Yuan, why must you trouble these young ones? The magical eye of the Demon Eye King radiated streams of shimmering light, penetrating the depths of the blood pool of 10,000 demons, establishing a connection with the dragon. The magical eye is not of my own volition. With a resounding roar, the blood pool erupted into towering waves, and the dragon soared forth, its obsidian scales reflecting a terrifying luminescence. A foreboding black cloud obscured the sky, stirring the entire demon hall. What is happening? Amidst the flickering starlight, a majestic figure descended. It was none other than the lord of the demon hall, Yangming. The dragon reigned in its power, its blood-red pupils fixated on the blood pool of 10,000 demons. More precisely, it was Lin Yuan who drew its gaze. Under the dragon's scrutiny, even Lin Yuan, with his current cultivation, felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a mere thought from the beast could spell his doom. Yangming also noticed Lin Yuan, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The blood pool of 10,000 demons had been intended to provide Lin Yuan with a legitimate identity as a demon offspring. Who could have anticipated such an unforeseen event? Jin Yuan, do you not owe an explanation? The Demon Eye King glared at the dragon in exasperation. Had he not reacted swiftly to shield some younger members of the demon clan, they would likely have suffered significant casualties. These individuals represented the future of the demon hall. They could perish in the ruthless competition of survival, but they must not be recklessly annihilated by their own powerful kin. I can hardly be bothered with your concerns. I have stated that it was not my intention. The dragon spoke in human tongue, exhaling scorching black flames, revealing its displeasure. You, the Demon Eye King, with 3 fiery eyes, appeared exceedingly irate. Young man, are you indeed practicing the ancient art of the devouring demon from primordial times? The demon dragon disregarded the impotent fury of the Demon Eye King, fixating instead on Lin Yuan, his pupils ablaze with fervent anticipation. No, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. His power of consumption stemmed from the system, not from any devouring demon technique. He had heard of this technique before. It was a formidable practice originating from the ancient demon clan, its specific tier unknown, but surely no less than unparalleled in rank. Its hallmark ability was, indeed, consumption. One could only wonder how the devouring demon technique compared to the voracious consumption granted by the system. Ding. The host seems to underestimate this system. What is the devouring demon technique, after all? Just as Lin Yuan pondered this, the mechanical voice of the system abruptly resonated, imbued with an unmistakable air of disdain. Is that so? The demon dragon's eagerness visibly waned upon hearing this. After all, the devouring demon technique had long been lost to time. It was implausible that it would suddenly resurface. This young man likely practiced a super-simplified version akin to the devouring demon technique. Yang Ming, with his perceptive gaze, looked knowingly at the demon dragon, as if grasping the implications. He clapped his hands in amusement. Ah, I see, Jin Yuan. You intend for him to consume the imperial aura within you? You know me well. You are indeed my good brother. The massive head of the demon dragon nodded in acknowledgement. It had been 300 years, and that accursed imperial aura still gnawed at his dragon marrow. It suddenly plunged down, its breath scattering hundreds of demon clansmen. Kid, if you can assist me in devouring this parasitic wretch. Hold on. Yang Ming intervened, halting the demon dragon. You may be disappointed. His cultivation is certainly not the devouring heaven demon art. Yang Ming sighed, fully aware of Lin Yuan's foundation. Previously, he had merely practiced the most rudimentary Qi demon technique, later transitioning to the method inscribed on that demonic pillar. Even before the shift, Lin Yuan had exhibited his devouring ability, proving it could not possibly be the devouring heaven demon art. It must be some innate talent, one that had awakened later in life. How could such an acquired talent ever be compared to the devouring heaven demon art? Moreover, the imperial energy within the demon dragon was exceedingly stubborn and formidable, requiring a correspondingly powerful devouring force to resolve. Otherwise, there was a significant risk of provoking a violent eruption of imperial energy, leading to even graver injuries. Upon hearing this, the anticipation in the demon dragon's eyes entirely vanished. I was agitated, even unleashing a verbal onslaught on that old rascal, the demon eye. How frustrating. Yao Ming and the others' dialogue had not been deliberately concealed, and thus Lin Yuan overheard it. My devouring power is undeniably more potent than that so-called devouring heaven demon art. The benefits derived from just a drop of the demon dragon's blood for healing are immense. If I could consume that so-called imperial energy, my cultivation should strengthen significantly. Lin Yuan contemplated thoughtfully. Esteemed demon dragon, I assure you my devouring power may not be inferior to the devouring heaven demon art. Therefore, may I request an opportunity to assist in your healing? Chapter 23. The first hearing of the human emperor, the sovereign dragon's dominance, as Lin Yuan's voice fell. The ominous presence of the eye of the demon king, Jin Yuan, and Yang Ming simultaneously shifted their gaze towards him, being scrutinized by three formidable beings. Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure, a sensation that would have caused any other demon to kneel in submission. Despite his modest strength, his audacity was remarkable. The eye of the demon king raised an eyebrow, expressing disdain. The devouring demon technique, even among the ancient demon clans, was a powerful art. To claim that his devouring prowess was on par with it was utterly ludicrous, akin to claiming that the realm of the spirit realm did not surpass that of the holy realm. Yang Ming regarded Lin Yuan with a contemplative expression. He sensed that Lin Yuan was not merely boasting. Although he remained skeptical, the enigma surrounding Lin Yuan piqued his curiosity. As his star divination technique could not penetrate the fog of secrets that cloaked him, he yearned to uncover the truths hidden within. Yang Ming felt a twinge of excitement. Young man, do you possess the confidence to proceed? Should you falter, the consequences could be quite painful for me. Jin Yuan's colossal dragon eyes fixated on Lin Yuan, uncertainty flickering within. Senior, if you have alternative methods, it would be prudent to consider them. If not, perhaps we should take the plunge. Lin Yuan replied with a gentle smile. While he spoke thus, he was certain that Jin Yuan had no other recourse. Otherwise, he would not have endured suffering for centuries. You do have a point. In that case, I shall place my trust in you this once. Jin Yuan contemplated for a moment before arriving at his decision. Humph. At that moment, one could only fear that the attempt to gain an advantage would lead to greater losses. Do you truly believe the boast of this fellow? Sneered the eye of the demon king. Then what do you propose we do? Jin Yuan, his temper somewhat volatile, had long held a disdain for these three-eyed creatures. Honestly, I suggest we remain in the blood pool of 10,000 demons to recuperate. After a millennium, we might be nearly restored. The eye of the demon king offered what he deemed the most prudent counsel. Upon hearing this, Jiwen Yuan's dragon visage darkened instantly. As if I needed your input, he retorted. Yet, enduring a millennium of the Imperial Taoist torment is no trivial matter. I believe it is worth a try, Yang Ming interjected. His gaze soft as it turned towards Lin Yuan. Zhu Yuan is my old comrade. We shall endeavor to give it our all. Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. Observing this, the eye of the Demon King opened his mouth to counter, but with Yang Ming's nod of agreement, his opinion had become inconsequential, leaving him to huff silently in discontent. Roar. Zhu Yuan let out a long cry, his massive and elongated dragon form stretching forth, revealing a horrifying wound upon his abdomen. At the site of the injury, streams of golden, mysterious energy relentlessly tore at Zhu Yuan's flesh, impeding his recovery. The Imperial Tao energy. 300 years ago, I was unwittingly wounded by the human emperor, and the lingering energy has since tormented me. What you see before you is merely the surface of my suffering. As Zhu Yuan reminisced, a glimmer of hatred emerged in his eyes at the mention of the human emperor. The human emperor. Lin Yuan fell into silence. In his previous life, he was human, and in this life, he existed as a hybrid of man and demon. Naturally, he felt a deeper affinity for humanity, especially since Lin Qingwei was also of human descent, uncertain of whether his half-human, half-demon identity would be acknowledged by the human race. Lin Yuan pondered the daunting nature of human hearts, which could be more fearsome than those of the demon clan. Nevertheless, with Lin Qingwei's esteemed status among humans, he anticipated that the resistance he would face upon returning to humanity would be significantly lessened. For now, however, his primary focus remained on enhancing his own strength. Under the influence of Jin Yuan's power, Lin Yuan's body floated towards the site of his wound. I shall channel the Imperial Tao energy to the wound. At that moment, you must devour it with all your might, Jin Yuan declared, his crimson vertical pupil fixated on Lin Yuan. Agreed. Lin Yuan nodded in affirmation. A cacophony akin to thunder erupted from Jin Yuan as an overwhelming surge of demonic energy boiled within him, a struggle against the Imperial Tao energy. Jin Yuan's expression twisted in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably as energy began to leak from his form. Observing this, Yang Ming flicked his fingers, unleashing a star that transformed into myriad beams of starlight, effectively containing Jin Yuan's chaotic energy. Before long, Lin Yuan observed that the Imperial Tao energy at Jin Yuan's wound was gradually thickening, and the wound itself continued to expand. Kid, why aren't you making your move? Jin Yuan howled in distress. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and a dark halo materialized behind him, from which surged forth the phantom of a colossal beast, its mouth gaping wide in a gluttonous display. It was none other than the legendary and fearsome Tao from the primordial era. The demon Law King finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. In ancient times, Tao was renowned as a being capable of devouring immortals. Devour it. Lin Yuan let out a low growl, and the terrifying power of devouring erupted suddenly, tugging at the Imperial Qi from the wounds of the abyss. As the Imperial Qi was consumed, Lin Yuan was astonished to discover that his physical form had significantly strengthened. The human emperor had achieved sanctification through his physical body, forging an unparalleled imperial sacred physique that was nearly immortal. This Imperial Qi was highly beneficial for the body. Yang Ming, perceiving the transformation within Lin Yuan, offered a timely insight. So it was indeed a remarkable substance. Lin Yuan licked his lips and began to devour with even greater fervor. As the intensity of his consumption increased, some of the flesh and dragon power from the abyss were also absorbed by Lin Yuan. While the Imperial Qi gradually weakened under his relentless onslaught, even the abyss could begin to drive it away autonomously. Witnessing this turn of events, the abyss was evidently exhilarated. It had truly succeeded. The demon Law King was profoundly shocked. This was the Imperial Qi that even a formidable being like the abyss, at the Holy King level, found troublesome. Yang Ming had no means to contend with it. Yet, it was resolved by a mere junior from the divine refinement realm. Was it solely reliant on talent? As the Imperial Qi was completely devoured, Lin Yuan's bones shimmered with a golden, glass-like radiance, and each drop of his blood seemed to be infused with myriad runes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Imperial Dragon Dominance body. The system's mechanical voice suddenly resounded. Through Lin Yuan's relentless consumption, the Imperial Qi that had tormented the abyss for 300 years was utterly eradicated. Simultaneously, due to the absorption of some of the abyss's dragon power and flesh, Lin Yuan's physical form underwent a metamorphosis, forging the Imperial Dragon Dominance body. Uncertain. I wonder how the Emperor Dragon body compares to the innate sacred body? Ha ha ha. Young one, I truly owe you my gratitude this time. Jin Yuan felt an overwhelming excitement. Although his wounds continued to bleed profusely, that wretched imperial aura had finally been eradicated. I must also thank the senior for the assistance. Lin Yuan replied with a faint smile. His gaze fell upon the dragon's blood that flowed from Jin Yuan, having already forged the Emperor Dragon body. This dragon's blood held little significance for him. Thus, Lin Yuan ceased his consumption, raising his hand with a graceful sweep, causing the dragon blood gushing from the magical dragon's wound to cascade like the Milky Way, staining the blood pool of 10,000 demons in a resplendent amber hue. Within the boiling blood crystal, faint silhouettes of miniature dragons danced. It was dragon crystal, and of an exceptionally high grade. The demonic clan below erupted in fervor, their gazes filled with profound gratitude towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan reciprocated their sentiments with a smile. What is Bon Han Yu? Merely a rabid dog. Indeed, compared to Lin Yuan, Bon Han Yu was truly petty and small-minded, a disgrace to our demonic hall. The many demons who had previously fawned over Bon Han Yu now transformed their flattery into daggers aimed at his heart, chastising him mercilessly. If Bon Han Yu were still alive, he would likely die of anger. Lin Yuan observed this with great satisfaction. For the survival of the demonic clan, not only strength, but also prestige held immense importance. Young one, how do you think I should express my gratitude to you? Jin Yuan gazed at Lin Yuan with a tone of delight. Chapter 24. The demon orb and the secret of the divine bridge. The colossal body of Jin Yuan coiled, accompanied by ascending tendrils of dark demonic flames, from which emerged a strikingly robust man adorned with dragon horns. Young one, I harbor no debts of gratitude. Speak your desires, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them, declared Jin Yuan with great bravado. Moreover, Jin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the still startled Demon Eye Sovereign. Demon Eye, did you not assert that this lad was lacking? How does it feel to have your words rebuked? Should you not render some form of recompense? With arms crossed, Jin Yuan reveled in the discomfiture of the Demon Eye Sovereign, taking delight in the old man's predicament. It was he who had suggested using his dragon's blood to bestow opportunities upon these younglings, and now the tables had turned. Do you not relish in nurturing the younger generation? Perhaps you should exhibit a touch of generosity. The Demon Eye Sovereign huffed disdainfully, then directed his gaze towards Lin Yuan. Ahem, esteemed elder, you jest. Indeed, I was somewhat presumptuous earlier, Lin Yuan quickly replied, forcing a chuckle. It was preposterous to even contemplate demanding anything from such a formidable being at the sacred king level, while he had showcased his talents and innate pride in the abyss. Garnering the attention of the demon race, a fundamental respect for the powerful was imperative. To act otherwise would be courting oblivion, whether among demons or humans. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the expression of the Demon Eye Sovereign softened considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Young man, your talents are commendable, and your ability to devour is indeed surprising even to me. Previously, I underestimated you. This magic orb shall serve as my humble apology. The King of Demon Eyes tossed a jet-black orb, exuding a sinister aura, to Lin Yuan. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed elder, Lin Yuan expressed. Gazing at the orb, although he was unaware of its exact purpose, it was undoubtedly a fine treasure, being a creation of a Saint King. To his surprise, it was indeed a magic orb of considerable quality. Demon Eyes, I never expected you to be so magnanimous, Lin Yuan remarked. Seeing the item bestowed by the King of Demon Eyes, Jun Yuan felt a twinge of astonishment. Is this magic orb truly valuable? He inquired, playing with the orb. Valuable? You, my friend, have struck a tremendous bargain, Jun Yuan replied with a smile. This magic orb contains a space for storage and can preserve living beings. Furthermore, it is an exceptionally powerful soul artifact. Jun Yuan elaborated, your soul power is not to be underestimated, and the Demon Eyes must have put thought into gifting you this. A glance at the King of Demon Eyes caused Jun Yuan's impression of the old fellow to improve slightly. Although the king had a rather eccentric personality, he indeed treated the talented juniors of the Demon Hall quite well. Thank you, esteemed elder of the Demon Eyes, Lin Yuan said, genuinely grateful. The artifact was already a considerable treasure, let alone one that was a soul artifact. Mastering soul power requires the use of such artifacts to truly unleash its potential. Merely a trinket, the King of Demon Eyes scoffed, and with a swirl of black mist, he departed first. As Jun Yuan gazed at the demonic orb in Lin Yuan's hand, he felt a twinge of annoyance. The Demon Eye Law King had bestowed a demonic orb, thus he too must not be stingy. Here, take this. Jun Yuan tossed a dragon scale, gleaming with a metallic sheen, to Lin Yuan. This scale is the ancestral scale I shed upon attaining sanctity. You may utilize it as a defensive sacred artifact. It is no less valuable than that demonic orb. Jun Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yuan and scoffed. Thank you. Esteemed Jun Yuan, for your generous gift, Lin Yuan replied, his mood lifted. With this, could it not be said that even the formidable beings of the sacred realm would be at a loss on how to deal with him for a while? This expedition to the blood pool of 10,000 demons has indeed yielded bountiful rewards. Jun Yuan waved his hand and transformed back into a demonic dragon, plunging into the blood pool of 10,000 demons. Though the imperial aura within him had been completely eradicated, the injuries sustained over the years still required a period of recuperation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for manifesting sanctity before the blood pool of 10,000 demons. Reward: 3 opportunities for devouring. The mechanical voice of the system resonated at this moment, causing Lin Yuan, already filled with joy, to break into a wide grin. You've truly reaped great rewards this time. Yet, one's own strength remains paramount. Acquiring a sacred artifact too early may not necessarily be advantageous. Yao Ming, noticing Lin Yuan's exhilarated expression, could not resist chiding him. Master, both the demon eye and esteemed Jun Yuan have given you valuable gifts. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Only then did Lin Yuan remember the presence of another formidable being beside him, one of even greater stature. You are quite the insatiable one. The gifts of the demon eye and Jun Yuan were offered out of guilt or need. What benefits do you bring to this esteemed palace master? Yang Ming, somewhat irked, remarked. Heh, isn't the infernal abyss senior your steed? Since the junior has healed your mount, shouldn't there be some form of acknowledgement? Lin Yuan chuckled in response. Yang Ming replied. What is it that you desire? Momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Yuan's words, Yang Ming pondered and realized there was indeed some merit to the statement. Is there a method to mend the divine bridge here, Lord? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan finally divulged his intentions. The divine bridge of Lin Qingyue had shattered, rendering her cultivation null and void, though she had refrained from expressing her distress to avoid burdening Lin Yuan. He was acutely aware of the anguish experienced by one who had once been a paragon of excellence. Yang Ming, reputed as the most astute among the demon race, should undoubtedly possess knowledge regarding the restoration of the divine bridge. Should Yang Ming be unaware, Lin Yuan dared not contemplate the implications. Restoring the divine bridge? Yang Ming cast a knowing glance at Lin Yuan, evidently grasping his intentions. The shattering of the divine bridge, while indeed less severe than the obliteration of one's qi, still held the potential for restoration. After careful consideration, Yang Ming requested, Please enlighten me, Lord. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with joy at these words. The divine bridge serves as the conduit linking the physical body and soul to the fundamental essence of the universe, transcending mere qi. To restore the divine bridge, 3 components are necessary. What are the 3? Lin Yuan inquired gravely, his demeanor serious. Firstly, the sacred lotus of the blood river to connect with the body. Secondly, the ethereal spirit root to bind the soul. Thirdly, the sacred flame of the divine realm to forge the bridge. Furthermore, it is essential to possess mastery in the art of alchemy to ensure successful completion. Yang Ming observed Lin Yuan's increasingly grim expression, and a hint of amusement flickered in his heart. This lad had finally encountered a setback. Lin Yuan indeed found himself in a predicament. He was aware that the Blood River Sacred Lotus was a sacred great spiritual herb, and it appeared to be exceedingly rare among sacred items. As for the Void Spirit Root, he had never heard of it, yet it was reasonable to assume its worth would not fall below that of the Blood River Sacred Lotus. The Sacred Flame, on the other hand, was the primordial sacred fire that manifested after reaching the sacred realm. This aspect was the least concerning, as Lin Yuan held considerable confidence in his potential to attain sanctity. What remained was the final path of alchemy. Lin Yuan was certain he would not engage in alchemy himself. However, if he could devour a formidable expert well-versed in the art of alchemy and seize their memories, it would resolve his dilemma. He vaguely recalled that Shimingli was an exceptional alchemist. Palace Master, does the Demon Palace possess the Blood River Sacred Lotus or the Void Spirit Root? Lin Yuan gazed at Yang Ming with a glimmer of hope. In the past, we did, but they have all been consumed. Yang Ming's words fell upon Lin Yuan like a bucket of icy water. However, it seems there have been recent rumors from the ancient demon mountain regarding the Blood River Sacred Lotus. Chapter 25, The Nearly Demon Child. Visitors from the underworld, the ancient demon mountain. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's mind was instantly flooded with the image of that colossal demonic corpse. From Ming Kuang's memories, that corpse, suspected to belong to a powerful being of the sacred realm, lay within the ancient demon mountain. Moreover, after witnessing the might of Jin Yuan and the demonite Dharma King, Lin Yuan was certain that the power of that demonic corpse in life far surpassed that of the demon-eyed Dharma King and Jin Yuan. He even suspected it had approached Yang Ming's level. Thus, it was imperative that Shimingli did not acquire that demonic corpse. In 3 months' time, the 10 great demon halls will organize a trial for the younger generation. The ancient demon mountain is also among the selected locations for this trial. The lord of this hall can maneuver to ensure that the venue is set at the ancient demon mountain. Upon noticing the flicker in Lin Yuan's gaze, Yang Ming continued. Is that truly the case? Lin Yuan responded with a hint of surprise. If so, he could boldly make his way to the ancient demon mountain. Otherwise, with his half-human, half-demon identity, traversing such a vast distance would undoubtedly pose numerous obstacles. Should fortune not favor him, he might even perish along the way. However, if the 10 great demon halls were to preside over the matter, they would certainly possess the means to swiftly reach the ancient demon mountain. Indeed, however, I do have certain conditions. You must find an item for me at the ancient demon mountain, Yang Ming stated, a flicker of intrigue crossing his otherwise calm gaze. What is this item? Lin Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. For whatever it was must be extraordinary to pique the interest of someone like Yang Ming. No need to rush. I shall inform you where to seek it in due course. Just let me know whether you agree, Yang Ming replied with a faint smile. I naturally agree, Lin Yuan declared without hesitation. Whether for the Blood River Sacred Lotus or the enigmatic demon corpse, a journey to the ancient demon mountain was imperative for him. Yang Ming showed no surprise at Lin Yuan's response. He was well aware of the profound bond between Lin Yuan and Lin Qingwei. It is worth noting that Lin Yuan had severed ties with the underworld clan entirely for her sake. You have been persistently behaving this way, which creates considerable pressure for me. Yu Tianming gazed at Lin Yuan with a hint of astonishment. Despite holding Lin Yuan in high regard, he was continually surprised by Lin Yuan's capacity to exceed his expectations. For instance, he had recently discerned that Lin Yuan's physique was no weaker than his own ancient moon's sacred body. It is worth noting that his ancient moon's sacred body is a manifestation of the bloodline power inherited from his ancestor, the ancient moon's sacred king. Conversely, Lin Yuan's imperial dragon body was forged from the imperial essence of the supreme human emperor and certain powers from the abyss. In terms of hierarchy, it surpasses the bloodline power of the ancient moon's sacred king by a slight margin. Do not worry, soon you will feel no pressure. Why is that? Yu Tianming inquired with curiosity. Do you see the hall master feeling any pressure? Lin Yuan retorted. Yu Tianming took a moment to process Lin Yuan's words before finally grasping their implication. You, my friend, remain as arrogantly self-assured as ever. He chuckled, shaking his head. In 3 days, the ceremony to confer the title of Quasi-Demon Prince will take place. Do not seclude yourself. Yu Tianming cautioned. Speaking of this, Lin Yuan's gaze turned towards Yu Tianming. I am quite curious, how many so-called Quasi-Demon Princes are there? As far as Lin Yuan was aware, Yu Tianming was one of the Quasi-Demon Princes of the Hall of Demons. Additionally, he had heard of several other Quasi-Demon Princes and Princesses, which could either be few or countless. There may be none, or perhaps there are many, Yu Tianming replied indifferently. In the Hall of All Demons, there can only be one demon child or demoness, while numerous candidates for these titles may exist, provided their innate talents meet the required standards. Upon hearing this from Yu Tianming, a glimmer of understanding illuminated Lin Yuan's eyes. Are you suggesting nurturing goo? Indeed, Yu Tianming replied, casting a glance at Lin Yuan. Historically, all candidates for the demon child or demoness must heed the commands of the current holder of the title. And if they possess sufficient strength, they may usurp that position. This establishes both a hierarchical and competitive dynamic. I see, Lin Yuan nodded, acknowledging the unique approach the Hall of All Demons employs in cultivating its demon child. Unlike the other 9 demonic halls, which focus resources on a single individual whose talents are evidently superior, here there exists the potential for subordinates to surpass their superiors. However, achieving this is far from simple. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with Yu Tianming, Lin Yuan navigated his way back to the Clear Abyss Palace with ease. Along the way, he noticed a significant shift in the demeanor of the demonic beings around him. Their gazes now reflected a blend of reverence and trepidation. Clearly, Lin Yuan's performance in the blood pool of 10,000 demons had garnered him recognition among many of the demon race. After all, in the abyss, strength and talent are paramount. Mama, Lin Yuan immediately spotted Lin Qingwei, who had been waiting at the palace entrance. You honor, Lin Qingwei exclaimed with evident joy upon seeing him. Mother, I have splendid news to share. I have discovered a method to repair the shattered divine bridge. Lin Yuan eagerly conveyed the information to Lin Qingwei. Immersed in the joy of Lin Yuan's return, Lin Qingwei was momentarily taken aback by the words spoken, her gaze turning complex as she looked towards him. Yuana, restoring the divine bridge is likely not as simple as it seems. Lin Qingwei was acutely aware of her own condition and in her understanding. The restoration of the divine bridge was no trivial matter. Even in the imperial capital of the human race, a broken divine bridge signified complete ruin. Mother, rest assured. The restoration of the divine bridge is not overly challenging. At the very least, I have already discovered a method. I believe it will not be long before I can mend your divine bridge. Lin Yuan assured her with unwavering confidence. After a moment of silence, Lin Qingwei gently nodded in response. In the following days, Lin Yuan remained in Qingyuan Palace, accompanying Lin Qingwei and investigating the recovery of her injuries. To his surprise, Lin Qingyue's wounds had nearly healed. Lin Yuan speculated that this was likely related to Lin Qingyue's unique constitution. His mother held an impressive status and background among the human race, making it quite normal for her to possess a special physique. Senior brother Lin. Today is the ceremony for your appointment as the prospective demon prince. Senior sister Yu has sent us to guide you. At the entrance of Qingyuan Palace, 2 disciples from the Hall of Demons awaited Lin Yuan with great courtesy. Thank you for your efforts, Lin Yuan said with a smile, clad in a purple golden training attire. Not at all. We should be grateful for senior brother Lin's generosity at the blood pool of 10,000 demons a few days ago, replied one of the smaller statured demon disciples with a grin. It was merely a small favor. Lin Yuan waved his hand, his divine eyes glimmering slightly. Before Lin Yuan stood 2 formidable demons, both having forged their blood bodies of 10,000 demons, their strength ascending to the 9th level of the divine refinement realm. Among the younger generation of the demon hall, they were far from ordinary adversaries. Accompanied by the 2 demons, Lin Yuan swiftly arrived at the venue for the conferral of the prospective demon prince, a grand martial arena. It was he. Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly turned icy as he beheld Ming Kanglin. Chapter 26. The Clash of the Holy Kings, the celestial prodigy of the Ming clan. The obsidian-paved martial arena shimmered with a chilling luster, flanked by 12 bronze pillars entwined with chains. Numerous celestial demon guards, clad in dark armor and masked, struck their bone spears against the ground, producing a rhythmic and resonant sound. Today marked the day of Lin Yuan's conferral as the prospective demon prince, an event of great significance to the demon hall. The position of a prospective demon prince was held in high regard, not only for the status and resources it provided, but also due to the formal conferral ceremony established by the demon hall to announce it to the entirety of the extreme abyss. This was not merely a proclamation of another prodigy emerging from the demon hall. It also placed the newly conferred prince in the path of numerous challenges from the younger generation of other demon halls and clans. After all, to defeat a prospective demon prince would undoubtedly earn one renown throughout the extreme abyss. This served as a test for the prospective prince. If one lacked the strength to withstand such challenges, they would be deemed unworthy of the title. Yet today, Lin Yuan found himself face-to-face with an individual he was most reluctant to encounter. Haha, Lin Yuan, it has been a long time. I never expected you to become the prospective demon prince of the demon hall, Ming Kanglin remarked with a faint smile, eyeing Lin Yuan with a cold gaze, accompanied by a stern-faced young demon who scrutinized him intently. Humph. In the shadowy depths of the abyss, the formidable figure of Ming Kanglin stood resolute. As the ominous presence of the demon sovereign loomed over him from the skeletal throne, the sovereign's gaze was piercing, laced with an icy disdain. Yet beneath it lay a flicker of profound trepidation. Ming Kanglin was not merely the leader of the celestial guards of the underworld. He also commanded the elite ranks of the divine guards. While the celestial guards held a nominal status within the demon race, merely tasked with patrolling the city of the abyss or serving as frontline fodder, the divine guards represented the true Sir Mi de las Armée of the demon lineage. Many prodigious talents who emerged from the fire demon palace invariably found their place among the divine guards, where the minimum requirement for entry was to attain the sanctified realm. As the leader of the divine guards, Ming Kanglin possessed formidable strength, standing at the pinnacle of the Saint King level. Demon Eye, it has been many years. Yet it seems you have forgotten a few matters, he remarked, casting a languid glance at the sovereign. In that instant, a terrifying aura of sanctity descended, shattering the layers of defenses that the demon eye sovereign had meticulously erected. What? The sovereign gasped, as the arcane eye upon his forehead erupted with a myriad of demonic lights, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of Ming Kanglin's sanctified will. The realization dawned upon the sovereign that this adversary had grown even stronger. His apprehension swelled immeasurably within. What is it that you truly desire? The demon eye sovereign inquired, his bravado faltering. Quite simply, Ming Kanglin responded, stepping forward towards Lin Yuan and offering a slight bow. I have come to escort the designated heir of the Fire Demon Palace back to his abode. As the words of Ming Kanglin reverberated through the air, Not only did the Demon Eye King and the assembled Demon Clan members narrow their eyes, but Lin Yuan also squinted slightly. The expression on the Demon Eye King's face instantly darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. He realized that today could not end peacefully. Lin Yuan's talent was nothing short of extraordinary, even among the entirety of the extreme abyss, and he was particularly favored by Yang Ming. There was no way he would allow Lin Yuan to fall into the hands of the Ming Fire Demon Hall. Lin Yuan. Lord Ming Zun has decreed that you shall be appointed as the prospective demon son of the Ming Fire Demon Hall, enjoying first-class resource allocation. You should comprehend the implications of this. The status of a prospective demon son among the 9 great demon halls and the resources that accompany it are incomparable to those of the lesser demon halls. Ming Kanglin remarked with a faint smile. Moreover, your human mother will also be permitted to reside beside the Ming, courtesy of Lord Ming Zun as consideration for you. Lord Ming Zun holds you in high regard, so do not disappoint him this time. With a firm pat on Lin Yuan's shoulder, Ming Kanglin concluded his proposition. Begone! Lin Yuan retorted without a moment's hesitation, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Ming Kanglin. Residing beside the Ming? What a grand favor! Ha ha, Ming Kanglin. Did you hear that? Depart at once. Suddenly, a thunderous laughter erupted, resonating through the atmosphere. The demon clouds churned ominously, and a colossal, fearsome demon dragon manifested. Exhaling terrifying demonic flames, Jin Yuan transformed into human form and landed beside Lin Yuan. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, instantly propelling Ming Kanglin away. Jin Yuan, how dare you leave the blood pool of 10,000 demons? Do you not fear that the Imperial Daoist aura will claim your life? Upon seeing Jin Yuan, Ming Kanglin's expression finally displayed a hint of emotion. This dragon can be deemed the most formidable entity within the Hall of Demons, second only to Yang Ming. It stands as a peak holy king in its own right. Humph. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall merely inform you that should you fail to depart, I shall rend you asunder. Jin Yuan's tone was icy, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Do you truly possess the capability to challenge me? Ming Kanglin's eyes also glimmered with murderous intent as the terrifying aura of the Holy King erupted, clashing with Jin Yuan in the void. Although the scene did not depict the earth-shattering chaos one might expect, the demons present dared not even breathe audibly. The confrontation between holy kings, even a mere whisper of their residual energy, suffices to wreak havoc in the city of heavenly demons. Their duel in the void seemed to embody a certain unspoken understanding. Boom. After an indeterminate duration, both Jin Yuan and Ming Kanglin simultaneously opened their eyes, as if the void reverberated with the sound of collapse. Who emerged victorious? In the depths of Lin Yuan's pupils, golden light flickered. His divine demonic gaze could penetrate the fabric of reality. At that moment, he discerned a trace of blood at the corner of Ming Kanglin's mouth. I did not foresee that your injuries had indeed healed. Ming Kanglin's expression turned grave. It appears that during my years of seclusion, you have not been idle. Jin Yuan stated calmly. Ming Kanglin fell silent, having initially believed that in the absence of Yao Ming, he could handle any troubles that arose. It now seemed impossible to forcibly take Lin Yuan away. Fortunately, he still held a contingency plan. Lin Yuan, I shall refrain from further superfluous dialogue. The blood of Lord Ming Zun has always coursed through your veins. This is a point you cannot contest. Ming Kanglin stepped back slightly, revealing the young demon by his side. If you wish to sever ties with the Nether clan, it is possible. Should you triumph over Mingfeng? Thereafter the Nether clan shall have no claim upon you. However, should you fail, you must obediently return to the Nether clan. Ming Kanglin has made his final concession. At this moment, Ming Feng stepped forward, showcasing his formidable prowess at the 9th level of the Divine Refinement Realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Ming Songli's 93rd son is also Lin Yuan's brother. Yet, unlike Lin Yuan and Ming Kuang, Ming Feng possesses exceptional talent, having awakened the sacred bloodline of Ming Songli, endowed with the cold nether sacred body. Furthermore, he has mastered a peerless technique, making him a prodigy capable of slaying those above his rank. But so what? Lin Yuan, do you dare to accept my challenge? Ming Feng's gaze was icy as he regarded Lin Yuan. In his view, Lin Yuan's defection from the Nether clan was a disgrace. Jin Yuan and the Demon Eye King also recognized Ming Feng's extraordinary nature, their eyes turning toward Lin Yuan. Young man, do you have confidence? Jin Yuan inquired telepathically. After all, Ming Kanglin's strength is considerable, and he represents the Nether clan. He did not wish for matters to become overly contentious. Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh, then suddenly stepped forward resolutely, revealing his 5th level of the Divine Refinement Realm. Strike, brother. Chapter 27. the disparity of genius, the destiny of combat techniques within the blood pool of 10,000 demons. Lin Yuan consumed a substantial quantity of dragon blood crystals and the essence of countless demons, allowing his cultivation to ascend to the 5th level of the divine refinement realm. Sensing Lin Yuan's presence, even the heart of Ming Kanglin, a revered Saint King, was stirred with tremendous waves. It is noteworthy that during the judgment duel with Ming Kuang, Lin Yuan was merely at the spirit communication realm, yet now he has ascended to the 5th level of the spirit refinement realm. How much time has truly passed? Could it be that he employed the devouring technique once more? Is it truly the devouring heaven demon skill? Yet, even with such a technique, it seems improbable for him to exhibit such monstrous growth. Ming Kanglin scrutinized Lin Yuan, deep in contemplation. It appears that a reassessment of Lin Yuan's capabilities is in order. Furthermore, it is necessary to report this development to Ming Songli. Lin Yuan's innate talent can no longer merely be described as extraordinary, it demands increased attention. Ming Feng, should you triumph over Lin Yuan, I shall provide you with that which you desire. Ming Kanglin's gaze turned towards Ming Feng, his expression grave. Thank you, great leader. Ming Feng's heart surged with elation upon hearing this. He was a man of great ambition, aspiring to attain sanctity through the cold Ming sacred body. Thus, he envisioned a future where he might rival Ming Wutian. However, achieving sanctity through the corporeal form is no trivial endeavor. The foremost requirement is to fully develop the cold Ming sacred body. This necessitates the aid of a sacred relic. First, you must conquer Lin Yuan. Ming Kanglin stated matter-of-factly. Rest assured, great leader, I am no fool like Ming Kuang. Ming Feng replied with utmost confidence. Lin Yuan, should you overcome me, only then shall you earn the right to call yourself my brother. Otherwise, with your humble bloodline, you are wholly unworthy of such a title. Ming Feng gazed coldly at Lin Yuan, the terrifying chill of demonic ice energy erupting from him, instantly cloaking the obsidian ground beneath in a layer of crystalline frost. I hope you are not like Ming Kuang, who can only resort to impotent rage. Lin Yuan's expression turned equally frigid. The Ming clan was notorious for their singular disposition. With the divine power of the upper echelon in the chilling grip of the demonic hand, Ming Feng surged forward, a formidable cold coalescing in his palm. As if myriad ice demons were howling, obliterating all in their path. The might of this attack suggested that Ming Feng had perfected the heavenly cold demonic palm. And coupled with the enhancement of the sacred body of cold and darkness, he could contend even against mid-level transcendent beings. Ming Kanglin remarked that this was the true pride of their clan, incomparable to the likes of Ming Kuang. It seemed Ming Kanglin had come prepared. Lin Yuan, this young man, should be able to withstand it, or so he hoped. The demon Law King frowned at the scene, a hint of concern creeping in. After all, it was a rare occasion for the demon hall to welcome such an extraordinary prodigy that could not afford to lose him so easily. Humph, merely a sacred body of cold and darkness. That boy has absorbed the essence of the imperial path in my blood. Jin Yuan scoffed dismissively. And yet, in the face of Ming Feng's terrifying strike, Lin Yuan wore a calm smile as thunderous flames surged within his palm, radiating an incomparably fierce momentum as they clashed fiercely. It became evident that the dreadful cold was instantly shattered under the power of the thunderfire. Moreover, the residual force was so overwhelming that, had Ming Feng not withdrawn in time, his entire arm might have been rendered useless. You possess some skill. You are worthy of my attention. Although Ming Feng felt a twinge of surprise within, he remained composed. Countless blue and golden sacred patterns manifested upon his body, causing the already formidable icy demonic energy to surge once more. In an instant, the entire realm seemed to descend into a frigid purgatory. To develop the sacred body to such an extent was truly remarkable. The expression of Yue Shenming, who observed from the sidelines, turned grave. Only by cultivating the sacred body to a minor completion could one manifest sacred patterns. And it was only through the formation of these sacred patterns that one could grasp a fragment of the power of the sacred realm. This represented an understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. For Ming Feng, who was at the 9th level of the divine refinement realm, to cultivate sacred patterns was indeed a manifestation of extraordinary talent seldom seen in a century. Let us try once more. With another invocation of the heavenly cold demonic palm, the entire cosmos seemed to resonate, continuously bestowing power upon him. A roar erupted from within Lin Yuan, as a dragon's roar reverberated, and the primordial yellow energy surged, coalescing into a colossal shadow behind him. The Emperor Dragon's dominant body, the undying Dharma body. Boom. The shadow behind Lin Yuan suddenly advanced a step, unleashing a punch. The primordial yellow energy erupted, instantly obliterating the terrifying chill. This is bad. Ming Feng's expression changed dramatically. The force was overwhelmingly tyrannical, akin to the sword of a sovereign. seemingly intent on shattering his corporeal form. Swiftly, Ming Feng retreated, conjuring walls of ice in an attempt to halt this dreadful punch. Boom, boom, boom. The ice walls crumbled under the onslaught of the primordial yellow energy, ultimately leading Ming Feng to withstand the attack with his physical body, thereby neutralizing the force entirely. Ming Feng spat a mouthful of blood, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked towards Lin Yuan, who had remained utterly unfazed. A profound sense of humiliation surged within him. Impossible. Even if you possess the sacred body, how could you possibly have developed it to such an extent? Ming Feng could neither believe nor dare to accept this reality. Huh? A prodigy of the Ming clan? Today, you shall learn that even prodigies have their hierarchies. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's lips. Such arrogance, reminiscent of my own youthful bravado. This child resembles me, Jin Yuan chuckled heartily. Meanwhile, Ming Kanglin furrowed his brow deeply. The imperial aura, coupled with a hint of dragon power, revealed that Lin Yuan had devoured your imperial energy. It dawned on Ming Kanglin why Ji Yuan had recovered from his injuries. Haha, how fortunate you are to have received such treasures from the Ming clan. It is no wonder that your clan declines year by year, treating such a prodigy in this manner. The outcome is already determined. Why not retreat swiftly? Ji Yuan mocked. To declare such things now may be premature. Ming Kanglin's eyes lowered, his resolve strengthening. The more extraordinary Lin Yuan appeared, the more he felt compelled to take him away. This is the treasure of our Ming clan. How can we allow an outsider to seize it? Even if it means destruction. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for manifesting your sacred power. Reward, 2 instances of devouring. It seemed that this combat method yielded even more profound effects. A subtle smile graced Lin Yuan's face as he turned his gaze towards the exceedingly sullen Ming Feng. Is that all? Do you have anything else, brother? Upon hearing these words, Ming Feng's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Lin Yuan, do not be so arrogant. This maneuver was originally intended for dealing with Ming Wutian, but it seems you shall be the first to experience its might. As he spoke, the sacred patterns adorning his body appeared to come alive, swirling across his form before converging upon his chest. In an instant, the frigid air of the world began to coalesce towards his heart, countless ice crystals enveloping his physique, emanating an astonishing surge of power. As if an ancient ferocious beast were awakening. Heavenly Fate, lower grade, ice crystal beast of the underworld. Chapter 28, Sacred Fate Inscription. Shocking the world with a deafening roar that resonated through the atmosphere, the demonic energy in the vicinity was instantaneously transformed into a chilling force, casting a cerulean hue over the realm. Crack, crack. The piercing sound of shattering ice crystals echoed as an overwhelming coldness spread forth, giving rise to a creature adorned with 2 remarkably exaggerated azure horns, slowly rising. An intangible domain radiated from it, freezing any demonic energy within a 10-meter radius. Heavenly Fate. Lower grade combat technique, ice crystal beast of the underworld. A terrifying technique that amplifies one's own strength, astonishingly mastered at the 9th layer of divine refinement. Achieving the level of Heavenly Fate. This time, even Jin Yuan found it difficult to remain composed. Techniques of Heavenly Fate level had begun to touch upon the laws of the universe. It was generally believed that only those at the Holy Realm could successfully cultivate such skills. A mere half-baked standard. The enchanted eye of the demon Eye King flickered with unusual light, instantly discerning the truth behind Ming Feng's facade. With the formidable, cold, desolate sacred body, Ming Feng has managed to condense a trace of sacred intent, allowing him to wield this divine-level combat technique, albeit with some effort. Ming Kanglin smiled serenely, confident that the outcome was already determined. The divine-level combat technique undoubtedly belongs to the realm of the sacred, a domain where those beneath are mere insects. If Lin Yuan lacks commensurate power, he would be unable to thwart Ming Feng's forthcoming onslaught. Such is the profound heritage of their Ming clan. Huh? Has he transformed into a mere beast? Lin Yuan remarked with a cold smirk upon witnessing the imposing presence of Ming Feng. Simultaneously, his heart began to race violently. A surge of searing, tempestuous energy coursing through his body, causing the terrifying chill to dissipate upon contact with Lin Yuan's form. Ming Fire Demon Crystal. Lin Yuan. I hope you can still manage to smile later. Ming Feng's voice was frosty, his massive horns radiating an icy blue luminescence as he surged forward, the ice crystals spreading like a plague. In that moment, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were stirred into motion. Imperial Dragon Slash. Lin Yuan, undaunted by the scene before him, summoned the primal energies of Xian and Huang within his palm, swiftly forming a colossal beheading blade aimed fiercely at Ming Feng. With a resounding crash, the enormous blade, forged from the Xian and Huang energies, cleaved through the icy veil. only to freeze inch by inch upon contact with the beast's horns. As Lin Yuan retreated, the beheading blade, now entirely encased in ice, shattered into countless fragments. In stark contrast, Ming Feng remained unscathed, Lin Yuan's full-force strike, empowered by the Imperial Dragon's might, leaving not a single mark upon him. Truly, the divine-level combat techniques are remarkable. Aha, Lin Yuan, it is time to confront reality. Ming Feng laughed maniacally. Indeed, how could a mere half-demon hybrid, whom he considered a disgrace to even glance at, possibly rise above him? Relying on ordinary methods to contend with a destiny-level battle technique seems rather ambitious. Lin Yuan smiled disdainfully. If that is the case, let us resolve this swiftly. Is a destiny-level battle technique truly so rare? As he spoke, a fiery emblem suddenly manifested upon his forehead, emanating a peculiar aura. That is, the Holy Fate inscription. All present were immediately unsettled upon witnessing the mark on Lin Yuan's brow. Even the usually confident Ming Kanglin found it hard to believe his own eyes. The Holy Fate inscription only appears when one has mastered a destiny-level battle technique to perfection. Ming Feng, relying on his cold fate holy body, could barely unleash a low-tier destiny technique, and even that was far from complete. What could Lin Yuan possibly rely on? Flames roared around Lin Yuan, causing the very energies of the universe to surge wildly. The once frozen chill evaporated into nothingness, and even the ice crystal beast formed by Ming Feng began to gradually melt away. Impossible. It cannot be. Your physique is not a holy body. Without comprehending the sacred intent, how could you cultivate a destiny-level battle technique? Ming Feng refused to believe it. Ignorant, Lin Yuan scoffed. Though he had not grasped the sacred intent, let us not forget he possesses a remarkable advantage. Mid-tier destiny, flame absolute dragon's roar. With a low shout from Lin Yuan, a fiery dragon, infused with the powers of the rules of heaven and earth, seemed to materialize from the void. The terrifying energy surged forth, and merely its residual force expelled Ming Feng from the icy grasp of the nether frost beast. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Ming Feng's face contorted in disbelief. Unable to fathom that Lin Yuan could wield a battle technique of the middle grade of destiny, as he staggered toward the fiery dragon. Fool. Lin Yuan could not suppress a smirk at the sight. Consumed by jealousy, Ming Feng had already nurtured a heart demon. Alas. A deep sigh echoed as Ming Kanglin finally made his move. It appeared as if the energy of the entire realm was completely stripped away in an instant. The formidable fiery dragon dissipated into nothingness as though it had never existed. Ming Feng, you have lost, Ming Kanglin spoke in a somber tone. Impossible. This cannot be. How could he possibly wield a battle technique of the middle grade of destiny? I refuse to believe it. Ming Feng muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. Observing this, Ming Kanglin furrowed his brow. Lin Yuan's blow had inflicted immense damage, casting a long shadow over Ming Feng, who would likely be rendered useless henceforth. Haha. Truly deserving of the title of the unicorn of our demon hall. Ming Kanglin, why don't you hurry and leave? Jun Yuan laughed heartily, stepping before Lin Yuan. Good lad, you've truly brought honor to me. Jun Yuan regarded Lin Yuan with great approval, having not encountered such an exceptional young man in a long time. Is there a reward? Lin Yuan inquired innocently. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. You little rascal, are you so greedy? Would you care to pluck a few scales from my body? Jin Yuan remarked, his face darkened. Senior, you jest. Lin Yuan replied awkwardly. Lin Yuan, your talent continues to astonish me. Should you choose to return to the underworld clan, I can guarantee you resources equivalent to those of Ming Wutian. Subsequently, you would also be eligible to contend for the title of Demon Prince alongside Ming Wutian. After witnessing Lin Yuan's terrifying talent, Ming Kanglin spoke with a hint of reluctance. Ming Kanglin, do you still have any shame? The title of Demon Prince can also be bestowed by the Demon Hall. Jin Yuan roared in anger. How could Ming Kanglin remain unyielding? The Demon Prince of your hall cannot possibly be compared to that of the Demon Fire Hall, Ming Kanglin replied indifferently. You seek death. Jin Yuan, consumed by rage, felt a terrifying power surge within him as he prepared to confront Ming Kanglin once more. Even the Demon Law King exhibited a fierce glint in his eyes. Lin Yuan was now the treasure of the Demon Hall. Whoever dared to touch him would meet their demise. Realizing that today would yield no results, Ming Kanglin reluctantly took his leave, accompanied by Ming Feng. As they tore through the void, departing from the Demon Hall. Lin Yuan, I hope you consider this carefully. With your talent, remaining in the Demon Hall would be a waste. Chapter 29, The Talented Rankings, Disturbance of the Demon Crystal as Ming Kanglin tore through the void. A chilling aura seeped from the rifts in space, causing the bronze pillars at the edge of the training ground to develop spiderweb-like cracks. Jin Yuan's dragon claws lightly struck the ground, and dark golden demonic flames surged forth like a tide, causing the frost to instantly vaporize into purple mist. "This Ming Kanglin has become increasingly troublesome," he remarked. The king of the demon eye cast a worried glance at Lin Yuan, and after contemplating deeply, he addressed him. "Lin Yuan, with your extraordinary talent, it is only a matter of time before you become a prospective demon child of our esteemed demon hall. Although our resources may not rival those of the infernal fire demon hall, we are willing to devote all our efforts to support you alone." As the words of the king of the demon eye echoed in the air, Jun Yuan also turned his gaze towards Lin Yuan, eager to discern his stance. After all, within this extreme abyss, the reputation of the 9 great clans loomed large. Lin Yuan withdrew his power, and the sacred life inscription upon his forehead gradually faded. Upon hearing the king's words, he smiled. "It seems you are concerned that I might flee. Thank you, esteemed king of the demon eye. I assure you, I will not disappoint your trust and will aspire to become the demon child of the demon hall," Lin Yuan declared with a smile. "Excellent. That is splendid news." The king of the demon eye felt a wave of relief wash over him, as Lin Yuan's words clearly indicated his intention to remain within the demon hall. "Haha. Not only will you be the demon child of our hall, but you shall surely rank among the top 5 on the talented individuals list." Jun Yuan laughed heartily, evidently in high spirits. "The talented individuals list?" Lin Yuan inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. "The talented individuals list is a ranking of the top 1,000 prodigies in the extreme abyss, deduced by the Divine Abyss Palace using the Chaos Compass," explained Yu Tianming. His gaze towards Lin Yuan somewhat intricate. "It is further divided into the Sacred Talented List and the Earth Talented List. The Earth Talented List is aimed at prodigies under the Sacred Realm who are not older than 50 years. For instance, Ming Feng ranks 328th on the Earth Talented List. However, now that he has displayed combat skills of a Destiny level, it is likely that his ranking will rise significantly. Your current prowess places you among the top 100 of the Celestial Talents ranking, which should be quite manageable." Moon Tianming remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Presently, Lin Yuan is merely at the 5th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm. Should he ascend to the Extraordinary Realm, or even the Holy Realm, it is likely that he could indeed rank within the top 5 of the Celestial Talents. Though reluctant to accept it, Moon Tianming had to concede that the position of the Demon Palace's young master was entirely beyond his reach. "I see," Lin Yuan nodded, pondering how high he might ascend on the Celestial Talents ranking if he were to unleash all his hidden strengths. If he were to secure the top position, the ensuing shockwaves could undoubtedly yield a considerable number of devouring opportunities. "And where does Ming Wutian stand in the Celestial Talents ranking?" Lin Yuan inquired curiously. 13th. Moon Tianming exhaled slowly. "Is it really only 13th? Lin Yuan expressed surprise. After all, Ming Wutian was not only the son of the Nether Sovereign, but also hailed from the prestigious Yuan clan, the foremost among the 9 great clans. It was indeed unexpected that he did not even make it into the top 10. No wonder Jin Yuan held such high hopes for himself, merely stating that he had a chance to rank within the top 5. Do not underestimate Ming Wutian. Achieving the 13th position in the Celestial Talents ranking is already a remarkable feat in the current era of Jiyuan. The younger generation is predominantly represented by the Yuan clan, with 3 of the top 5 slots being occupied by its members, Moon Tianming lamented. The 9 great clans of Jiyuan are overshadowed by countless others. Yet the Yuan clan alone occupies 3 of the top 5 positions in the Celestial Talents ranking, illustrating its formidable influence. Lin Yuan remained unfazed, confident that with the support of his system and given time, attaining the first position in the Celestial Talents ranking would pose no challenge. In Lin Yuan's perspective, the prodigies are categorized into 4 distinct tiers: the Liver Emperor, the Kryptonian, the Luck King, and the Hang-On. He himself regards his status as that of a hang-on, and indeed, the most exceptional among them. Regardless of one's efforts or resources, even if one were to acquire legacies upon venturing forth with my system in hand, I shall shatter all who dare defy me. Now that the hindrances have been removed, the ceremony for the conferral of the quasi-demon prince shall commence. The Demon Eye Law King reminded, subsequently taking the stage to preside over the proceedings. Historically, it is exceedingly rare for a Law King to personally oversee such a ceremony, underscoring the significance attributed to Lin Yuan. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's recent battle against Ming Feng has earned him the wholehearted respect of the demon clans within the Demon Hall, resulting in no objections regarding his conferral as a quasi-demon prince. As the Demon Eye Law King initiated the ceremony, announcing Lin Yuan's elevation to quasi-demon prince to the entirety of the Extreme Abyss, it signified Lin Yuan's official ascendancy within the ranks of the Demon Hall. His social standing now diverged vastly from his previous state. Henceforth, Anyone daring to confront Lin Yuan must weigh the potential repercussions of incurring the wrath of the Demon Hall. Lin Yuan, this symbolizes the insignia of the Quasi-Demon Prince. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as our Quasi-Demon Prince, declared the Demon I Law King with a smile, presenting Lin Yuan with a purple gold insignia adorned with an array of intricate patterns. Congratulations on your new title as Quasi-Demon Prince. Countless demons bowed in reverence towards Lin Yuan, their faces radiating respect. Congratulations, echoed Yu Tianming, genuinely extending his felicitations. The Demon Hall had remained dormant for far too long, and it was high time for an extraordinary prodigy to emerge, showcasing to the 9 great clans that not all prodigies hail from their ranks. In the eyes of the many formidable beings within the Demon Hall, Lin Yuan's half-demon, half-human lineage is considered a blessing. Had he possessed a pure bloodline of the underworld clan, even Yang Ming would have found it impossible to accept him. Lin Yuan caressed the emblem that signified his status and remarked with a smile, "It seems we shall be rivals in the future, in the battle of the demon offspring. I shall not show leniency. Such a pursuit is unattainable," replied Yu Tianming indifferently. "However, you are not yet my match." Suddenly, the aura surrounding Yu Tianming shifted dramatically, exuding an overwhelming presence. "You have broken through to the Saint Realm." Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, yet soon found solace in the realization that with Yu Tianming's ancient moon's sacred body and exceptional innate talent, such a breakthrough was hardly surprising. "I am curious. With your current strength, where do you rank on the talented ones list?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Within the top 50, without a doubt," Yu Tianming declared with pride. "Only the top 50? Lin Yuan frowned. Currently, there had been no emergence of a true demon offspring within the Demon Hall, and Yu Tianming could be considered the most formidable prospective demon offspring. Yet, he merely ranked within the top 50. "Do you think entering the top 50 is a simple feat?" Yu Tianming retorted, somewhat irked. "You must understand that each individual in the top 50 is capable of fighting above their level as a saint-level prodigy. Ordinary saint-level individuals do not even qualify for the talented ones list." Yu Tianming frantically scratched his head, finding Lin Yuan's arrogance quite exasperating. "Ah, I see," Lin Yuan said, enlightenment dawning upon him. In light of this, it is indeed remarkable that Yu Tianming, with his newly entered saint-level cultivation, could secure a position within the top 50 of the talented ones list. After parting ways with Yu Tianming, Lin Yuan returned to Qingyuan Palace. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Lin Qingwei, he proceeded to the cultivation chamber. For Lin Yuan, forcibly employing a celestial-level battle technique with his current cultivation at the refining spirit realm posed certain risks. At that moment, dark flames surged within his heart. Chapter 30. Surging Cultivation. Refining Spirit 9th Layer. The Netherfire Demon Crystal was a sacred artifact highly esteemed by Ming Songli, and by all accounts, it was not an object that someone of Lin Yuan's level should dare to covet. However, since it had been delivered to him, he had no reason to refuse it. To avoid detection by Ming Songli, he had no choice but to consume it. Earlier, Lin Yuan had utilized a mid-tier celestial battle technique of the fire attribute, whose overwhelming sacred intent inadvertently stirred the Netherfire Demon Crystal residing within his heart. At this moment, the crystal was exceedingly unstable. If mishandled, it could lead to Lin Yuan's catastrophic demise. In a more severe scenario, the Netherfire Demon Crystal could be entirely destroyed, and the resulting energy could inflict devastating losses upon the entire Demon Hall. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had devised a countermeasure for this predicament. "Devour it," Lin Yuan silently commanded within himself. An invisible force of absorption erupted within him, gradually consuming the energy that emanated from the Netherfire Demon Crystal. Including the absorption opportunities gained from completing previous tasks, Lin Yuan currently possessed 7 chances to absorb, so he felt no regret in utilizing one, especially when it was to preserve his own life. Swish, swish. As Lin Yuan continued to consume, the once tumultuous Netherfire crystal gradually calmed down, ultimately returning to a state of tranquility. Following the absorption of this energy, Lin Yuan's cultivation advanced slightly, reaching the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm. Furthermore, the essence of Netherfire contained within his demonic energy and soul became increasingly potent, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Lin Yuan extended his hand, and dark red demonic flames flickered. Through this act of consumption, he finally grasped a fragment of genuine Netherfire power. Regrettably, his soul energy was of the lightning attribute, and its level was somewhat insufficient. If he could not find a lightning source that resonated with the Netherfire energy, he feared he would ultimately be completely overwhelmed by it. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. The lightning attribute of soul energy possessed greater offensive capabilities compared to the fire attribute, and naturally, He did not wish to relinquish his lightning attributes so easily. However, finding a lightning source comparable to the nether fire was no simple task. He could only proceed step by step, and if it came to worst, he might have to abandon the lightning attribute altogether. After consolidating his cultivation, Lin Yuan retrieved the demonic orb bestowed upon him by the Demonite King, extracting a substantial quantity of demonic crystals and medicinal pills for cultivation. As an aspiring demon child of the Hall of Demons, the resources available to him for cultivation each month were staggering. Typically, after accounting for his cultivation needs, he still had a considerable surplus to acquire weapons and other treasures. Devour. Lin Yuan, gazing at the abundant pile of demonic crystals and medicinal pills before him, wasted no time and once again employed the voracious appetite of his ability. It is only through transforming resources into strength that their true value is realized. The methodical cultivation proved to be exceedingly slow for Lin Yuan. In the fiercely competitive realm of Extreme Abyss, he found himself bereft of the luxury of time to engage in gradual training. As Lin Yuan incessantly devoured the magical crystals and elixirs before him, they vanished at an astonishingly rapid pace. Concurrently, Lin Yuan's cultivation level was perpetually ascending: 7th layer of spirit refinement, 8th layer of spirit refinement, 9th layer of spirit refinement. After 10 days, Lin Yuan gradually opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment upon his face. The pinnacle of spirit refinement was proving to be an exceptionally arduous barrier to overcome. During this period, Lin Yuan had hoped to achieve a breakthrough in the spirit refinement realm, intending to astonish everyone and recoup all the devouring attempts he had expended on his cultivation. However, while the aspiration was splendid, the reality was starkly disheartening. In his quest to transcend the limits of spirit refinement, Lin Yuan had even preemptively drawn upon 3 months' worth of cultivation resources. Yet he found himself unsuccessful in his devouring attempts once again. Each time, it felt as though he was merely a hair's breadth away from success, when in truth, the gap was immeasurably vast. It was no wonder that even the formidable Ming Wutian had not reached the apex of the spirit refinement realm. With a deep sigh, Lin Yuan decided to temporarily halt his training. He could not shamelessly press further into his cultivation resources. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan was resolute in his determination. What Ming Wutian could not achieve did not signify his own limitations. To Lin Yuan's knowledge, among the top 10 positions in the celestial rankings, 6 had already attained the pinnacle of spirit refinement. Upon exiting the training chamber, Lin Yuan observed Lin Qingwei, who was engrossed in her reading. Since the shattering of the Divine Bridge, Lin Qingwei's greatest passion had become the study of books, particularly ancient texts. In the past, when Lin Yuan faced restrictions on his cultivation resources, she had similarly devoted herself to literature. According to Lin Qingwei, sometimes perception can alter a person's destiny more than sheer strength. Lin Yuan approached and discovered that Lin Qingwei was gazing at the talented Earth ranking. Yuana, your current position is here. Lin Qingwei pointed at Lin Yuan's name, which was placed at the 107th position on the ranking. Only 107th. Lin Yuan scoffed slightly. That is quite commendable. You must understand that those with similar standings have already transcended to extraordinary realms. Lin Qingwei chuckled lightly. Then her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. Yuaner, has your cultivation improved again? Lin Qingwei furrowed her brow. Lin Yuan had just completed his training and had not concealed his aura, making it entirely normal for Lin Qingwei, who had once been a formidable sage, to sense the change. Yes, I have reached the 9th level of the divine refinement realm. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. Although he had not yet broken through to the pinnacle of the divine refinement, achieving this level in just 10 days was nothing short of astonishing compared to others. Naturally, Lin Yuan harbored no secrets from Lin Qingwei. Yuaner, the path of cultivation places great emphasis on foundation. Your rapid advancement is not necessarily a good thing, Lin Qingwei cautioned. Fully aware of the dire consequences of an unstable foundation from her own experience as a sage. Given Lin Yuan's extraordinary cultivation speed, it was improbable that he could solidify his foundation. Mother, you need not worry. My circumstances are rather unique and differ from conventional paths of cultivation, Lin Yuan smiled, realizing that Lin Qingyue's concerns stemmed from this. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be the case, but who could have anticipated that Lin Yuan was an extraordinary outlier? Lin Qingwei gazed deeply at Lin Yuan. All she could do was offer him a reminder, since he was confident in his own abilities. She chose to refrain from further comment. After departing from Qingyuan Palace, Lin Yuan made his way to the resource distribution center of the Demon Hall, Magong Pavilion. Upon his arrival, the demons within the pavilion greeted him with utmost respect, not daring to display any semblance of disrespect. Lin Yuan's current status as a prospective demon prince of the Demon Hall afforded him a position akin to that of a senior brother among these demons. In accordance with their hierarchy that venerates strength, the elders in the pavilion sighed upon seeing Lin Yuan. "Ah, this lad has come again," Elder Xuanhe mused. "I wonder if you have returned to request an advance on resources once more?" Elder Xuanhe, a formidable being who had ascended to the realm of the saints, misinterpreted Lin Yuan's visit. The young man sought to inquire if Elder Xuanhe possessed knowledge of any locations rich in high-level thunder sources. "Thunder sources? But aren't you cultivating the path of fire?" Elder Xuanhe responded, momentarily taken aback, with a hint of confusion in his voice. Lin Yuan's astonishing performance during the ceremony of his prospective demon prince title had led nearly all the demons to believe he was solely devoted to the path of fire, especially given his display of a mid-tier celestial combat technique of the fire element, executed with consummate skill. After all, without profound comprehension of the fire path, how could one possibly perform such a high-level technique? To be candid, Elder Xuanhe, I have also delved into the path of thunder, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. "Ah, young Lin, allow me to impart a lesson to you. Mastery lies not in variety but in refinement. Overly diversifying your cultivation can impede your progress," Elder Xuanhe cautioned. Ultimately, he could barely touch the edges of the holy path. Elder Xuanhe gazed at Lin Yuan with a solemn expression. "No matter how thoroughly you study your thunder path, can it truly rival the profundity of the fire path?" Lin Yuan, scratching his nose, replied, "Well, my thunder attribute is a manifestation of soul power, which is inherently more harmonious than the fire attribute. It should be slightly stronger. Since that is the case, you may regard my previous words as mere suggestions." Elder Xuanhe retorted, momentarily taken aback, his gaze filled with astonishment at Lin Yuan. This individual is indeed a prodigy. It is evident that one cannot measure genius by conventional standards of cultivation, for such an approach often leads to mediocrity. The resources for thunder cultivation are abundant in the Magic Palace. What kind of materials could possibly be lacking? As the esteemed protector of the Magic Palace, Elder Xuanhe was well aware of the cultivation resources within. "What types of thunder sources do you possess, and what are their ranks?" Lin Yuan's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. It was no surprise that the Magic Palace housed an extensive array of cultivation materials. The Magic Palace contains over 100 varieties of thunder sources, with 17 of them being of high rank. "What about the bone transformation heavenly thunder?" Elder Xuanhe inquired, stroking his beard with a faint smile. "How does it compare to the nether fire?" Lin Yuan asked. "It pales in comparison," Elder Xuanhe exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Nether fire is the divine fire of the Nether clan. Even the Nether sovereign cultivates it." "That won't do." Lin Yuan expressed his disdain. "If it is not as formidable as nether fire, it will inevitably be overshadowed by it." "Humph. There are also the silent explosive thunder, the vast sea primordial thunder, and the chaotic sky ghost thunder." Elder Xuanhe continued. "How does it compare to the nether fire?" "Youngster, are you jesting with me?" Elder Xuanhe's anger was palpable at these words. "I dare not," Lin Yuan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, primarily because he lacked a thunder source that could rival the nether fire. Possessing it would be of no use to him. The nether fire is an extraordinary flame, exceedingly close to the divine level, not to mention the Magic Palace. How many elemental sources in the entire extreme abyss can compare with the nether fire? Elder Xuanhe huffed in annoyance, realizing that this young man was merely seeking to provoke him. "I see now, it was my oversight." Lin Yuan sighed, acknowledging that finding a thunder source capable of matching the nether fire would not be an easy task in the near future. Is senior brother Lin in search of a formidable thunder source? Just as Lin Yuan contemplated giving up, a somewhat familiar voice echoed in his ear. Upon raising his gaze, he was astonished to discover the two members of the demon clan who had previously escorted him to the location of the quasi-demon prince's enthronement ceremony. "Senior brother Lin, we happen to know where a highly ranked thunder source can be found," one of the demon clan members said with a glimmer in his eye and a smile on his face. "Oh?" Both Lin Yuan and Elder Xuanhe's attention turned towards him. "What I seek must be a thunder source that can rival the nether fire." "Are you certain?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Indeed. This thunder source is called the Nine Heavens Responding Thunder. I believe it will meet senior brother Lin's requirements," the demon clan member replied with a grin. "The Nine Heavens Responding Thunder?" Elder Xuanhe gasped. The Nine Heavens Responding Thunder is the first thunderbolt born at the inception of a great world, and it is also exceedingly close to the divine level. If it truly is the Nine Heavens Responding Thunder, it can indeed rival the nether fire. Though Lin Yuan was unaware of the term Nine Heavens Thunder, he could discern from Xuanhe's reaction that this source of thunder was indeed extraordinary, likely comparable to the nether fire. If it truly were the Nine Heavens Thunder, I would undoubtedly reap substantial benefits from the two of you, Lin Yuan remarked. Thank you, senior brother, but my brother and I seek no rewards. We merely wish to forge a friendship with you, the demon, with a cheerful demeanor, responded. Lin Yuan, taken aback, glanced at them, realizing the path they had chosen was indeed broad. Such discerning demons were rare in the extreme abyss. Haha, no problem, Lin Yuan laughed heartily, finding the situation rather amusing. Senior brother Lin, I am Yuan Xing, and this is Zhu Yang. We are not from any significant clan. The talkative demon, Yuan Xing, initiated a conversation, while Zhu Yang remained silent, occasionally casting respectful and yearning glances toward Lin Yuan. From what you say, it seems I am one of only two Lin surnames in all of Extreme Abyss, Lin Yuan remarked with a faint smile. Ah, senior brother Lin is quite different from us. The strongest in our family barely reaches the realm of a saint. Yet with your talent, senior brother Lin, the realm of a saint is within your grasp. In time, you shall surely expand your lineage and perhaps even become one of the 10 great clans of Extreme Abyss, Yuan Shang proclaimed, delivering a resounding compliment. Is that so? Lin Yuan replied with a subtle smile, for he had no desire to remain in Extreme Abyss indefinitely. Sooner or later, he would take Lin Qingwei away from this place. Upon encountering Lin Yuan, Yuan Xing appeared rather displeased. Thus he wisely refrained from further discussion and instead began to regale the tales of Tianma City and the various intriguing anecdotes from the demon halls. Some of these stories were so captivating that even Lin Yuan found himself thoroughly entertained. It must be said, Yuan Xing is indeed a remarkable figure. Under the guidance of Yuan Xing and Zhu Yang, Lin Yuan and his companions swiftly arrived at their destination. It was not particularly distant. Situated in the southern part of Tianma City, they reached it in less than half a day with the aid of a short-distance teleportation array. Are you certain that the Nine Heavens Thunder is here? Lin Yuan inquired with a gaze filled with skepticism directed at Yuan Xing. Before Lin Yuan lay a chaotic arrangement of exquisitely crafted, tiered pavilions, with countless pink drapes swaying freely. The hauntingly enchanting laughter echoed through the air, rendering Yuan Xing almost weak at the knees. The desire of the celestial stairs, Lin Yuan had heard of this place, renowned as a unique feature of Tianma City. It was known as the foremost den of iniquity for the demon clan, claiming that no demon could emerge unscathed. As Lin Yuan understood, the infamous Ming Kuang was a frequent patron, often spending several months there, so much so that he lacked the time to torment Lin Yuan and his mother. Showcasing the malevolence of this locale. Coughing lightly, Yuan Sheng forcibly diverted his gaze from the flamboyantly adorned demonesses and chuckled, Lin Shixiang. The Nine Heavens Thunder is indeed located here. It is the bridal dowry of the foremost courtesan among the top 10, the illustrious Mei Wu. Chapter 32, The Courtesan Mei Wu, the prodigy of the blood clan the courtesan Mei Wu? Lin Yuan's expression sharpened at the mention. As far as I know, she must be a formidable being of saintly caliber, is she not? Lin Yuan inquired. Ah. I did not anticipate that Brother Lin has delved into the study of the enchanting dance courtesan. Indeed, the enchanting dance courtesan is a formidable entity of saintly caliber, Yuan Xing remarked with a smile. A being of such powerful saintly stature, yet choosing to be a courtesan in this realm of revelry? Lin Yuan expressed his perplexity. What Brother Lin may not be aware of is that the enchanting dance courtesan is the premier attraction of this realm of desires. And countless noble scions and prodigies from the esteemed rankings expend vast amounts of magic crystals and treasures in hopes of eliciting but a smile from her. Given the value of the enchanting dance courtesan, even some saint kings fall short in comparison. Yuan Xing explained patiently. It is rather amusing to think that a being of saint king caliber could be eclipsed by a mere courtesan. Lin Yuan chuckled. Does this imply that the esteemed Magic-Eye King, having labored for much of his life, holds less worth than a mere dancer? If that is the case, how might one procure the Nine Heavens Thunder? Lin Yuan inquired. He understood that if there were no hope, Yuan Xing's cleverness would not have brought him here. For incurring his displeasure would yield no benefit. It is simple, as long as Brother Lin captures the favor of the enchanting dance courtesan, he shall naturally acquire a fragment of the thunder source from the Nine Heavens. Yuan Xing replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Pray, elaborate. The enchanting dance courtesan harbors a profound passion for human poetry. Should Brother Lin secure first place in the poetry competition, he would be granted the honor of being a guest at her table, presenting an opportunity to receive a gift prepared by her. At this moment, Zhu Yang, who had remained silent, offered this explanation. Poetry. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Although I possess no particular talent for poetry in my previous life, Lin Yuan was at least the recipient of 9 years of mandatory education, thus serving as a mere porter should pose no challenge. Might I select the Nine Heavens Thunder as my material? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. The Nine Heavens Thunder is a treasure of extraordinary caliber, and even a mere wisp of its essence would be immensely precious, capable of attracting the attention of formidable saint kings. If I could secure the first place in the poetry competition and satisfy the famed courtesan, then it might be possible. There have been successful precedents, as explained by Yuan Shay. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. As the trio ascended the celestial steps, Lin Yuan noticed a remarkable transformation in Zhu Yang, who had previously been rather taciturn. It was as though he had been invigorated, engaging jovially with the sorceresses from the surrounding pavilions, even outshining Yuan Sheng in their interactions. It appears he possesses a rather enigmatic charm, Lin Yuan mused. The celestial steps consist of 33 tiers, with the top 10 reserved for the most illustrious courtesans. Along the ascent, numerous enchanting sorceresses employed every conceivable allure to capture the attention of Lin Yuan and his companions. Guests of such stature are often those with substantial wealth. Yet Lin Yuan remained unmoved, while Yuan Sheng and Zhu Yang nearly abandoned him on several occasions. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's divine perception awakened them from their reverie. These sorceresses are not to be underestimated. They have likely mastered some form of seductive art, Lin Yuan pondered. Under the scrutiny of his divine gaze, Lin Yuan discerned that a faint aura of spiritual power flowed through the sorceresses, revealing their hidden depths. The essence of these soul powers is entirely non-aggressive, akin to gentle clouds that beckon the visiting demons. Brother Lin, there are no thresholds on the first 23 steps of the heavenly ascension. However, to proceed to the last 10 steps, one must possess 1,000 superior magic crystals, Yuan Sheng interjected. I currently lack any magic crystals. Do you have any to spare? Lin Yuan replied somewhat awkwardly, having previously acquired magic crystals through his acts of violence and from the magic palace. He had consumed them all and even advanced his earnings for 3 months. He was, in truth, utterly destitute. Ah, that is quite surprising, Yuan Sheng remarked, taken aback. Clearly not anticipating that Lin Yuan, a prospective magic heir, would be devoid of even 1,000 superior magic crystals. Magic crystals serve as the universal currency in the abyss. And for a common disciple like Yuan Sheng from the Hall of Demons, 1,000 superior magic crystals is no trifling sum. Yet, in a bid to curry favor with Lin Yuan, Yuan Sheng decisively chose to pool resources with Zhu Yang. This scene, of course, did not escape the notice of numerous demonesses and other members of the demon clan. In an instant, the gazes directed at Lin Yuan were rife with disdain. What a person this is! I initially presumed he hailed from some esteemed clan, only to discover he is but a pauper, one demoness scoffed. Indeed, there are always those who overestimate themselves. The courtesan is not someone just anyone can meet, another demon remarked with a sneer. Humph, a bunch of short-sighted fools. Yuan Sheng retorted coldly. What did you say, boy? A rugged-looking demon glared menacingly at Yuan Sheng. Before you stands Lin Yuan, the prospective demon child of the Hall of Many Demons. Do you seek death? Yuan Sheng's gaze was fierce as he fixed his eyes upon the burly demon man, his voice booming with anger. The mention of the prospective demon child of the Hall of Many Demons caused a flicker of hesitation in the demon man's eyes, clearly indicating the considerable intimidation he felt. So, you are the half-demon bastard. You dare to come to the heavenly abyss? A dissonant voice interjected. Who dares to insult the prospective demon child of the Hall of Many Demons? Yuan Sheng roared in fury, turning his gaze towards the source of the voice. There, he saw a strikingly handsome demon with blood-red hair reclining upon the laps of 2 demonesses, his wicked gaze fixated on Lin Yuan, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. Ah, so it is the Blood Dragon Prince. The Blood Dragon Prince, a direct descendant of the Blood Sovereign, would likely find it quite difficult to leave the heavenly abyss unscathed today. Upon seeing the Blood Dragon Prince, some demons could not help but sneer. Their eyes filled with pity as they regarded Lin Yuan. Even Yuan Sheng's expression drastically changed. He had not anticipated provoking such a formidable figure. So, it was you who killed Mingquang? The Blood Dragon Prince inquired, his tone indifferent. It's all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Yuan Sheng, sensing the tense atmosphere, hurriedly attempted to mediate. Your Highness the Blood Dragon, Lin Shixiang is merely here for some amusement. He harbors no other intentions. You are nothing but a trivial being. How dare you speak to me? In the eyes of Blood Dragon, a flash of crimson light surged, and Yuan Sheng suddenly felt as though his blood was boiling, an intense sensation of suffocation enveloping him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, a peculiar warmth suddenly washed over him, alleviating his distress. With a hint of trepidation, Yuan Sheng gazed at Blood Dragon but resolutely stood his ground before Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan cast a surprised glance at Yuan Sheng, acknowledging that despite the potential wrath of the Blood Clan, he remained steadfastly by Lin Yuan's side. In this dire abyss, such integrity from Yuan Xing is truly commendable. He has managed to dissipate my blood god force. It appears the rumors of your victory over Ming Feng are not unfounded. Blood Dragon's gaze towards Lin Yuan now held a trace of respect. Yet, what of it? Lin Yuan stepped forward and replied calmly, I admire your courage. However, at times, courage demands a price. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's audacity to show him disrespect, a cruel glint flickered in Blood Dragon's eyes. With a resonant hum, a terrifying demonic aura erupted from Blood Dragon, exuding a formidable pressure that left the gathered demons astonished. Transcendent Realm. Lin Yuan, do you truly believe me to be as inept as Ming Feng? Or has your confidence to challenge me been granted by your standing as the 107th on the Celestial Talent list? Blood Dragon inched closer to Lin Yuan, his overwhelming power swiftly sealing off all avenues of retreat for Lin Yuan, causing Yuan Shang and Zhu Yang, under the oppressive force of Blood Dragon, to collapse to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. It seems that His Highness Blood Dragon is indeed somewhat enraged, although Lin Yuan has triumphed over Ming Feng. To provoke His Highness Blood Dragon is truly a sign of ignorance regarding the vastness of the heavens and the earth. His Highness Blood Dragon is a prodigy who has reached the pinnacle in both the Eating Qi realm and the Spirit Communication realm. How could he possibly be compared to someone like Ming Feng, who solely relies on the sacred body? It is also true that had His Highness Blood Dragon possessed the same resources as Ming Wutian of the Ming clan, his achievements would likely not fall short of those of Ming Wutian. The various demons whispered among themselves, their gazes toward Lin Yuan filled with both pity and mockery. A despicable half-demon mongrel truly believes that defeating a few insignificant opponents grants him the right to overshadow the prodigies of the demon clan? Although Ming Kuang is indeed a complete failure, he serves well as a loyal dog, and I have enjoyed our games in this realm of desires. Since you have slain him, you shall accompany him to the grave. His Highness Blood Dragon spoke indifferently, his slender fingers extending as a terrifying energy surged forth. Had Lin Yuan returned to the Ming clan, assuming the identity of the son of the Demon Lord, perhaps Blood Dragon would have refrained from truly killing him out of fear. If he were to be slain, it would be on the Judgment Duel stage. However, now that Lin Yuan has severed ties with the Ming clan and merely holds the title of a provisional demon prince, he is not bound by any constraints. Boom. 10 beams of blood-colored energy shot toward Lin Yuan like the sharpest divine weapons in existence. Under the gaze of Lin Yuan's demon god eyes, one could even perceive a trace of sacred intent entwined within. This Blood Dragon, having comprehended a hint of sacred intent in the realm of the extraordinary, can indeed integrate it into his ordinary attacks, which is truly remarkable. Had Lin Yuan faced the Blood Dragon Prince a few days prior, the outcome would have been truly uncertain. As for the present moment, Lin Yuan suddenly stepped forward, and the dark red demonic flames, imbued with a frenzied aura of destruction, surged downward toward the 10 crimson energies. It became evident that these 10 blood-colored energies gradually evaporated under the onslaught of the demonic flames, ultimately fading into nothingness. How astonishing! A flicker of surprise flashed in the Blood Dragon Prince's eyes. Although this technique appeared simplistic, it was infused with a fragment of the sacred will of the Blood Dragon. Even if Ming Feng were to unleash a Destiny-level martial skill, it would likely be reverted to its original form. Yet, Lin Yuan had effortlessly dispelled it. It seems that during Lin Yuan's battle with Ming Feng, he had held back. No wonder you dared to challenge my authority. It appears you were concealing some strength. Well then, how about this? Interest glimmered in the Blood Dragon Prince's gaze as his pallid hands, resembling those of a corpse, rubbed together slightly, summoning a blood-red dragon that emanated a terrifying aura, roaring fiercely as it charged toward Lin Yuan. Confronting the blood-red dragon, Lin Yuan felt an unsettling pull within his very blood, as if it were about to burst forth and soar toward the dragon. Beside him, Zhu Yang and Yuan Xing fared even worse, their faces flushed crimson, with blood threatening to rupture through their skin. It is said that His Highness the Blood Dragon Prince cultivates the unparalleled Blood Dragon Demon Sutra, possessing the extraordinary ability to consume the blood of the world to enhance his own power, which explains how he ascended to the extraordinary realm at such a tender age. It now appears that the Blood Dragon Prince has set his sights on Lin Yuan's blood. The well-informed Demon Clan members expressed their astonishment. It is said that Lin Yuan possesses a similar devouring power, yet he encounters the Blood Dragon Prince. Some demons cast sympathetic glances towards Lin Yuan, as it could be said that his confrontation with the Blood Dragon Prince resulted in an overwhelming defeat from all angles. What significance does reaching the pinnacle of the Spirit Communication realm hold? The Blood Dragon Prince has achieved that as well, and his cultivation is even more profound. What value lies in possessing the innate ability to devour? The Blood Dragon Prince has diligently practiced the unparalleled Blood Dragon Demon Sutra. Amidst the discussions of the demon clan, Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly grave. Channeling the full force of the 9th layer of divine refinement, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the Crimson Dragon. Boom! The demonic flames surged, interspersed with faint rumblings of thunder. The terrifying Crimson Dragon shattered instantly under Lin Yuan's strike, transforming into a torrent of crimson that surged to either side of him. At that moment, the Blood Dragon Prince's gaze shifted entirely. This Lin Yuan truly exceeded his expectations. Excellent, with your strength, you might well rank within the top 80 of the prodigy list. However, that is still insufficient. The Blood Dragon Prince's eyes darkened. Lin Yuan's cultivation merely rested at the 9th layer of divine refinement, yet he possessed such combat prowess. If he were to break through to the transcendent realm, would he not surpass me? This is an outcome that cannot be tolerated. Kill. The Blood Dragon Prince became utterly serious, and the heavens and earth were instantly enveloped in a crimson hue, a terrifying aura erupting from his being. In the face of the Blood Dragon Prince's newfound seriousness, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, the demonic flames surging forth like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Two young gentlemen. This is not a venue for conflict. Just as Lin Yuan and Blood Dragonzi were about to engage, a tremendous surge of holy power suddenly descended, forcibly restraining their energies. The power of the saint. Upon hearing this voice, the typically arrogant Blood Dragonzi immediately ceased his actions, his expression softening as he said, "Since Fairy Meiwu has spoken, Blood Dragonzi shall spare him this day." "Thank you, young Master Blood Dragonzi." The voice resonated once more, imbued with a certain enchantment that evoked a sense of tranquility. Such formidable strength, is this the power of a saint? Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with intrigue. The realms of the demon Imagus and Jin Yuan felt too distant for him to truly perceive. Only upon sensing the might of the illustrious Meiwu did Lin Yuan realize the vastness and potency of saintly power. You were fortunate this time. However, next time, luck may not favor you so. Blood Dragonzi cast a regretful glance at Lin Yuan, contemplating the missed opportunity to eliminate a potential threat. But there was no rush. He could deal with it another time. The poetic competition hosted by Lady Meiwu was soon to commence, and any gentleman wishing to partake should hasten. A maidservant, adorned in the garb of the demon race, stood at the highest step, casting her alluring gaze upon the multitude of demons below. "Aha, here I come. I have been crafting a masterpiece, and today I shall undoubtedly claim the top prize." The gathered demons erupted in laughter, eagerly making their way toward the final step of the heavenly ascendancy, even if they could not secure a seat among the esteemed guests of the Meiwu Flower Queen. Merely catching a glimpse of her beauty would suffice. Even the Blood Dragon child gazed with a fervent intensity, decisively abandoning the previous two enchantresses and descending the steps. "Is it still possible to proceed?" Lin Yuan inquired, pulling the still shaken Yuan Sheng and Zhu Yang to their feet. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Lin." "We are quite well," Yuan Sheng replied, somewhat taken aback. "Then let us be on our way," Lin Yuan nodded, leading Yuan Sheng and Zhu Yang along with the multitude of demons toward the final tier. Chapter 34, Three-Part Fate. Destined by heaven, what are the rules of this poetry contest? Are you all informed? Lin Yuan questioned as he traversed through the densely packed crowd. The sheer number of people seemed overwhelming. If each were to recite a poem, it would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. "Hiki, senior brother Lin. You might not be aware, the enchanting Mew Dance Lady adheres to the notion of fate. At the commencement of each poetry contest, she randomly selects a few to enter the outer pavilion for tea, while the others must depart with unfulfilled longing, no matter how high the offered price. It is of no consequence. In the eyes of the Mew Dance Lady, fate is preordained, and it cannot be purchased with demon crystals." Yuan Sheng elaborated with a cheerful smile. "How does the selection process occur?" Lin Yuan asked, furrowing his brow at the thought of being overlooked and rendering his journey meaningless. "That is rather uncertain." Yuan Sheng responded with a hint of helplessness. "Since it is a matter of fate, the Mew Dance Lady improvises each time, and no one knows who will be chosen." "Is that so?" Lin Yuan felt a twinge of frustration. He had not anticipated encountering such an eccentric courtesan in this realm of ephemeral pleasures. "By the looks of you, it seems you frequent this place. Have you ever been selected?" Lin Yuan inquired. "I have not, but this lad Zhu Yang has been fortunate enough to be selected several times." At this thought, Yuan Sheng felt a pang of bitterness, envious of Zhu Yang's seemingly absurd luck despite his own charming and dashing demeanor. Zhu Yang, usually taciturn, now displayed an unusual excitement. Convinced of his destined connection with the enchanting dance diva, "Brother Lin, I have crafted an exquisite poem. Should I earn the favor of the dance diva, I shall surely procure the thunder source from the 9 heavens for you, Zhu Yang said with a hearty laugh, appearing rather simple-hearted. However, Lin Yuan knew that beneath this demeanor lay a more complex character. Thank you, and if that indeed comes to pass, I shall not take your gift lightly. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Should Zhu Yang truly be chosen, Lin Yuan contemplated bestowing upon him a masterpiece from his past life to retrieve the thunder source. It was said that the thunder source from the 9 heavens possessed formidable regenerative powers, capable of reconstituting itself shortly after being divided. Which is why the dance diva generously offered it as a gift to those fated to receive it. Zhu Yang nodded vigorously, interpreting this as Lin Yuan's unwavering belief in his selection. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Countless fervent gazes turned toward the exquisite pavilion atop the heavenly steps. Amidst the graceful attendants, a young maiden adorned in a gown of jade-hued silk glided forward, captivating the onlookers. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes, with their slight upward tilt, seemed to shimmer with flecks of gold swirling within her amber irises. Her ruby lips resembled crimson maple leaves, and a few strands of ebony hair cascaded gracefully down her neck. Her skin, akin to the finest jade, shimmered under the sun's radiant embrace, reminiscent of a goddess bathed in divine light. Even Lin Yuan, upon encountering this enchanting courtesan, was taken aback by her mesmerizing beauty. Indeed, she was a renowned courtesan in this realm of extremes, a true marvel. Charming dance, I extend my gratitude to all for your support. Her voice, melodious as a lark, sent ripples of excitement through the assembly of demons. Charming dance, choose me, choose me. Nonsense, how could charming dance ever notice you? Countless demons, upon beholding the captivating courtesan, lost all semblance of reason and began to brawl. They rushed toward the front of the pavilion where she stood, fervently hoping for a mere glance from her. Witnessing such a raucous atmosphere, charming dance merely smiled softly, her gaze flitting playfully as she took a basin of clear water from a nearby maid and suddenly splashed it towards the throng of demons. Those who remain dry may enter the outer pavilion for tea, a maid chimed in cheerfully. A chorus of anguished cries erupted among the demons, their faces contorted in despair. No one anticipated that charming dance would employ such a method this time. Even Lin Yuan and his companions felt a tinge of embarrassment. Lin Yuan had previously believed he could evade the water, but after hearing Yuan Xing's earlier remarks, he had thought that those who got wet might still be chosen. It was over. Yuan Xing appeared somewhat dejected. This time, even Zhu Yang had not been selected. It seemed their journey would be in vain. Zhu Yang, filled with regret, lamented why he hadn't thought to dodge. However, the enchanting courtesan is indeed a sage, and her strikes are executed with remarkable swiftness. Were it not for prior knowledge of the rules and the ability to react accordingly, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade her assaults. Haha. Today, the first prize is undoubtedly secured by me, Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon laughed heartily, exuding an exuberant spirit. Clearly, he is one of the fortunate ones. Other members of the demon clan also stood up, equally exhilarated, each claiming their special connection with the enchanting courtesan. Gentlemen, please proceed. As for the rest of you, I sincerely apologize, a maid remarked with a smile, ushering the lucky ones forward. Brother Lin, it seems this trip has been in vain today. However, the enchanting courtesan makes her appearance every 6 months, so there will be another opportunity, Yuan Xing said, somewhat disheartened. Lin Yuan observed the demons entering the outer pavilion with the enchanting courtesan and began to ponder. 6 months is an eternity. I cannot afford to squander such time. Moreover, who knows if I will be chosen next time? It is not a certainty. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, his gaze flickering. Brother Lin, please do not act rashly. That enchanting lady is a formidable sage, and it appears she has the backing of a significant figure from the Night Clan among the 9 great families. The last individual who attempted to force their way in, well, their grave is now overgrown with grass, Yuan Xing cautioned, fearing Lin Yuan might engage in some impulsive act. Who said I intend to force my way in? Lin Yuan replied with a hint of exasperation. One is not a fool, and the enchanting courtesan must possess formidable backing to compel someone as deeply entrenched as the Blood Dragon to adhere to the rules. Yuan Xing and Zhu Yang exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Lin Yuan's true intentions. With determined strides, Lin Yuan approached the loft. Young master, please halt. You are not the chosen one for the lady. The maid greeted him with an amiable tone. Some demons, initially intending to depart, scoffed at Lin Yuan's audacity to intrude. Could he genuinely believe that the enchanting courtesan was merely a decorative figure? Pray tell, what constitutes true affinity? Lin Yuan inquired with a smile. The lady has already selected her chosen one. If you have intentions towards her, you may return another time, the maid replied with a smile. If we have not met before, can it still be called fate if chosen next time? Lin Yuan shook his head. The maid's gaze flickered slightly. This young man appeared to be quite different from the others. Lin Yuan then tore a piece from his garment, drew blood from his finger, and swiftly inscribed something upon it before handing it to her. Please deliver this to the enchanting courtesan and inform her that Lin Yuan requests an audience, he said with a gentle smile. The maid hesitated, recalling that many had attempted to compose poetry for the courtesan outside, only to be disregarded. However, this individual emanated a distinctly different aura, a curious sensation as if a thread of destiny was being nudged. Very well. Ultimately, the maid acquiesced. Brother Lin, this approach is futile. While the alluring dance courtesan is fond of the poetry of the human race, she places greater faith in fate. Yuan Shang, witnessing Lin Yuan's actions, could not refrain from offering a word of caution. Why not give it a try? Lin Yuan chuckled softly, feeling a twinge of uncertainty within, unsure if his method would yield any results. Outside the heavenly pavilion, numerous demons engaged in jovial banter. The enchanting courtesan sat gracefully to one side, her divine essence radiating as she played the guzheng for the gathered demons. My lady, this is a rather intriguing gift from someone outside. The maid timidly presented Lin Yuan's tattered garments. Ah, yet another unappreciative fool, Blood Dragon's son scoffed upon seeing this. He had once made a similar attempt, and it had undoubtedly ended in failure. If he, a direct descendant of the Blood Sovereign, could not succeed, how could anyone else? Even the alluring courtesan wrinkled her delicate nose in displeasure. Yin Yu, I do not wish to be troubled by such matters, she expressed, her tone tinged with annoyance, though devoid of blame. Understood, Yin Yu replied, regretting his decision to assist that individual, fully aware of the impossibility of the situation. Contemplating this, he resolved to return and reprimand the one who had displeased the courtesan. Wait. Suddenly, the enchanting courtesan halted Yin Yu, her gaze momentarily lost as she regarded the tattered garments he had brought. 3 parts are determined by heaven, 7 parts by personal endeavor. Fate is as fleeting as the wind, yet it is the heart that holds the lantern. Chapter 35, in the Mingxiang Pavilion. Fate is predestined. 3 parts are determined by heaven, while 7 parts rely on one's own efforts. Does this imply that destiny is only 3 parts determined by the heavens? The enchanting courtesan gazed dreamily at the poem inscribed on the tattered garments, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of longing. A true romantic at heart, Lin Yuan's poetic words struck a chord deep within her soul. My lady. Seeing the courtesan in such a state, Yin Yu felt a twinge of surprise. This poetry competition had been held for several years, yet she had never witnessed the courtesan display such vulnerability. Not even the illustrious genius of the Yuan clan had managed to elicit a flicker of emotion from her. It is important to note that he was a figure of extraordinary renown, ranked among the elite in the holy list of prodigies. The likes of Blood Dragon and other members of the demon clan could not help but furrow their brows at the courtesan's uncharacteristic demeanor. What kind of extraordinary individual could evoke such depth of feeling in her? 3 parts determined by heaven. Humph, merely a ruse to deceive the naive, scoffed one demon, although his eyes betrayed a burning jealousy. Yin Yu, summon this gentleman, commanded the enchanting courtesan, disregarding the reactions around her. After much contemplation, she had made her decision. My lady, this matter is most unwise. Her words immediately incited alarm among the demons present. Should this individual be allowed entry? It was likely that he would claim the top honor today. My lady, the rules have already been established. Such an action would seem rather unjust to us. Blood Dragon was the first to voice the collective concern of the demon clan members present. Indeed, fair maiden Meiwu, I cannot fathom how many times I have awaited this fateful encounter. It is quite unjust. The other members of the demon clan echoed in agreement. Throughout her life, Meiwu had sought connections, and each nobleman present possessed some degree of affinity with her. Yet, she discerned that such connections were not the ones she truly desired. Perhaps, this realization was the greatest connection of all. The courtesan Meiwu tightened her grip on the tattered garment in her hands, which still bore a hint of warmth. Yin Yu, please invite this nobleman in. No, I shall go myself. After a moment of contemplation, the courtesan Meiwu gracefully dashed toward the entrance. My lady. Yin Yu, observing this, hurriedly followed suit, beckoning the other maidens to attend to the remaining noblemen of the demon clan. Humph. I am eager to discover who this person is. The Blood Dragon Prince scoffed, visibly irritated. For this occasion, he had made several visits to encounter such a connection, and now someone dared to intercept it. How could he, who was so prideful, possibly endure such an affront? Meanwhile, outside the celestial pavilion, Lin Yuan and his companions were still in wait. The demons, initially wishing to depart, halted in their tracks, eager to witness Lin Yuan's impending embarrassment. who was unaware that the courtesan Mei Wu was notoriously obstinate. Once she deemed a connection non-existent. Even a holy king would receive no deference from her. "Brother Lin, perhaps we should take our leave," Yuan Sheng suggested, feeling the scornful gazes around them, his resolve wavering. Even he believed that Lin Yuan's efforts were futile. "If you wish to depart, you may do so. I shall remember this day." Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed intently on the door of the loft. Through the eye of divine and demonic beings, he could distinctly sense a formidable presence rapidly approaching. It must be the alluring dance courtesan. Evidently, his plan had borne fruit. Upon observing Lin Yuan's unwavering stance, Yuan Sheng hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately resolved to accompany him. If he and Zhu Yang were to depart, Lin Yuan would be left to endure the scorn of the gathered demons alone. As time passed, the mockery directed at Lin Yuan grew increasingly audacious. Some individuals, unable to attain what they desire, derive a twisted sense of satisfaction from witnessing others' struggles. This phenomenon is true for both humans and demons alike. At that moment, a series of light, nimble footsteps echoed, capturing the attention of the demons. At the end of their sight, the alluring dance courtesan gracefully lifted her skirt, her enchanting peach blossom eyes scanning the surroundings, and soon, they fell upon Lin Yuan. "Is it he?" The courtesan's heart raced, her subconscious affirming that the young man before her was indeed the one who penned that poem for her. "My lady, do take your time," Yin Yu exclaimed breathlessly as she hurried forward. Upon spotting Lin Yuan, she immediately erupted with excitement. "It's him, it's really him," she exclaimed, pointing at Lin Yuan with fervor. Indeed, it was he. The alluring dance courtesan smiled radiantly. In that fleeting moment, the myriad flowers of the world seemed to pale in comparison, and countless demons stood entranced, gazing at the courtesan as if under a spell. The alluring dance courtesan smiled at me. One demon murmured dreamily. "Nonsense, with your unattractive visage," she was clearly smiling at me. A certain demon, brimming with confidence, brushed away non-existent dust from his attire and prepared to advance. "Esteemed young sir, would you do us the honor of visiting the exquisite Mingxiang Pavilion?" The enchanting courtesan, adorned in the allure of her craft, gracefully approached Lin Yuan, her playful, peach blossom eyes curiously fixed upon him. A gentle breeze caressed the scene, causing a few strands of her hair to dance, intertwining with Lin Yuan's presence. This captivating moment left Zhu Yang and Yuan Sheng, who stood nearby, utterly astonished, prompting them to unconsciously puff out their chests. "Behold, the courtesan of allure is smiling at my esteemed senior brother. A sight to behold." Lin Yuan offered a faint smile in response and consented, subsequently following the courtesan and Yun Yu into the outer chamber of the Mingxiang Pavilion. After Lin Yuan departed for quite some time, the assembled demons were left in shock. As the courtesan had broken convention to personally extend an invitation to the pavilion, an astonishing occurrence. If the proud talents who had never crossed its threshold were to learn of this, one could only imagine their expressions of disbelief. "What are you looking at?" "A mere troop of clowns," Yuan Sheng remarked, glancing at the gathered demons, his voice dripping with disdain. The demons remained silent. Compared to Lin Yuan's personal invitation from the courtesan, Yuan Sheng's scorn felt utterly inconsequential. In the outer chamber of the Mingxiang Pavilion, under the watchful and darkened gazes of figures like Blood Dragon Z, the courtesan and Yun Yu finally returned. However, when the crowd beheld Lin Yuan, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation at the courtesan's side, disbelief swept through them. "It is he, that half-demon mongrel." Blood Dragon Z's simmering anger was ignited anew. Had the enchanting courtesan personally come to greet a prodigy from one of the other 9 clans, Blood Dragon would have reluctantly chosen to endure his dissatisfaction. However, he never anticipated that it would be Lin Yuan. How could the esteemed scion of the Blood Lord be overshadowed by a mere half-demon mongrel? As Lin Yuan entered the Mingxiang Pavilion, he immediately sensed a multitude of hostile gazes directed at him. Lifting his eyes, he naturally spotted the furious Blood Dragon. "It seems that I am not particularly welcomed here," Lin Yuan mused with some discomfort. "Young Master Lin, you jest. This is the domain of the enchanting courtesan. How could anyone harbor ill will towards you?" The courtesan's captivating eyes swept over the assembly of demons. "If there truly are those who do, they shall be expelled." Chapter 36, A Dance of Captivation. Lin Yuan recites a poem. Her words, light and airy, instantly cooled the hearts of those demons who had been eager to cause trouble for Lin Yuan. Why was there such a disparity in treatment? Especially here in the Mingxiang Pavilion? Blood Dragon's gaze towards Lin Yuan was filled with an insatiable desire to consume him whole. Yet, out of respect for the courtesan, he was forced to suppress the fury boiling within him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Blood Dragon clenched his fists so tightly that the bones creaked under the strain. Nearby, Yin Yu and the other maidens in the Mingxiang Pavilion cast astonished glances at Lin Yuan. After so many years of accompanying the enchanting courtesan, It was the first time they had witnessed her speak such disrespectful words for the sake of a man. Was it truly because of that poem? What they were unaware of was that when the enchanting courtesan visited Lin Yuan due to that poem, she experienced a flutter in her heart for the very first time because of a man. This revelation further solidified her belief that she and Lin Yuan shared an extraordinary bond. The courtesan seemed to realize that her earlier words had been somewhat inappropriate. Yet having spoken them, she could not retract them. Therefore, with her gaze lowered, she fell into silence. Her words had indeed carried a weight. Lin Yuan, not wishing to put her in an awkward position, smiled gently and said, since my lady has returned, let us continue with the tea ceremony. Yu sensed the atmosphere had grown subtly tense and interjected to ease the situation. It was merely a moment of indiscretion from the courtesan, who has not given due regard to the esteemed gentleman present. In apology, she wishes to offer a dance. Suddenly, the courtesan lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with a delicate smile. Lo and behold, as soon as the courtesan uttered these words, the previously lackluster assembly of demons erupted in excitement. The courtesan was about to perform a dance. It was well known that she had captivated all with her dance. Though it had been many years since she last graced the floor, the last time she had danced was likely in the presence of a formidable saintly king, who had inspired her to perform. Not only the demon men, but even the maidservants who typically attended to the courtesan could hardly contain their anticipation at this moment. Seeing that the atmosphere had finally shifted, the courtesan, with eyes like blossoming peach flowers, discreetly glanced at Lin Yuan before gracefully ascending the stone platform near the lotus pond. As the enchanting dance of the alluring courtesan commenced, her flowing sleeves brushed against the remnants of lotus flowers, sending ripples across the surface of the water. The delicate chime of the silver bells adorning her wrists captivated the attention of all. In this moment, an utter silence enveloped the gathering, as everyone feared that even the slightest sound might mar this unforgettable spectacle. Blood Dragon's gaze was transfixed upon the captivating courtesan, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing without him even realizing it. Witnessing her exquisite movements, he finally comprehended just how dreadfully mundane the other sorceresses, who had once dazzled him, truly were. With a swift motion, accompanied by a faint sound of rushing air, the courtesan leaned backward, her skirts unfurling like a blossoming sacred lotus. Ha ha ha, truly. The enchanting maiden is unparalleled in her grace, Blood Dragon exclaimed, breaking free from his stupor, his laughter echoing with admiration. Even the earlier discord seemed to fade from memory. Indeed, to witness the dance of the enchanting maiden is a fulfillment beyond my wildest dreams. The assembled demons chimed in unison. Even Lin Yuan's eyes shone with astonishment. One cannot deny that had this courtesan existed in ancient times, she would have undoubtedly incited wars between kingdoms, rendering kings neglectful of their courts. The maiden has already graced us with her dance. Now it is the turn of the esteemed young gentleman, Yu announced, sensing the atmosphere had reached a fervent peak. As per tradition, each must compose a poem. The finest verse shall earn the poet a place at the maiden's side and a special gift prepared by her. With these words, the atmosphere intensified even further, igniting a creative spark among the attendees. In pursuit of becoming the esteemed guest of the enchanting dance courtesan, they have all been diligently crafting a poetic masterpiece. At last, an opportunity to showcase their work has arrived. Allow me to begin. One of the demon clan members stepped forward, gazing affectionately at the smiling dance courtesan. Ahem. With a slight cough, his demeanor gradually shifted to one of melancholy. Her visage, like blossoming peach flowers, requires no embellishment. Her lips, akin to vermilion, radiate innate allure. Upon hearing these lines, many from the demon clan began to ponder the subtle depth of the verses, realizing they held a certain charm. With a glance and a smile, thunder resounds. Even the most revered saints and demon lords bow in submission. O dance maiden, this poem is dedicated to you, he boldly proclaimed, conveying that the beauty of the dance maiden could astonish even the most exalted beings. Such exquisite poetry, exclaimed some of the maidens, their eyes brightening. The poem's balanced structure bore a resemblance to the artistry of the human realm. Other demon clan members felt a mounting pressure, surprised that he had managed to compose such a fine piece. Among them, only Lin Yuan remained remarkably composed, even displaying a hint of disdain. Is this mere verse worthy of the title poetry? He mused. Very well, who is next? Yu noted, observing that the dance courtesan appeared somewhat moved. Allow me. Numerous demon clan members began to recite their verses, yet none surpassed the previous offering. Finally, it was the turn of Blood Dragon. With willow-like brows and cherry-red lips, her flowing skirt brushes against the moonlit ground. Blood Dragon's voice rang out with fervor, his gaze towards the dance courtesan brimming with unmistakable admiration. Before the sacred Lord S. beacon, one sighs, a beauty smile captivates the four corners of the world. As the words of the Blood Dragon Prince echoed, a chorus of applause erupted from numerous demons in attendance. The Blood Dragon Prince, wearing a proud smile, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan, as if to convey that despite his underhanded methods to arrive at the Mingxiang Pavilion, he should not dare to challenge him, the Blood Dragon Prince. It seemed that today, the prince would undoubtedly be the esteemed guest of the enchanting dance mistress, and the rest of them felt utterly inferior. The demons chuckled, finding immense satisfaction in simply being in the presence of the dance mistress. The position of esteemed guest belonged to someone as noble as the Blood Dragon Prince, and they could accept that. "Ah, you flatter us," he modestly replied, though the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. "May I inquire, what masterpiece does young Master Lin possess?" At that moment, Yin Yu suddenly turned her gaze towards Lin Yuan with a smile. The poem he had previously composed had left her profoundly impressed, eclipsing all the verses presented by the gathered demons. However, this was a different occasion, and it was only fitting for Lin Yuan to share another creation. Yin Yu was filled with anticipation. The dance mistress, who had maintained a serene smile until now, widened her enchanting eyes, eager to see if Lin Yuan would offer her a delightful surprise. Coincidentally, he had a poem ready, which would serve as a tribute to the mesmerizing performance of the dance mistress. With a gentle smile, Lin Yuan gazed at the ethereal beauty of the dance mistress and her garments swaying with the breeze, and he recited, "Clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty. Spring breezes caress the balustrade, dew blossoms in abundance. Had I not seen you atop the jade peaks, I would meet you under the moonlight of the Yao platform." Chapter 37. A gift to the enchanting dance beneath the moon. As Lin Yuan completed his recitation of the poem, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering, comprising the enchanting dance courtesan and various members of the demonic clan, including Blood Dragon. Each attendee, vying to be the esteemed guest of the courtesan, possessed at least a rudimentary understanding of poetry. Thus, they were acutely aware of the remarkable brilliance embodied in Lin Yuan's verses. Particularly affected was the enchanting dance courtesan, who instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering with uncontainable delight. Such exquisite poetry. Is this composed for my lady? Yunyu, the courtesan's devoted attendant, found herself mesmerized. Despite having encountered numerous outstanding talents and illustrious sovereigns among the demon elite, she had never before met a gentleman as romantically inclined as Lin Yuan. Was this not precisely what the enchanting dance courtesan yearned for? "Mr. Lin, may I inquire the title of this poem?" she asked softly, her gaze imbued with affection. Lin Yuan, taken aback by the question, hesitated. A mere porter in his previous life, he possessed only a scant amount of literary knowledge. In the context of the moment, the original title seemed somewhat unsuitable. "It shall be called A Gift to the Enchanting Dance Beneath the Moon," he replied with a gentle smile, as the cool moonlight cascaded upon the courtesan's cloud-patterned gown, illuminating it with ethereal radiance. The unique allure of the demon race intertwined with a profound romanticism, creating an unparalleled beauty. "My lady." All the maidens covered their eyes, for they beheld a single crystalline tear adorning the cheek of the captivating courtesan. The gift bestowed by the young master today would forever be etched in her memory. The courtesan, in a gesture of profound respect, bowed deeply to Lin Yuan, a figure of sanctity and noble lineage, which was a remarkable show of reverence, especially considering that even the most formidable saint kings had not received such homage from her before. Creak. Blood Dragon, with clenched teeth, felt his heart ablaze with jealousy, almost consumed by its flames. He yearned to thwart the unfolding scene, yet he could not deny the truth. In comparison to the poetry crafted by Lin Yuan, his earlier verses were akin to mere refuse. At that moment, Lin Yuan also noticed the seething Blood Dragon, whose eyes radiated a mocking aura, allowing Blood Dragon to sense the disdain emanating from him. Boom. The Blood Dragon, already tormented by his restraint, erupted in fury. A terrifying surge of blood energy ascended, manifesting as a fearsome crimson dragon that roared towards Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, today I shall see you perish." Blood Dragon's face contorted with malice, his throat emitting a howl reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. In the face of Blood Dragon's sudden assault, Lin Yuan remained unnerved, his expression of derision only intensifying. "Foolish," Lin Yuan remarked coolly. "Young master, this is the Mingxiang Pavilion." A formidable aura of sanctity descended, instantly shattering the menacing crimson dragon, while Blood Dragon, in utter horror, realized that the malevolent energy within him had become inexplicably murky, rendering his body immobile. The enchanting courtesan, with eyes reminiscent of peach blossoms, revealed a subtle chill. The terrifying holy power crushed the Blood Dragon's body, shattering most of its bones in an instant. "Ah!" The Blood Dragon let out a wretched scream. The other demons, witnessing this, fell silent in fear. They seemed to have forgotten that the enchanting courtesan was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed formidable innate abilities. She was a prodigy on the holy talents list, and her ranking was quite impressive. Spare me, courtesan. I was in the wrong. The blood dragon's eyes betrayed his dread. Given the courtesan's identity and background, it was likely that even if she truly killed him, the blood sovereign would not pursue her too fervently. After all, the blood sovereign had far more offspring than the underworld sovereign, numbering almost 3,900. The death of one son was hardly significant, and he was not the most outstanding among them. If it had been his 19th brother, Blood Spirit, perhaps the enchanting courtesan would not have dared to act so boldly. Upon hearing his plea, she reigned in her power. This was the Mingxiang Pavilion, and she had no desire to instigate slaughter. Today, young Master Lin is the esteemed guest of the courtesan. Everyone may disperse now. Yin Yu spoke up, beginning to bid farewell. Although many of the demons were somewhat reluctant, they could only swallow their words in light of the blood dragon's fate. Once the other demons departed, only Lin Yuan, the enchanting courtesan, Yun Yu, and a few maidservants remained in the Mingxiang Pavilion. Young Master Lin, would you care to join me in the inner chamber? The courtesan inquired with a charming smile. Then it would be my honor to comply, Lin Yuan replied, a smile gracing his lips, exuding utmost politeness. Upon entering the inner chamber of the Mingxiang Pavilion, Lin Yuan found himself pleasantly surprised. The decor within the inner sanctum of the pavilion was markedly simpler than that of the outer hall, with the most striking feature being a vast hot spring. Within the crystalline waters, a soft golden light shimmered, exuding an extraordinary fragrance that hinted at its remarkable qualities. Young Master Lin, this is the Golden Light Spring, which possesses not only the fundamental ability to alleviate physical fatigue but also to nourish the soul. The enchanting flower courtesan extolled. Nourish the soul? Lin Yuan did not hastily inquire about the nine heavens thunder, but engaged in casual conversation with the flower courtesan. You must be familiar with the concept of a soul power saint, correct? The flower courtesan inquired patiently. Indeed, I am aware, Lin Yuan nodded. The soul power saint represents an alternative path for cultivators, one that is far more arduous than achieving martial sainthood, naturally. The soul power saints are also considerably more formidable and enigmatic than ordinary saints. My wife is a soul power saint, Yin Yu boasted with a hint of pride. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. No wonder he did not sense an overwhelmingly strong aura from the flower courtesan. It turned out she had attained sainthood through the cultivation of the soul. This implied that her physical form might be relatively frail. The cultivation of the soul is undoubtedly more challenging than the direct absorption of celestial energy, primarily due to the extreme rarity of the materials required to enhance one's soul power. The waters of the Golden Light Spring are diluted using the sacred herb Golden Light Soul Essence, which can heal wounds of the soul and promote the cultivation of soul power. This is what it means to nourish the soul. The flower courtesan elucidated. Ah, I see, Lin Yuan said, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked upon the shimmering waters of the Golden Light Spring. Now, my soul power has reached the pinnacle of the 4 realms. Should I advance further, I shall attain the 5 realms. It is essential to understand that a soul power of the 5th realm is sufficient to contend with formidable beings of the extraordinary realm. Moreover, upon reaching the 5th realm, a transformation occurs, the most notable feature being the ability to separate one's soul from the body and traverse the heavens and the earth. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's burgeoning interest, the enchanting courtesan Mei Wu could not help but smile radiantly. Henceforth, Mei Wu would attend to the young master's bathing needs. Chapter 38. Breaking through to the 5th realm. Soul separation. As the words of Mei Wu lingered in the air, not only did Lin Yuan's eyes widen in astonishment, but so did those of the other maidens, who regarded Mei Wu with incredulity. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her eyes, akin to blooming peach blossoms, exuded an alluring charm. Yet, she gazed steadfastly at Lin Yuan. My lady Yu. Yin Yu hesitated, words caught in her throat. Previously, even those who had been honored guests of the courtesan merely attended to others during bathing. The courtesan would typically engage in conversation and share the beauty of the moment, but never had she personally served another in such an intimate manner. As for Lin Yuan, he understood well that although the courtesan Mei Wu was the pinnacle of this ephemeral realm, she had always been one to sell her art, not her person. Always for the ethereal ties of fate. It seemed he had underestimated the impact he had on her. Lin Yuan pondered inwardly. Then, I shall extend my gratitude to you, Miss Mei Wu. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Yuan locked eyes with Mei Wu. Did he truly agree so readily? Yun Yu was taken aback. On ordinary days, those esteemed young lords of the demon clan, who bask in the company of courtesans, each pride themselves on their charm and elegance. Even if their desires are unattainable, they maintain a faade of politeness. None, however, are as forthright as Lin Yuan. The courtesan, with her crimson lips gently biting, was evidently taken aback by his candidness. Yet, it is this very quality that marks his uniqueness. 3 parts fate is preordained, while 7 parts depend on diligent effort. Suddenly, the courtesan recalled Lin Yuan's verse, 3 parts of destiny are bestowed by the heavens, but 7 parts are cultivated through one's own endeavors. With this thought, she beamed at Lin Yuan, and in that instant, the entire realm seemed to sway in harmony. The gentle breeze caressed her as she lifted her skirt, her bare feet delicately touching the golden spring. The water was perfectly warm. Delighted, the courtesan began to loosen her expansive brocade gown. Stealing a glance at Lin Yuan, who stood motionless, she trembled slightly as she reached to unfasten his garment. "My lady, perhaps I should take over," suggested a maid named Lingyu. "No, I will do it myself," the courtesan replied, taking a deep breath as she finally unbuttoned Lin Yuan's attire. She then summoned a gentle surge of sacred energy, placing him within the golden spring. "Young master, is the water temperature to your liking?" she inquired with utmost caution. "It is quite suitable," Lin Yuan replied cheerfully, feeling streams of golden light flowing into his being through the spring, nurturing his soul in a warm embrace. Lin Yuan traversed into this realm, merging with the soul of the original inhabitant. Due to the consumption and absorption of numerous demonic souls, his own spirit became exceedingly chaotic. However, after continuous nurturing from the golden spring, Lin Yuan distinctly felt his once turbid soul gradually purging its impurities, becoming pure. Furthermore, the tension that had long gripped him was thoroughly alleviated, allowing him to cast aside all defenses. With a gentle splash, the enchanting courtesan entered the spring, her delicate hands softly kneading Lin Yuan's shoulders, her warm breath brushing against his neck, enveloping him in unparalleled delight. "Young Master Lin, in the depths of the abyss, strength reigns supreme, and conflicts abound. In the mysterious fragrance pavilion, such matters hold no sway. Should young master wish to return, you are most welcome," the courtesan whispered softly. Panic surged among Yunyu and the other maidservants as they comprehended the courtesan's words, realizing she might truly be ensnared. This was because 7 parts of fate were orchestrated by human hands. Meeting was merely 3 parts destiny. The remaining 7 lay entirely within oneself. Lin Yuan, however, was oblivious to the courtesan's musings. As he succumbed to a deep slumber under the overwhelming relaxation, his defenses entirely relinquished. Observing Lin Yuan's breathing grow steady, the courtesan chose not to disturb him, continuing to massage his shoulders. "Where am I?" In the darkness, Lin Yuan struggled to grasp something tangible, yet felt as though he could not control his body. "What is happening? Wasn't I in the mysterious fragrance pavilion enjoying the hot spring?" Lin Yuan felt somewhat bewildered, his consciousness drifting. "Young master." Just as Lin Yuan's awareness began to fade, a familiar voice suddenly resonated, prompting him to open his eyes wide. As the darkness receded, he found himself in the inner chamber of the Mingxiang Pavilion. Looking down, he realized he was lying in the embrace of the enchanting Flower Queen. "Congratulations, young master, your spiritual power has transcended to the 5th level, the Flower Queen said, her smile illuminating her translucent form. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally grasped the situation. "Am I experiencing an out-of-body experience?" he inquired uncertainly, sensing his own existence. Indeed, upon reaching the 5th level of spiritual power, one can achieve an out-of-body experience. However, the first time is particularly perilous, as it is easy to become lost in the depths. Thus, it is essential to have a powerful being with a spiritual power of 6 or above to awaken one from such a state, the Flower Queen elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was enlightened. It was no wonder he felt so peculiar. "In that case, I must express my gratitude to you, Lady Flower," he said earnestly. "If you wish to show gratitude, will you come to accompany me often in the future?" The Flower Queen's voice dropped to a soft murmur. Taken aback, Lin Yuan replied resolutely, "Absolutely." "Then it is settled." The Flower Queen's face brightened with joy. "However, young master, your spiritual power has only just reached the 5th level, and your soul should not linger away from your physical body for too long. Otherwise, it may easily become assimilated by the cosmos," she cautioned. Lin Yuan nodded, sensing that the energy of this realm seemed to be assimilating him. Thus, he heeded the advice and without any hesitation returned to his corporeal form. "If my spiritual power reaches the realm of the 9 yuan, akin to that of a sage, I should be able to traverse the realm of souls at will, without fearing that my spirit will be absorbed by the forces of nature." Lin Yuan gazed at the exquisitely solidified spirit of the enchanting dance courtesan, a twinge of envy stirring within him. A sage of spiritual power is indeed something extraordinarily marvelous. At this moment, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's spirit successfully return to his body, the enchanting dance courtesan also chose to restore her soul to its rightful place. Lin Yuan observed the courtesan, her alluring peach blossom eyes wide open, and his gaze grew somewhat complex. Initially, his sole purpose for coming was to seek the thunder source of the 9 heavens. Now, however, things had become rather ambiguous. Does the young master have anything else he wishes to convey to Mei Wu? The enchanting dance courtesan suddenly inquired. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, unsure of how to express himself. You seek the thunder source of the 9 heavens, do you not? Chapter 39. The Power of Thunder and Fire. Refining the divine extreme. As the enchanting dance courtesan's words fell, the atmosphere within the Mingxiang pavilion grew decidedly subtle. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded in acknowledgement. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. His initial intent had indeed been just that. With a soft crackle, upon hearing Lin Yuan's admission, the expression of the enchanting dance courtesan remained unchanged. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and a brilliant white thunder source emerged, drifting towards Lin Yuan. The thunder of the 9 heavens is immensely powerful, comparable to the infernal flames of the nether race and the celestial energy of the corpse race. Do not rush during the absorption process, the esteemed courtesan Mei Wu advised. Lin Yuan accepted the source of the 9 heavens thunder, yet he refrained from hastily absorbing it, opting instead to store it within his magic orb. Thank you, Miss Mei Wu, Lin Yuan expressed sincerely, for he indeed had a pressing need for the source of the 9 heavens thunder. Young Master Lin, you are too courteous. In comparison to the gifts presented under the moonlight, this seems rather trivial. Mei Wu smiled gently. However, aside from this, do you have other matters to discuss? Her gaze was filled with anticipation as it rested on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought to himself, it appears I cannot evade this any longer. After leaving the Mingxiang pavilion, he felt a twinge of distress. In his previous life, he had devoted himself entirely to his work, living as a steadfast bachelor, being an undercover agent. His greatest vulnerability lay in familial ties. The most prudent course was to remain unencumbered by such concerns, hence his decision to stay single. Senior brother Lin, Yuan Tian and Zhuang, who had been waiting outside the Mingxiang pavilion, approached him eagerly upon his emergence. Senior brother, I have heard the news. You have become a guest of honor to the illustrious courtesan Mei Wu. So, did you succeed? Yuan Tian chuckled mischievously. Zhu Yang's gaze was fixed on Lin Yuan, brimming with envy. Perhaps, Lin Yuan assumed Yuan Tian was referring to the 9 heavens thunder, and he nodded nonchalantly. Senior brother Lin, you truly are an exemplar for us all. Yuan Tian exclaimed with fervor, recalling the blood dragon that had been carried out like a lifeless creature, which had sparked his earlier speculations. With the formidable strength of the blood dragon, who could possibly inflict harm upon him? The only conceivable contender would be the enchanting dancing flower courtesan. Should she choose to intervene for Lin Yuan's sake? Senior brother Lin, please take me along. Zhu Yang expressed his envy fervently at that moment. Meanwhile, within the Mingxiang pavilion, the dancing flower courtesan sat gracefully upon a small stone, her bare jade-like feet gently stirring the golden spring waters. Her alluring peach blossom eyes gazed absently in the direction Lin Yuan had departed, a hint of melancholy in her expression. Humph, what a heartless individual he is. Especially after how devotedly I have treated him. Yunyi remarked indignantly. The individuals previously qualified to enter the inner cabinet had never received such treatment. Even with such clear intentions expressed, Lin Yuan remained utterly oblivious to her affections. No, it is more accurate to say he is completely unappreciative. Indeed, the other maidens nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting similar indignation. Yunyi, tell me, what connection do I share with that noble Lin? The dancing flower courtesan's fingers danced lightly, and instantly, the surface of the lake unveiled 2 poems penned by Lin Yuan. Mistress, despite Lin Yuan's ingratitude, you still hold him in such high regard. Upon witnessing the courtesan's infatuation, Yunyu's heart swelled with further indignation. Little you. Perhaps one day you will comprehend the sentiments that occupy my heart at present. The dancing flower courtesan replied with a gentle smile, her gaze fixated on the 2 poems. Upon returning to the Hall of Demons, Lin Yuan did not immediately proceed to the Clear Abyss Palace, but instead made his way to the Deep Abyss Pavilion, where he requested a training chamber protected by sacred inscriptions. The 9 heavens thunder was no ordinary force, its potent energy fluctuations could not be underestimated. Lin Yuan was deeply concerned that practicing within the Clear Abyss Palace might inadvertently endanger Lin Qingwei. Upon settling into a meditative posture, Lin Yuan exhaled a deep breath, releasing a cloud of stagnant air. He then retrieved the source of the nine heavens thunder from the demonic orb. To ensure success, Lin Yuan spared no effort and immediately utilized the chance to devour, consuming the energy in one swift motion. Crack, crack. A terrifying surge of the nine heavens thunder was devoured by Lin Yuan. Boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions erupted within his being, causing his expression to contort into one of agony. The nine heavens thunder possessed immense destructive power over the soul, inflicting suffering far greater than that of the physical body. Lin Yuan's exterior was enveloped in arcs of blinding white lightning, while his already ethereal soul, now at the 5th level of existence, teetered on the brink of separation from his corporeal form due to the excruciating torment. The overwhelming pain rendered him incapable of even crying out for relief. Just a mere source of lightning. I must integrate it. Lin Yuan roared, as the infernal crystal at his heart unleashed an exceptionally pure dark flame. The dark red flames intertwined with the blinding white of the nine heavens thunder, ultimately achieving a semblance of equilibrium. As their energies fused, a colossal force was suddenly unleashed, battering against both Lin Yuan's physical form and his soul. This is not good. A wave of alarm surged through Lin Yuan's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he once again employed the act of devouring, consuming, and assimilating the immense power. Boom. As this immense energy was consumed, the barrier that had long troubled Lin Yuan was finally breached. The terrifying dark red ghost fire and the blazing white thunder of the nine heavens, at this moment, transitioned from a state of balance to complete fusion, unleashing a surge of red and white power towards the vaulted ceiling. Countless sacred inscriptions around them shimmered. Yet they were utterly incapable of hindering this profoundly potent force. With a resonant hum, the sky above the Hall of Demons fell silent, consumed by the dual hues of red and white. Numerous demons gazed upwards in astonishment, their vision entirely overtaken by these colors. What transpired? Had the Lord of the Hall angered some formidable demon sovereign? This dreadful aura, could it possibly belong to the Yuan clan? The demons were filled with trepidation, anxiously searching for Yang Ming and the Five Great. Simultaneously, a series of terrifying auras abruptly emerged, converging upon the training chamber where Lin Yuan was situated. Although the levels were exceedingly high, the intensity of the power was relatively ordinary. Who could be cultivating here? The king of Pansha, with his pupil-less eyes, fixed his gaze upon the training room, setting up barriers to disperse the energy, fearful that the individual within might meet their demise. To provoke such a commotion, this person must be an extraordinary talent. It must be that young lad. The king of demon eyes glanced knowingly at Yang Ming and Ji Yuan, chuckling. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from within. It seems this young man has prepared another surprise for me. The transformed figure of Ji Yuan smiled faintly. Do you know who it is? The previously sequestered king of Pansha, upon overhearing their conversation, found himself quite perplexed. A few individuals remained silent, their gazes collectively directed towards the training chamber. As the dust settled, a youthful figure gradually emerged. Chapter 40. A triumphant return. Lin Yuan exhaled, feeling elated. What a tremendous gain this time. As he sensed the surging power within him, a wave of exhilaration washed over his heart. This time, by devouring the nine heavens thunder, he not only completely fused it with the nether fire, resulting in a more formidable force of thunder fire, but he also harnessed the immense energy generated from this fusion to break through to the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. His soul cultivation had also reached the zenith of the 5 elements, equivalent to a strength around the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. It can be said that following this round of cultivation, Lin Yuan's strength experienced a significant leap. Should he encounter the likes of Blood Dragon Sun again, they would no longer be worthy adversaries. It is noteworthy that even Ming Wutian had never reached the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. Fundamentally, Lin Yuan had now completely surpassed Ming Wutian. Just as Lin Yuan was reveling in his recent achievements, a sudden realization struck him. He lifted his gaze and was confronted by several figures exuding an aura of formidable authority, the Hall Master and Elder Jin Yuan. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yang Ming and the others, but soon he understood the situation. The training chamber had been utterly destroyed by the impact of the thunder fire, evidently creating quite a commotion. Lin Yuan, have you broken through to the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm? Yang Ming's eyes sparkled as if stars were twinkling within them. Although Lin Yuan's realm remained that of the spirit refinement, he radiated an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a sage. Indeed, this was the case. Lin Yuan did not conceal anything. Nodding in affirmation, congratulations to the host for manifesting divine powers, achieving 3 instances of devouring. As Lin Yuan nodded, the system's mechanical voice resonated at that moment. Indeed, Yang Ming was visibly moved this time. To break through to the ultimate realm in the spirit refinement stage? among the younger generation in the entire extreme abyss. There are likely no more than 10 who can accomplish such a feat. Moreover, Lin Yuan's prowess and soul power is remarkably exceptional. With Lin Yuan's current talents, he's already qualified to vie for a position among the top 5 on the talented Earth ranking. In terms of innate ability, it seems that only the foremost position, occupied by the legendary Yuan Nixian, could potentially overshadow Lin Yuan. When did such a prodigious talent emerge from our demon hall? The king of Pansha was somewhat taken aback. He had merely secluded himself for a few years, yet a talent of this caliber had surfaced. If that is the case, perhaps he should retreat for a few more years. Haha, this is indeed one I have nurtured, Jin Yuan remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, the king of demon eyes cast a dispassionate glance at Jin Yuan, and a silent understanding passed between them. Such a prodigy is truly a fortune for our demon hall. It is a pity that his cultivation time is still short. Otherwise, this time, during the trial of the younger generation among the top 10 demon halls, we might have a chance to achieve a commendable ranking. The king of Nine Hells sighed, wishing that Lin Yuan had been born a few years earlier. No need to rush, there may still be surprises in store. Yang Ming smiled. It is worth noting that just a few months ago, Lin Yuan was merely at the qi consumption stage. If so, I am indeed looking forward to this grand event. The king of Nine Hells did not expect Yang Ming to hold Lin Yuan in such high regard, and his esteem for Lin Yuan grew even further. Perhaps there truly will be surprises? May I inquire, esteemed seniors, is this trial taking place in the ancient demon mountain? Lin Yuan posed a question of considerable concern. Among the 3 items required to repair Lin Qingyue's divine bridge, the Blood River Holy Lotus is highly likely to be found within the ancient demon mountain. Thus, Lin Yuan must endeavor to visit it. Moreover, the existence of the sacred corpse, which resides within the memories of Ming Quan, presents an extraordinary opportunity. Indeed, the location of this trial has surprisingly garnered unanimous agreement among the various demon lords, which is somewhat perplexing. Yang Ming furrowed his brow when he raised this topic. Not a single one of the 9 clan demon lords voiced any dissent, although it is merely a trial for the younger generation, and most demon lords do not place much importance on it. Such a unanimous stance is still rather rare. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He could understand the Corpse clan's agreement, but what of the other clans? It seems the ancient demon mountain is not as simple as he had imagined. With some time yet before the trial at the ancient demon mountain, you should focus on consolidating your cultivation and remain patient, Yang Ming advised, before departing with the various, leaving behind a few elders to help Lin Yuan clean up the mess. You truly have a knack for causing trouble. Elder Xuanhe lamented as he gazed at the completely destroyed cultivation chamber, his heart aching. This was specifically designated for the cultivation of saints. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's status as a potential demon prince, he would not have been qualified to use it. Indeed, this matter is my fault. After some time, I shall be willing to allocate a portion of the 9 Heavens Thunder source, Lin Yuan said with a hint of guilt. The 9 Heavens Thunder has been thoroughly refined by Lin Yuan, and with its regenerative power, along with Lin Yuan's continuous nurturing, it is believed that in a short time, a sliver of thunder essence can be extracted as a resource reserve for the Demon Palace Pavilion. Elder Xuanhe looked at Lin Yuan in surprise upon hearing this. This brat seems to understand gratitude quite well. The 9 Heavens Thunder you acquired is merely a derivative. Let us discuss this matter again once you have nurtured it to its primary source. Elder Xuanhe waved his hand dismissively. Furthermore, the Hall Master has already stated that you can advance a maximum of 1 year's worth of resources from me. Elder Xuanhe cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened instantly. Having just reached the peak of the divine refinement realm, he is indeed in need of resources. Can it be 2 years? Lin Yuan rubbed his hands and inquired. Get lost. Elder Xuanhe's eyes twitched, responding irritably. In the end, Lin Yuan successfully managed to secure 2 years' worth of resources in advance from Elder Xuanhe. However, he did not rush to continue his cultivation. Having just broken through to the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm, he needed some time to adapt to this newfound power. Sometimes, an overly rapid increase in cultivation is not necessarily beneficial. Mastery over one's own strength is what defines a true powerhouse. Thus, Lin Yuan first returned to Qingyuan Palace to reassure Lin Qingyue of his safety, and over the next few days, he headed to the training arena of the Demon Hall, continually seeking challenges to hone his abilities. After engaging in combat with Blood Dragon, Lin Yuan's ranking on the Celestial Heroes list was updated to 74th place. It is worth noting that at this stage, nearly all other prodigies have already entered the Transcendent Realm. Senior Brother Lin. As Lin Yuan engaged in combat with the shadow of a celestial demon in the martial arena, Yuan Sheng unexpectedly approached. With a resounding crash, Lin Yuan obliterated the extraordinary celestial demon shadow with a single punch, then turned his gaze toward Yuan Sheng. What brings you here? Ah, Lin brother. The forces of Jiyuan have triumphed in a grand battle against the human race at the Flame Wall, returning victorious. We have acquired a substantial number of spoils from the humans. Would you care to take a look? Yuan Sheng spoke with an air of nonchalance, showing no trepidation towards Lin Yuan's half-human lineage. In Yuan Sheng's eyes, Lin Yuan, having grown up in Jiyuan, naturally belonged to their realm. Chapter 41. The Trading Center. The slave market. The demon race has achieved a great victory. Lin Yuan observed Yuan Sheng, who appeared somewhat elated, his expression tinged with complexity. In his previous life, Lin Yuan was human, thus his sense of belonging to the human race was undoubtedly stronger. Moreover, his mother, Lin Qingwei, was also of human descent, and he had made a promise to eventually bring her back to the human realm. However, his past experiences had rendered him acutely aware that sometimes the malice of the human heart could be more terrifying than that of the demon race. While the demon race was undeniably brutal, valuing strength above all and believing that the weak deserved their fate, they engaged in far less intrigue. Ming Wutian could be considered one of the most esteemed youths within Jiyuan, and if he were among the human emperors, he would undoubtedly possess considerable cunning. Yet here in Jiyuan, he behaved like a child engaged in petty squabbles. What respect could his half-demon, half-human bloodline command among the demons? And how would he fare among the humans? Regardless, he resolved to first return his mother to the human realm. Lin Yuan shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Had the flame wall fallen on the human side? Lin Yuan inquired. The Ember Wall is a formidable defense constructed by the human race, consuming countless resources and hundreds of years to resist the demon race. The demon race has invested a millennium attempting to breach this stronghold, yet they have consistently failed. Surely, it cannot be so. If only that were the case. Yuan Sheng shook his head. The human race is an incredibly resilient species, led by the Emperor of humanity, possessing an indomitable belief. Even though the demon race's power far surpasses that of humans, they have been unable to completely assimilate them. It is noteworthy that within the abyss, aside from the 9 great clan demon lords, there exist numerous other ancestors at the saint level, whereas the human race boasts no more than 10 saint-level warriors. However, the recent conflict has significantly depleted the strength of humanity, forcing them to retreat behind the Ember Wall, as noted by Yuan Sheng. The demon race commands the 9 heavens of the abyss, while humanity occupies the 19 provinces. Amidst the frenzied assaults of the demon race, 6 provinces have fallen, now referred to as demon territory. The remaining 13 provinces have fortified the Ember Wall, which has successfully repelled the relentless onslaught of the demon race. Previously, humanity utilized the Ember Wall as a bulwark, dispatching troops to reclaim the demon territory, aiming to drive the demon race back to the abyss. This war has utterly extinguished humanity's aspirations to reclaim the 6 provinces of demon territory. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Given his current capabilities, he felt unqualified to intervene in such a grand conflict. Even a saint, under the war machines of 2 races, could easily find themselves annihilated with a moment's inattention. It may be worthwhile to take a look. Is it in Demon City? Lin Yuan asked. It would be an opportune chance to see if there are any items that Lin Qingwei could utilize. The products of the demon clan are often rather rudimentary, lacking the exquisite craftsmanship of the human race. This is only natural, for Tianma City encompasses countless clans of demons and stands as the largest trading hub. This aspect is something the other 9 cities cannot compare to. Yuan Sheng chuckled. Following Yuan Sheng, Lin Yuan, along with other demons intrigued by human artifacts, made their way to the trading center located at the heart of Tianma City. Along the journey, these demons displayed profound respect towards Lin Yuan. It is worth noting that Lin Yuan's ranking on the Young Hero list had ascended to the 74th position. Among the younger generation of the Demon Hall, few surpassed Lin Yuan in rank. Moreover, they had learned an even more sensational piece of news. Brother Lin Yuan, I hear you have been honored as a guest of the enchanting dance courtesan. One demon could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded, feeling no need to conceal the truth. There were too many demons who had witnessed the event. It had likely spread far and wide. Hee, Brother Lin Yuan. How was the experience? The demon's excitement intensified at his words. There was nothing shameful in their culture. Honor and morality held little weight among demons. They revere the strong and seek pleasure for themselves. Lin Yuan was well aware of this, and thus he felt no anger. It was quite pleasant. Lin Yuan reflected on that night at the Golden Light Spring, responding candidly. Oh, The multitude of demons erupted in ecstatic howls. Unfortunately, such treatment could only be afforded to prodigies like Lin Yuan. For them, merely gaining the favor of other courtesans was a tremendous blessing. Under the guidance of Yuan Sheng and others, Lin Yuan swiftly arrived at the trading center of Tianma City. The nature of trade here was rather primitive, devoid of any auction houses. It primarily consisted of informal negotiations in a circular arena. If one found something appealing, they would simply discuss the price. Upon Lin Yuan's arrival, he discovered the place was already bustling with people. Items from the human realm were exceedingly rare in this desolate expanse. And for those in the demon race with considerable wealth, even if these items bore no practical use, they were still coveted for collection. What is this? Yuan Sheng inquired. Directing his gaze towards a particular stall, Lin Yuan's attention was similarly drawn, where he beheld an array of exquisite hairpins designed for human women, all crafted with remarkable artistry. Each item bore a price tag, and the stall owner declared, "No bargaining." Lin Yuan was captivated by a golden hairpin and a jade hairpin. The golden one was intended for the enchanting Mei Wu, while the jade pin was meant for Lin Qingwei. Upon glancing at the prices, each was marked at approximately 100 high-grade magic crystals, quite a steep sum, indeed. Nonetheless, the rarity of such items rendered them valuable. Having recently received a 2-year advance on cultivation resources from Elder Shuana, Lin Yuan found himself in a financially comfortable position, and without a moment's hesitation, he made the purchase. "Will you not consider other items?" the stall owner remarked, his eyes gleaming with surprise at Lin Yuan's extravagant spending. Lin Yuan smiled and waved his hand, then proceeded to explore other areas. Most of the spoils from the human realm consisted of garments, jewelry, and artistic creations, with very few items of genuine utility for cultivation. Perhaps for the demon race, these matters are rather novel. "Brother Lin, let us venture over there. Treasures await," chuckled Yuan Sheng and his companions. Lin Yuan, without much thought, followed them to the most bustling area of the trading center. In stark contrast to other locations, this place was nearly suffocated by the throng. "Make way, make way. The esteemed quasi-demon prince of our demon hall has arrived. Do you wish to perish?" Yuan Sheng brazenly pushed aside the majority of the demon crowd. Though the displaced demons harbored some resentment, the mere mention of the quasi-demon prince's name rendered them hesitant to act. Lin Yuan did not intervene. Instead, he gazed at the scene before him, and upon discerning its nature, his brow furrowed in discontent. Before him were enormous metallic cages, each imprisoning an innumerable quantity of human females. These women, mostly scantily clad and marked with countless wounds, appeared to have their powers sealed. "Oh, what a surprise to encounter you again," he mused. Lin Yuan. At that moment, a voice laced with malice yet tinged with familiarity suddenly echoed. Following the sound, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon none other than Blood Dragonzi. Chapter 42. The Spear of Thunder and Fire, Shattering the Blood Dragon. Upon seeing Blood Dragonzi once more, Lin Yuan felt a pang of astonishment. However, as a realization dawned upon him, he became somewhat reassured. Despite Blood Dragonzi's commendable talent, he was notoriously lecherous, a fact evidenced by his frequent visits to the Hall of Desire. It was evident that Blood Dragonzi had come here for these human women. "I never imagined you would dare to stand before me again." Confronted by the menacing gaze of the Blood Dragon, Lin Yuan maintained an expression of utter indifference. Days had passed, and while the Blood Dragon remained stagnant in his cultivation, Lin Yuan had undergone a significant transformation. He was no longer worthy of being his opponent, seeking death indeed. Fueled by his fury over the incident involving the heavenly stage, the Blood Dragon could no longer suppress the rage boiling within him after being provoked by Lin Yuan. A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted forth as a formidable blood magic palm print hurtled towards Lin Yuan. Boom! The blood magic imprint shattered before Lin Yuan, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. Lin Yuan took a slight step forward, intertwining brilliant white lightning with dark red demonic flames, transforming them into a fearsome spear that was thrust towards the Blood Dragon. "What?" The Blood Dragon was taken aback, sensing the ominous aura of death emanating from the spear. "Blood Fiend Dragon Fist!" he shouted, unleashing a barrage of punches that fell like rain, each strike amalgamating to form a terrifying blood-colored dragon. This dragon seemed to possess a will of its own, roaring as it surged towards Lin Yuan. Boom! The dragon collided with the spear, disintegrating under the relentless force of the lightning and fire, yet still surging forward towards the Blood Dragon with unyielding momentum. The scene unfolding before him, far beyond his comprehension, left the Blood Dragon in utter horror. In a panic, he drew forth a small, blood-red round shield, intricately inscribed with complex, sacred inscriptions. Under the Blood Dragon's desperate urging, the shield expanded, its surface radiating with mystical brilliance. Bang! The spear of the bloodfire collided with the crimson shield, producing an agonizing sound that grated on the teeth. Yet ultimately, it was completely thwarted. Witnessing this scene, the Blood Dragon Prince exhaled in relief, only to suddenly realize that cold sweat had beaded on his forehead. What a pity! Lin Yuan, upon observing this, silently lamented. The Blood Dragon Prince was a direct descendant of the Blood Sovereign, possessing considerable talent and holding a position of great nobility within the Blood Clan. Such a prodigy likely possessed numerous treasures for self-preservation. Good heavens! Could my eyes be deceiving me? Is that not the Blood Clan's prodigy, the Blood Dragon Prince, ranked 62nd on the prodigious list, now reduced to such a pitiful state? The commotion inevitably attracted the attention of many from the Demon Clan. Upon discerning the thoroughly disheveled Blood Dragon Prince, they were met with incredulity, particularly since it was Lin Yuan, a face they hardly recognized, who had inflicted the injury. When did a young prodigy of such caliber emerge from the abyss? Huh? What do you know? This individual is Lin Yuan, the son of the Underworld Sovereign. He is now a prospective Demon Prince of the Demon Hall. Some members of the Demon Clan, having encountered Lin Yuan before, began to enlighten others about him. Is he not the half-demon who defeated Mingfeng? Yet, even so, how could he possibly compare to the Blood Dragon Prince? Upon learning of Lin Yuan's identity, the Demon Clan was once again struck with astonishment. Perhaps the Blood Dragon Prince is simply too weak. After all, he is a direct descendant of the Blood Sovereign, and who knows how much influence that entails. Some demons scoffed. Upon overhearing the discussions of the Demon Clan surrounding him, Blood Dragon's expression darkened considerably. He contemplated striking at Lin Yuan once more. Yet the memory of that terrifying Thunderfire spear instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Damn it! That wretched Meiwu must have bestowed the source of the Nine Heavens' thunder upon him. Blood Dragon seethed inwardly, convinced that Lin Yuan's remarkable enhancement stemmed from the absorption of the Thunder essence, which he believed rightfully belonged to him. How could a mere Blood Dragon be worthy of comparison to senior brother Lin? Observing Blood Dragon's humiliation, Yuan Xing, though equally astonished, swiftly seized the opportunity to belittle him. This was a splendid chance to elevate their reputation within the Demon Hall. Seeking death, Blood Dragon glared at Yuan Xing with fury. Yuan Xing's heart raced for a moment. Yet the presence of Lin Yuan beside him extinguished any lingering fear. Losers should remain silent. If you dare, challenge senior brother Lin in the judgment duel arena. I shall not spare you. Yuan Xing taunted. Crack, crack. Blood Dragon clenched his fists tightly, filled with a fierce desire to tear Yuan Xing's mouth apart. Nevertheless, the earlier encounter had instilled such fear in him that he lacked the courage to face Lin Yuan in the arena. Here, his identity as a direct descendant of the Blood Sovereign shielded him from harm, but the arena was a different story. There, one could truly perish. Lin Yuan observed Blood Dragon's evident fear and shook his head. Despite Blood Dragon's considerable talent, such a temperament would inevitably hinder his progress. With Blood Dragon's retreat from confrontation, the tension dissipated. The farce has come to an end. The multitude of demon clans, witnessing the absence of entertainment, dispersed, their gazes shifting back to the human women. However, the name of Lin Yuan resounded far and wide, heralding the emergence of a new peerless genius within the depths of the extreme abyss. You filthy demons, do not lay a hand on me. Begone, begone. Help? Is there anyone who can save me? The demons began to select their desired human women, all of whom were formidable warriors or their kin. Consequently, they harbored a profound disdain for the demons. Tragically, these women bore the marks of slavery, rendering even the act of self-destruction impossible. One can only imagine the grim fate that awaited them. In the face of this scene, though Lin Yuan felt a tumult of emotions within, he did not succumb to rage. In his previous life as an undercover agent, he had witnessed countless such spectacles. Some of the women faced horrors even more terrifying than those posed by the demons here. At times, the cruelty of the human heart proved far more fearsome than that of the demon clans. With a resounding slap, the Blood Dragon Prince, filled with fury, struck at the human woman trapped in the cage. Wretched creature. He spat, his gaze filled with malice as he observed the bite mark on his hand. Your Highness, the Blood Dragon, do not let such a despicable human provoke your ire. The vendor chuckled nervously, fearing that a careless blow might ruin his merchandise and diminish its value. Humph. The Blood Dragon Prince snorted disdainfully, before beginning to select from amongst the numerous human women before him. The women of the human race averted their gaze upon encountering the Blood Dragon's piercing stare, their bodies trembling with trepidation. It was well known that he was a master not easily appeased. Suddenly, the Blood Dragon seemed to have discerned something, his gaze fixating upon a young girl who was cowering behind one of the human women. Despite the grime that marred her face, it could not conceal her exquisite beauty. Intriguing. Chapter 43. Heart of Stone. Humans are not mere weeds, such a multitude. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow as he observed the captured humans. Realizing the number of women was likely nearing 10,000. The sheer volume of captives, all meticulously selected and transported to the holy demon realm, was unfathomable. It painted a harrowing picture of the war between the human race and the demon race. Alas, that blood dragon is truly a beast. Lin Yuan, contemplating whether to procure a few human women to accompany Lin Qingwei, was suddenly stirred by the ire of Yuan Sheng. Though I am fond of beautiful women, I would never lay a hand on a child. Despite being human, Yuan Sheng spoke with righteous indignation. In the conflict between two races, there are no absolute rights or wrongs, yet each possesses its own boundaries. Following Yuan Sheng's gaze, Lin Yuan beheld the blood dragon's unsettling interest in a human woman. And with alarming ease, he purchased her. No, please. I beg you, do not do this. She is but 9 years old, still merely a child. The woman standing in front of the young girl pleaded desperately upon witnessing the blood dragon's lascivious gaze. Sister. The little girl, upon seeing her sister in anguish, felt as though she were enduring 1,000 tortures. Her pure, innocent eyes were filled with terror. Get away. The blood dragon struck the human woman across the face with a force that contorted her features. Frustrated by the earlier incident involving Lin Yuan, he was now further incensed that his desire to acquire a plaything was met with such resistance. Humans are truly despicable, just as contemptible as Lin Yuan. Please, don't do this. Spare. Qianer, the human woman, her powers entirely sealed, endured the brutal slap from the blood dragon, her life force nearly dissipating. Yet, she still stood valiantly in front of the little girl. You seek death. The blood dragon, now fully enraged, summoned an aura of terrifying blood energy and struck the woman again. Sister. The little girl gazed at the blood-soaked figure of her sister, her eyes clouded with confusion. Was her sister going to die? Would her sister perish? Humph. Filthy humans, you've sullied my hands. The blood dragon remarked indifferently, observing the woman who was no longer capable of survival. Killing a mere human slave is worth 500 high-grade magic crystals. Wouldn't you agree? He addressed the vendor with a casual tone. Indeed, indeed. To serve His Highness the blood dragon is a tremendous honor. Why resist? The vendor chuckled, indifferent to the fate of the beings involved as long as there was profit to be made. Please, the human woman whispered, aware that her end was near. Her death mattered little. It would be a form of liberation. Yet, Su Qian. Suddenly, the pupils of the human woman contracted sharply. She beheld a youth. Though he bore an aura thick with demonic energy, his gaze lacked the coldness and desire that typically accompanied such beings. Instead, it was imbued with profound sorrow. Save her. The human woman cried out in a moment of clarity before succumbing to death. Sister. Sister. The little girl, Su Qian, shook the lifeless body of the woman, her only recourse being a series of desperate calls. Lin Yuan, observing this poignant scene, felt the once unyielding fortress of his heart begin to fissure at the woman's final cry. At that moment, Blood Dragonzi also noticed Lin Yuan, his expression shifting to one of wariness. What? You half-human, half-demon mongrel. Do you intend to plead for the human race? Blood Dragonzi retreated cautiously, his bravado faltering in the face of Lin Yuan's approach. Ignoring Blood Dragonzi entirely, Lin Yuan strode towards the little girl, wielding his hand like a blade to sever her confines. Your sister has already perished. From this point onward, you shall accompany me, Lin Yuan stated bluntly, gazing into the girl's vacant eyes. Sometimes, confronting reality is the only path to true growth, he acknowledged, aware of the harshness of his words for a 9-year-old child. Who are you? Su Qian asked, lifting her dirt-smeared face, her voice hoarse. I am Lin Yuan, a being of both human and demon lineage, he replied indifferently, extending his hand toward her. Do you wish to come with me? Su Qian glanced from Lin Yuan to her sister lying in a pool of blood, ultimately nodding. I will go with you. Lin Yuan lifted the little girl into his arms, and then, utilizing the magic orb, he absorbed the lifeless human woman. Turning to the vendor, he proclaimed his intention to take her. The vendor, momentarily stunned, cast a glance at the furious blood dragon's son, realizing that the situation was unlikely to resolve peacefully. Lin Yuan, the blood dragon's son, was completely unhinged, his terrifying blood aura surging towards the heavens. If Lin Yuan were to escape unscathed today, he would undoubtedly become a figure of ridicule in the future, even as the progeny of the Blood Sovereign. It was likely that even the Blood Sovereign would find such an occurrence disgraceful, leading to a significant decline in his standing within the Blood Clan. You shall die today. The blood dragon's son roared, blood-colored demonic patterns emerging on his surface, his aura continuously escalating. Before long, he had reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. This was the great heavenly blood demon secret technique. The blood dragon's son had lost his sanity. Such actions would jeopardize his foundation. Some members of the demon clan recognized the technique being employed by the blood dragon's son and were struck with terror. What do you know? Lin Yuan has humiliated the blood dragon's son so severely. If we do not intervene, the blood sovereign's wrath will surely follow. Those demons with considerable background clearly understood the stakes involved. Today, not only Lin Yuan, but even the top 10 talents of the land rankings would face the blood dragon's son's relentless pursuit. After all, as a direct descendant of the blood sovereign, he was not subject to death unless summoned to the judgment duel arena. At worst, he would merely receive a beating. Heavenly fate, inferior grade, blood demon great hand seal. With a thunderous roar, the blood demon manifested a colossal figure of 10 zhong, composed of terrifying blood energy. This formidable entity possessed 8 arms, which now surged forth in unison, channeling an overwhelming tide of blood essence towards Lin Yuan. Clutching Su Qian, Lin Yuan felt the fierce winds of blood energy whip his robes about him. Are you afraid? He inquired. Not at all, Su Qian replied, her delicate form trembling under the oppressive force, yet her gaze towards the blood dragon was devoid of fear, filled instead with hatred. Lin Yuan smiled nonchalantly at her words. As the dark magic orb materialized, its surface adorned with glowing inscriptions of the sacred realm. This orb served not only as a vessel for storage, but also as a potent artifact of soul power, magnifying Lin Yuan's spiritual strength manifold. The disparity between a soul power wielder who possessed such an artifact and one who did not was akin to comparing two entirely different realms of existence. Thunder, Lin Yuan whispered, and the void trembled with the sound of thunderclaps, as bolts of blinding white lightning erupted forth, radiating waves of annihilation. Fire. As he uttered this command, dark red demonic flames burst forth, intertwining with the searing lightning, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying hammer of thunderous flame. With a resounding crash, the hammer collided with the 8 arms of the blood demon, obliterating them in an instant, and even the blood demon itself was shattered by this unparalleled force. As the blood magic was vanquished, the blood dragon spat forth a torrent of blood, his eyes wide with fear as they locked on to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, do you dare to kill me? He stammered. Lin Yuan replied with a cold smile, as the hammer of thunder and flame descended fiercely upon the blood dragon. I am the direct descendant of Blood Sovereign. Dare you? The blood dragon prince roared, once again summoning the crimson shield. The thunder flame hammer struck it fiercely, and the inscriptions upon it flickered wildly, ultimately shattering under the immense force. No. The thunder flame hammer in the eyes of the blood dragon prince continued to magnify, then forcefully drove him into the ground, reducing him to a mass of flesh. He believed his heart was as steadfast as stone, yet ultimately, he was not devoid of human emotion. Lin Yuan, having dealt with the blood dragon prince, smiled wryly at himself. In his previous life, Lin Yuan met his demise due to harboring thoughts he ought not to have in his final moments. He had thought he would learn from his mistakes in this life. Yet, Lin Yuan truly killed the blood dragon prince. The multitude of demons erupted in chaos upon witnessing the blood dragon prince reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Chapter 44. Settling Su Qian. The second blood demon king, has he lost his mind? This Lin Yuan actually killed the blood dragon prince. He is the direct descendant of Blood Sovereign. Does he not fear the wrath of Blood Sovereign? While the demons marveled at Lin Yuan's terrifying prowess, they also felt immense admiration for his audacity. This was none other than the blood dragon prince, a direct descendant of Blood Sovereign and a remarkable talent within the blood clan, yet he was slain without hesitation. In the abyss, although conflicts among the younger generation were not restricted, there were still boundaries. Aside from the judgment duel arena or during trials, any incident involving the death of a direct descendant from the 9 great clans was not to be overlooked. Otherwise, how could the strength of the demon race be assured if any promising talent could be ruthlessly extinguished by those with slightly greater power? Lin, brother Lin. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Xing was utterly shocked. After several visits to the pit and seeing the blood dragon transformed into a puddle of flesh, he could no longer deny this grim reality. The other disciples of the demon palace remained silent, although they greatly admired Lin Yuan's courage. It was evident that with Lin Yuan having slain the blood dragon, the demon palace alone could not guarantee his safety. Ambitions as lofty as the heavens, yet lives as fragile as paper. A member of the demon clan scoffed. Suddenly, Lin Yuan cast a glance in their direction. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them, causing the demon to collapse to the ground. The pressure intensified, accompanied by a soul attack that struck swiftly, resulting in their immediate demise. Noise, Lin Yuan said coldly. 1 death is a death, 2 deaths are also a death. At that moment, Lin Yuan was indifferent to their identity. Yuan Sheng, we should take our leave, he stated. Then cradling Su Qian, he departed towards the trading center. All the demons parted to form a path for Lin Yuan, none daring to obstruct him. Not even those of the Blood Clan who had accompanied the Blood Dragon. Yuan Sheng cast a complex glance at Lin Yuan, ultimately sighing and following suit. Why? Is it truly for the sake of a humble human? Is it worth it? I must report to the clan. Those who dare to slay our Blood Clan's prodigy shall pay in blood. After Lin Yuan's departure, the Blood Clan members immediately revealed their hatred and hastily left, heading towards their clan's city. Master, have I caused you trouble? Though still quite young, Su Qian possesses a maturity that surpasses that of the average girl. It is only natural. Being captured by the abyss signifies that her family must be warriors or kin of the human race stationed at the borders, thus providing her with exceptional upbringing from an early age. There are some complications, yet they are manageable. Lin Yuan maintained a stoic expression, though a grave look emerged in his unusual eyes. The act of slaying the Blood Dragon Prince could not be concealed, and the immediate priority was to ensure the safety of Lin Qingwei and Su Qian. As for himself, he could always inform Yang Ming about the Divine Demon Codex, allowing him to comprehend his true value. With Yang Ming's capabilities, he would undoubtedly find a way to extricate him from danger. Of course, this would be a last resort. For the significance of the Divine Demon Codex is paramount, and the fewer who are aware of it, the better. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's response, Su Qian obediently refrained from further inquiries, tightening her grip on the fabric of his clothing. This was her first time yearning so intensely for power. If she possessed strength, her sister would not have perished. If she were powerful, Lin Yuan would not face any troubles. After departing from the trading center, Lin Yuan swiftly returned to the Hall of All Demons, where it seemed the hall had also received news. On the steps, Yu Tianming gazed gravely at Lin Yuan and the others as they returned. Is this truly the human you risked everything to save? Yu Tianming glanced at Su Qian and Lin Yuan's arms, letting out a sigh. Is it worth it? So, does this mean I am now a traitor to the demon race? Lin Yuan inquired, looking at Yu Tianming. Naturally not. You merely engaged in a competition with the Blood Dragon Prince over a mere plaything and inadvertently ended his life. Yu Tianming chuckled, remarking that if the label of traitor to the demon clan were truly affixed to Lin Yuan, then no one could possibly save him. Lin Yuan cast a deep glance at Yu Tianming before hastily entering the Hall of Demons. You all, recount the events in their entirety without omitting a single word. After Lin Yuan departed, Yu Tianming turned his gaze towards Yuan Sheng and the others. Upon returning to the Hall of Demons, Lin Yuan first met with Ji Yuan, beseeching him to protect Su Qian and Lin Qingwei, and subsequently escorted Su Qian to the Clear Abyss Palace. Is this truly a member of the human race? Lin Qingwei was taken aback upon encountering Su Qian, followed swiftly by boundless joy. In this extreme abyss, it was her first encounter with a fellow clansman, and a charming young girl at that. Su Qian, in turn, examined the beautiful woman before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of kinship. He did not deceive me. She is indeed of the human race, Su Qian mused. Mother, this is someone I brought from the trading center. Let us first give her a bath. Lin Yuan, seemingly unaffected by the events that transpired, smiled and said, very well. Lin Qingwei, filled with delight at the sight of Su Qian, failed to notice Lin Yuan's peculiarity. Just as Lin Yuan thought he might finally relax after settling Su Qian, he suddenly found the entire sky above the Hall of Demons shrouded in a thick crimson hue. A heavy pressure permeated the air, making Lin Yuan feel somewhat breathless. Has it arrived so swiftly? Stepping out of the Clear Abyss Palace, he fixed his gaze upon the blood-red sky, his expression grave. The Blood Dragon's status within the Blood Clan is undeniably significant. To be treated like a mere creature by Lin Yuan and slain so casually will surely provoke the Blood Clan to seek an explanation. Moreover, under normal circumstances, Yang Ming would likely be unable to protect him. I must reveal something that would compel Yang Ming to use any means necessary to safeguard himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan proceeded without hesitation towards the Star Tower. Heaven above transformed into a crimson hue. What tremendous pressure is this? Has a powerful Saint King arrived? Countless demons gazed upward, their hearts filled with both dread and exhilaration. Little do you know, it is likely a formidable presence from the Blood Clan that approaches. Lin Yuan, my senior brother, has slain the Blood Dragon. The Blood Clan will not let this transgression go unpunished. An informed individual remarked solemnly, my senior brother has actually killed the Blood Dragon. The expressions of the demons within the Hall of Many Demons shifted dramatically. They were astonished by Lin Yuan's strength, yet equally in awe of his audacity. Who would dare to slay a direct descendant of the Blood Sovereign, and not in the arena of judgment or in a training ground? Where is that child Lin Yuan? At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the hall of many demons, and a terrifying crimson figure descended from the heavens, radiating boundless fury. The second Blood Demon King. Bloodslaughter Sky. Chapter 45. Return to the demon prison. Reactions from all sides. A terrifying crimson aura enveloped the entire hall of many demons, and an inexplicable heaviness lingered in the hearts of all the demons present. The power of Bloodslaughter Sky alone is remarkably formidable. As Bloodslaughter Sky made his appearance, numerous strong figures from the hall of many demons also took to the air. Second Blood Demon King. What brings you to our hall of many demons? The typically ferocious Jin Yuan surprisingly refrained from unleashing his wrath, his gaze towards Shui Lutian fraught with trepidation. Shui Lutian stands as the mightiest among the Blood Clan, second only to the Blood Sovereign and the foremost Blood Demon King, Shui Shutian. His strength has ascended to the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, with one foot poised on the threshold of the Saint Sovereign domain. Indeed, his power far surpasses that of Jin Yuan. Even Ming Kanglin dared not utter a word in the presence of Shui Lutian, who had come to claim the life of a lad named Lin Yuan. Without uttering a single word of preamble, Shui Lutian declared his intent. Jin Yuan's heart trembled at the words, despite his mental preparation. He had not anticipated that this terrifying deity of slaughter would personally arrive to demand a life. There are still numerous uncertainties regarding this matter. Grant me a few days, and I shall provide you with an explanation. Jin Yuan endeavored to placate Shui Lutian. A chilling laughter escaped Shui Lutian's lips, his eyes glinting with mockery as they scrutinized the visibly distressed Jin Yuan. Do you require me to provide you with an explanation? Shui Lutian, do not overstep your bounds. Jin Yuan growled, the turbulent power within him boiling over. Is this truly overstepping? There exists an even greater transgression. With that proclamation, the crimson heavens suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a gargantuan blood-red hand emerged from the void, adorned with terrifying blood energy and countless sacred inscriptions, reminiscent of the hand of an otherworldly demon. With a swift motion, the blood-red hand lunged towards Jin Yuan, its passage shrouded in a haze of blood energy, causing the void to cave in, instantaneously forcing Jin Yuan's true form out into the open. Roar. Shui Lutian, you are far too arrogant. With a thunderous roar, the abyssal inferno erupted, its obsidian scales glistening with a metallic sheen, and a terrifying inferno of dark magic enveloped the air, exuding an aura of impending doom. The strong possess the audacity to be arrogant. Bloodslaughter Tian spoke with an air of indifference as his crimson hand ruthlessly struck towards the abyssal inferno, which had transformed into its true form. The void shattered around him, and countless fragments of the abyss, mingled with the flesh and blood of the abyssal inferno, were obliterated. Were it not for the formidable resilience of the abyssal inferno's body, this single blow would have sufficed to vanquish it. Bloodslaughter Tian, this is not your blood demon city. It would be wise for you to exercise restraint. Just as Bloodslaughter Tian contemplated launching another attack, the crimson heavens suddenly shimmered with the light of myriad stars, their brilliance weaving together to instantly clear the entire celestial dome. All Master, many of the arriving sorcerers and the grievously wounded abyssal inferno bowed in respect. Even Bloodslaughter Tian's expression turned grave as he cast a glance at Yang Ming. You have truly reached this stage, he remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of respect. It was merely luck, Yang Ming replied nonchalantly. Are you intent on protecting that young man? You must understand the rules, once Blood Sovereign returns, the halls of the demon realm shall cease to exist, Bloodslaughter Tian stated coolly. With the Blood Sovereign and the first Blood Demon King, Bloodslaughter Tian, engaged in fierce combat with the human race at the front lines, he currently stood as the most formidable force of the Blood Clan. The rules would naturally not be transgressed. Yet this matter indeed bore its uncertainties. If the facts are substantiated, I shall personally deliver him to Blood Demon City. What say you? Yang Ming proposed. I have no trust in you, Bloodslaughter Tian replied, shaking his head. Then what do you intend to do? Lin Yuan cannot be handed over to you directly. In a fit of rage, Jun Yuan found himself in agreement with the Magic Eye King and the Pansha King, aligning themselves with him. Yuan Wuxian, how long do you intend to merely spectate? As the words of Bloodslaughter Tian resonated, a wave of unease rippled through the hearts of the demons. Though Yang Ming appeared to possess an inkling of what was to come, suddenly, the once tranquil void split open, revealing the imposing figure of the warden, Yuan Wuxian. Emerging from the rift, followed closely by the ominous presence of the demon prison. His ability to traverse the void was nothing short of terrifying. Upon witnessing this, the Magic Eye King's expression turned grave. It became evident that they had all underestimated the elderly guardian of the demon prison, who had remained in the shadows, too humble for their notice. In truth, his strength likely rivaled that of Yang Ming. I trust only Yuan Wuxian, entrust Lin Yuan to him to ensure fairness, Blood Slaughter Tian declared, fixing his gaze on Yang Ming and making a final concession. With the Blood Sovereign and the first Blood Demon King absent from Blood Demon City and Yang Ming's formidable prowess, he had no choice but to rely on Yuan Wuxian's strength. Were it not for this necessity, he would not have engaged in such lengthy discourse. This is unacceptable. Zhu Yuan was the first to object, asserting that the demon prison was scarcely better than Blood Demon City. Even Yang Ming furrowed his brow at the thought. Entering the demon prison was a mere triviality. Escaping was another matter entirely. The Blood Clan's dominion over the prison surpassed that of the demon hall. And once Lin Yuan was confined within, it was difficult to fathom the dire consequences that would ensue. Zhu Yuan, you have no standing to speak here. Yang Ming, what is your stance? Blood Slaughter Tian's gaze bore down on Yang Ming, carrying an air of coercion. In the end, Yang Ming merely nodded, then reached out into the void and pulled Lin Yuan forth. Lin Yuan appeared to have anticipated his fate, for despite facing several terrifying entities, his heart remained untroubled. Did you slay Blood Dragonzi? The murderous gaze of Xue Lutian fixated on Lin Yuan. Had it not been for Yang Ming and others watching closely, he would have already torn him apart. In response to Xue Lutian's inquiry, Lin Yuan remained silent. At this juncture, any argument would be futile. The strong have the final say. Master, no. Zhu Yuan stepped forward, positioning himself before Xue Lutian upon seeing Lin Yuan being brought forth by Yang Ming. No need for further words. Yang Ming shook his head. Lin Yuan, do you plead guilty? Yang Ming inquired, his tone devoid of emotion as he regarded Lin Yuan in his grasp. Disciple pleads guilty. Lin Yuan offered no hint of defiance. Quite perceptive, Xue Lutian remarked with a cruel smile, evidently pleased with Lin Yuan's acquiescence, believing it would spare him some torment. Lin Yuan, you. Zhu Yuan stared at Lin Yuan in astonishment, clearly not expecting such a swift admission of guilt. Had he resigned himself to his fate? Did he feel no remorse? Yang Ming regarded Lin Yuan with some surprise, having expected him to put up a struggle. Had the master asked whether he regretted slaying Blood Dragonzi? If given another chance, I would still act, Lin Yuan replied coldly. He could not overcome the internal barrier that prevented him from fully disregarding Su Qian. Given this reality, he must accept the consequences. Yang Ming waved his hand, pushing Lin Yuan towards the void fissure at the end where Yuan Wuxia resided. Though the Demon Eye King felt an overwhelming unwillingness, Yang Ming had made his decision. They were utterly incapable of altering his will. This young man is rather intriguing. As Lin Yuan's figure fully submerged into the void fissure, a fragment of memory infiltrated Yang Ming's mind. The Forbidden Canon of Gods and Demons, a fragmented piece. Chapter 46, The Enchanting Dance of Obsession. A warning to the foolish in the city of Ming Yuan, the realm of the underworld. Ming Songli gazed at Ming Kanglin, who had come to report, with a furrowed brow. Once again imprisoned in the demon prison? Ming Songli was perplexed, given Lin Yuan's demonstrated talent and the great importance the demon halls placed upon him. How could he possibly find himself in such a place again? Indeed, this situation bore some connection to the Blood Clan. Ming Kanglin's expression was also peculiar. Ever since the failed attempt to entice Lin Yuan back to the Ming clan, Ming Songli had abandoned that notion. After all, if Lin Yuan rejected such lofty terms, how could he, as the lord of the underworld, admit fault? Absolutely impossible. However, now that Lin Yuan was ensnared, should he manage to rescue him, it would become evident that what the demon halls could not achieve, the Ming clan could. Moreover, Lin Yuan's character dictated that he would repay any kindness. Even if he could not be brought back to the Ming clan, a seed could be sown to create a rift between him and the demon halls. After hearing Ming Kanglin recount the series of events, Ming Songli found himself even more bewildered. To eliminate a so-called prodigy of the Blood Clan for the sake of a mere human? Such folly remains unchanged. Ming Songli's tone was indifferent, clearly struggling to comprehend Lin Yuan's actions. In response, Ming Kanglin wisely chose to remain silent, avoiding discourse on the matter. What is the esteemed Ming Zun's plan? Ming Kanglin inquired directly. Ming Songli did not respond immediately but fell into contemplation, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of the situation. One could surmise that the boy has reached the pinnacle of the spirit refinement stage. Having slain the Blood Dragon Prince, Ming Songli remarked suddenly, "That seems plausible." Ming Kanglin nodded, for it was indeed difficult to rationalize Lin Yuan's formidable prowess otherwise. "Go forth and bring him before me in his entirety," Ming Songli commanded, turning away with hands clasped behind his back. "As you wish," Ming Kanglin replied with a smile before taking his leave. Although Lin Yuan's act of killing a direct descendant of the Blood Clan and being imprisoned in the Devil's Prison was quite troublesome, The absence of both the Blood Sovereign and the first Blood Demon King rendered it manageable for the Ming clan. My lady, do take your time. Within the Ming Xiang Pavilion, Yu observed the increasingly anxious demeanor of the enchanting Flower of Charm, a wave of resentment towards Lin Yuan swelling within her heart. Upon hearing the news of Lin Yuan's slaying of the Blood Dragon Prince and subsequent imprisonment in the Devil's Prison, the Flower of Charm exhibited no hesitation in her decision to seek aid from the Night Clan. It was worth noting that she had journeyed here precisely to escape the Night Clan. Now, in her quest to assist Lin Yuan, she seemed to have cast aside her pride and freedom. Yu understood that once the Flower of Charm sought the Night Clan's assistance, returning to the pinnacle of her desires would become an impossibility. Lin Yuan, the enchanting courtesan, seemed oblivious to Yu's calls from behind, her delicate hands tightly clutching a tattered garment inscribed with a poem. No matter what, I shall rescue you. Determination radiated from her peach blossom-like eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan found himself once more within the depths of the demon prison, this time confined in the 4th level. The demon prison comprises 18 levels, with each ascending tier housing increasingly malevolent and formidable prisoners. The 1st level, where Lin Yuan had previously resided, merely contained ordinary guards. In the 4th level, Lin Yuan could distinctly sense the presence of a suppression formation aimed at curtailing one's cultivation. With his current strength, he could muster only the power akin to that of the spirit communication realm. Fortunately, this formation restricted martial prowess but could not inhibit one's spiritual energy. Kid, what crime brought you here? Surely, you are not merely a deserter. The 4th level of the demon prison was a vast cell, unpartitioned, with numerous inmates confined together. As Lin Yuan was ushered in by the guards, countless bloodthirsty eyes fixed upon him. A one-armed demon approached Lin Yuan, towering over him as he inquired. The leader of the Demon Light is asking you a question. Are you deaf? Seeing Lin Yuan ignore the one known as Demon Light, the other demons began to jeer. Get lost. Lin Yuan's gaze remained indifferent as he uttered a single word. Death wish. Instantly, the multitude of demons unleashed a formidable aura, locking their sights on Lin Yuan. While even Demon Light regarded him with a newfound intrigue. A month ago, there was a young demon, much like you, who was blissfully unaware of his own insignificance. The demon, known as Mo Guang, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Can you guess what ultimately became of him? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the void, and a terrifying dark red inferno of demonic flames erupted, igniting Mo Guang's very being. Caught off guard, Mo Guang let out a tormenting howl, his body writhing in agony upon the ground. I am uncertain of his fate, yet I am convinced that yours will not be any better. Lin Yuan regarded the now begging Mo Guang with an indifferent gaze, his heart devoid of any turmoil. In the filth of the demon prison, any semblance of mercy would be an act of cruelty against oneself. As Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the other demons, those who had once boasted loudly were now drenched in cold sweat. Thud. Numerous demons fell to their knees before Lin Yuan, pleading for their lives. Please, spare us. My lord, we were blind to the majesty of the ancient demon mountain. Consider it a mere trifling and let us go. The demons fervently bowed their heads, for survival here was paramount above all else. What if they could escape eventually? I'm afraid mercy is not an option. It would be better for you to perish. A glimmer of icy light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as dark red flames surged, accompanied by the resounding thunder of the 9 heavens, instantly annihilating all present demons. Beneath the enigmatic formation, these demons possessed not but the strength of the spirit connection realm, and under Lin Yuan's quintuple soul attack, they fell as easily as chopping vegetables. Lin Yuan's ruthless methods instantly intimidated all the demons on the 4th level. Those who refrained from provoking him felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that they had not foolishly displayed their might before this newcomer. After dealing with the troublesome demons, Lin Yuan chose not to continue his rampage. He believed that his earlier display of power was sufficient to deter any further provocations. Subsequently, he casually found a corner to meditate, pondering the means by which Yang Ming might extricate him from this predicament. No one could resist the allure of the divine demon forbidden tome, and Yang Ming was no exception. Moreover, this tome had originally been acquired from Yang Ming, so Lin Yuan felt no remorse in parting with it. Lin Yuan, someone has come to see you. Just as Lin Yuan was lost in thought, the voice of the jailer suddenly echoed through the air. Chapter 47. The Abyssal Dragon Scales. Peril lurks with the jailer's summons ringing in his ears. Lin Yuan ceased his meditation, fixing a cold gaze upon the elevated figure of the jailer. He had only recently arrived in the demon prison, yet someone was already seeking him out. Although he was unaware of the individual's identity, he was certain it was not Yang Ming. Given Yang Ming's capabilities, He might have the means to rescue him, but it would not happen so swiftly. What are you dawdling for? Move. The jailer, observing Lin Yuan's hesitation, expressed his impatience. Lin Yuan remained silent, rising quietly to follow. When faced with adversity, one must stand firm. Navigating this calamity would undoubtedly prove challenging. However, if they believed Lin Yuan to be an easy target, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the meaning of regret. Traversing the dimly lit pathway, Lin Yuan swiftly followed the jailer to what appeared to be a chamber of torment. Within this grim room, a young demon of the Blood Clan sat confidently upon a chair crafted from an unknown black metal. Upon sighting this youthful demon, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed with keen intensity. Under the gaze of the eye of gods and demons, it became evident that the demon before him was imbued with an exceptionally potent aura of blood. Such intense sanguine energy could only belong to a member of the Blood Clan among the 9 great families. "Are you Lin Yuan?" the young demon inquired, surveying Lin Yuan with a mix of curiosity and amusement, as if he were a mere plaything. "Are you here to avenge the Blood Dragon Prince?" Lin Yuan's gaze remained icy, fixated firmly on the Blood Clan member. Restricted by the grand formation within the demon prison, Lin Yuan's martial prowess was limited to the spirit connection realm. In contrast, the Blood Clan member exuded a powerful presence, likely possessing some means to transcend the confines of the formation, possibly at the transcendent realm. No, I should actually extend my gratitude to you," the Blood Clan member remarked, feigning a thoughtful gesture as he rubbed his forehead. "After all, my foolish brother possesses a modicum of talent, which has become somewhat of a nuisance for me. However, in light of your actions against my kin, don't you think there should be some form of recompense? If I were to remain idle, my second uncle would undoubtedly be displeased." The younger brother of the Blood Dragon Prince, Blood River, regarded the emotionless Lin Yuan with a hint of pity, then commanded the jailer beside him, "Proceed, let him experience the torments of the demon prison." "Young man, it seems you have offended someone you ought not to have." Upon hearing this, the prison guard's expression remained utterly unmoved, as dark energy surged around him, and he strode directly towards Lin Yuan. Having spent many years in the demon prison, he had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. "Humph." Lin Yuan let out a cold snort, and his soul power, possessing a quintuple essence, erupted suddenly. Dark red demonic flames instantly engulfed the entire interrogation chamber, while radiant white bolts of heavenly thunder flickered within, exuding waves of annihilation. Though his martial prowess was sealed with the strength of his quintuple essence soul power, alongside the infernal fire and heavenly thunder, Lin Yuan could still contend with a peak extraordinary realm expert. Is this truly the method employed to slay the Blood Dragon? Indeed, it is extraordinary, Blood River observed with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Lin Yuan was undeniably an exceptional genius. Were it not for the Blood Dragon incident, he might have led the younger generation of the Demon Hall to challenge the other 9 great demon halls. Alas, to slay the direct descendants of the 9 great clans is an unforgivable sin. Without the backing to stand against such a fate, one is left with only death. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's formidable display of power, the prison guard did not become arrogant. Instead, he produced an object reminiscent of a compass and began to maneuver the pointer upon it. Thunderous rumblings echoed as the entire 4th level of the demon prison trembled violently. Lin Yuan was taken aback to discover that his soul power had been suppressed. Did you naively believe that this forbidden magic formation only targeted the physical body? You are gravely mistaken, the prison guard sneered, as dark energy coalesced into claws, lunging fiercely towards Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lin Yuan swiftly retreated, but with his power restrained. His speed was greatly diminished, rendering him unable to escape. Roar. At a critical moment, a dragon scale suddenly materialized before Lin Yuan, emanating an intensely searing and terrifying aura. A thunderous dragon roar resonated, instantly shattering the protective magical energy of Blood River and the prison guards. You possess such a treasure on your person? A glimmer of greed flickered in Blood River's eyes upon seeing the dragon scale. Such a treasure could rival high-tier sacred artifacts, and even he could not claim it easily. This does not imply a lack of resources within the Blood Clan, but rather that the descendants of the Blood Sovereign are simply too numerous. Want it? Come and seize it if you dare. Lin Yuan keenly sensed the greed in Blood River's gaze, and a faint smirk of derision curled at the corners of his mouth. If I slay you, all that you possess shall naturally belong to me. Blood River snorted coldly, no longer engaging in idle chatter with Lin Yuan. An overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted, unleashing a series of terrifying blood-colored palm prints. Divine Blood Spirit Palm. Blood River bellowed as countless blood palm prints converged, ultimately coalescing into a colossal blood imprint formed by layers of palm prints, hurtling towards Lin Yuan with great force. Dragon Scale Shield. In the face of Blood River's full-on assault, Lin Yuan did not underestimate the situation. He immediately activated the Dragon Scale for maximum defense. Despite the ferocity of Blood River's strike, it proved futile against the protection offered by the Dragon Scale bestowed by the Abyss. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, Blood River was filled with rage. Lin Yuan, if you have the ability, discard the Dragon Scale and face me in a fair fight. Blood River roared. Very well. If you dismantle this formation, I shall fight you. Lin Yuan responded indifferently. Upon hearing this, Shui Hezi fell silent. How absurd. His strength was even inferior to that of Shuelongzi. To dismantle this grand formation would be tantamount to courting death. Huh, is this what you call honorable? I am to be restricted in my cultivation without any recourse? The members of the Blood Clan are nothing but a bunch of despicable rats. Lin Yuan, noticing the sudden silence of Shui Hezi, could not help but taunt him. Silence, you wretched half-demon mongrel. Shui Hezi's face contorted in anger at Lin Yuan's audacity to insult the Blood Clan. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Hall of Demons, could the Blood Clan's powerful figures refrain from confronting Lin Yuan directly? If Blood Sovereign were present, Lin Yuan would not even have made it to the demon prison. He would have perished instantly. Warden, how long do you intend to observe this farce? Do you truly believe that the benefits of my Blood Clan are so easily obtained? Realizing he could not contend with Lin Yuan alone, Shui Hezi suddenly bellowed. Warden? Yuan Wuxian. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened with alertness as he surveyed his surroundings. Had the Blood Clan actually managed to corrupt Yuan Wuxian? Was it worth such a price to deal with him, given Yuan Wuxian's prowess? The cost to sway him would be astronomical. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, for the 9 great clans, reputation held paramount importance. If Lin Yuan were to kill Shuelongzi without consequence, how could they, the Blood Clan, still claim to be one of the esteemed 9 clans of Jiyuan? Alas! A sigh suddenly echoed through the void. Immediately, Lin Yuan sensed a terrifying surge of energy erupting as the void before him suddenly tore apart, revealing a formidable figure. The Warden, Yuan Wuxian.